And anyway, why should an Englishman seek out this family? He begged Lucille to give the question her most serious attention. "They were English," Lucille said stubbornly. The General sighed. "Marie tells me you're not eating." Lucille ignored his concern, preferring her own. "I ate the English." "That's understandable," General Castelnau said soothingly, though from all he had heard it was better to be captured by the English than by the Russians, and he was about to expatiate on that grisly theme when he remembered that Lucille was hardly in a receptive frame of mind for such reflections. "You should eat," he said sternly. "I've ordered a dish of lentil soup for you today." "If the Englishmen come back," she said, "I'll kill them." Quite right, but if you don't eat, you won't have the strength to kill them." That remark made Lucille look shrewdly at the General, almost as though he'd propounded a peculiarly difficult idea, but one which made surprising sense. She nodded agreement. "You're right, Papa." And at lunchtime she wolfed down all the lentil soup, then carved herself a thick slice of the ham that the General had been hoping to carry off the next day in his saddlebag. That evening the General met privately with the doctor, and both men agreed that the terrible events had sadly disturbed Madame Castelnau's wits. The doctor could think of no easy cure, unless Madame Castelnau could be persuaded to take the waters, which sometimes worked, but which were horribly expensive. Otherwise, he said, nature and time must do the healing. "Or marriage," the doctor said with a certain wistfulness. "Madame needs a man's touch, if you understand me." "She won't marry again," General Castelnau opined. "She was too much in love with my son, and now she'd rather wither away than dilute his memory. It's a sad waste, Doctor." General Castelnau left next morning, though he made certain that there'd always be reliable men from the village in the chateau, in case the brigand should return. And, indeed, just 2 hours after the General had left, 5 strange horsemen approached from the northern road that dropped off the wooded ridge, and the farm workers ran to the chateau's entrance with loaded muskets and hefted pitchforks. The strange horsemen approached slowly, with their hands held in clear view. They stopped a good few yards from the moat's bridge, and their leader, a plump man, politely requested an audience with Monsieur the Comte de Lasson. "He's dead." It was the miller's son who answered truculently. Monsieur Roland, the advocate from Paris, eyed the ancient musket in the boy's hands and chose his next words very carefully. "Then I would like to speak with a member of his family, monsieur. My name is Roland, and I have the honor to be a lawyer in the service of His Most Christian Majesty." The words, gently said, impressed the miller's son, who ran to tell Madame Castelnau that yet another gentleman had come to see her. Roland, whose rump had been made excruciatingly sore by long days in the saddle, walked with Lucille in the orchards. His 4 men patrolled the edges of the trees with drawn pistols to deter any strangers from intruding on the discussion. Roland explained that he was charged by the Royal Treasury with the recovery of a sum of gold stolen by the English. The coins had been deposited in the Teste-de-Bouc fort, and Roland had come to Normandy to hear Commandant Lasson's evidence about the loss of the bullion. He was desolated, Roland repeated the word, desolated, to hear of the Commandant's death. "Murder," Lucille corrected him. "Murder." Roland humbly accepted the correction. "The English murdered him," Lucille said. "The men in green coats, the riflemen." Roland stopped his slow pacing and turned an astonished face on the widow. "Are you certain, madame?" Lucille, galled that no one believed her, turned in fury on the plump lawyer. "Monsieur, I am sure! I saw them! They were men in green coats, Englishmen just like those my brother feared, and they murdered my mother and my brother. They are animals, monsieur, animals! My brother had said they might come, and they did. He even knew the Englishman's name, Sharpe." "I think you are right, madame," Roland said quietly. And Lucille, who till now had not been taken seriously by a single person, could only stare at the Parisian lawyer. "In fact, I am sure you are right," Roland added. "You believe me, monsieur?" Lucille said in a very relieved and somewhat surprised voice. "I do believe you. These are ruthless men, madame. Believe me, I have met this Sharpe." Roland shuddered. "He and his comrade have stolen a fortune that belongs to France, and now they will try to kill the men who can testify to that theft. I should have thought to warn your brother. Hélas, dear lady, that I did not think to do so." Lucille shook her head in denial of the lawyer's self-accusation. "Henri mentioned no gold," she said after a while. "A soldier should carry secrets well, and the existence of this gold was most secret." Roland, sweating profusely in the spring sunshine, turned and walked back towards the chateau. "I don't think the Englishmen will return now," he said soothingly. "I wish they would return." Lucille alarmed the lawyer by revealing an enormous brass-muzzled horse pistol that lay heavy in the wide pocket of her apron. "If they do return, monsieur, I shall kill at least one of them. Leave the killing to those who know best how to do it." Roland, knowing this visit was wasted, was eager to return to Caen, where there was at least a vestige of civilization. He feared that Lucille would invite him to luncheon, and that the chateau's evident poverty would provide a most meagre meal, but, to his relief, Lucille made no such offer. Roland mounted his horse at the chateau's entrance. He had given Madame Castineau his address, and begged her to write to him if the Englishman returned, though he admitted he put small faith in such a thing happening. Nevertheless, looking down at the sad Lucille, he felt a pang of sympathy. "May I presume to give Madame advice?" "I should be honored, monsieur." Roland collected his reins. "Marry again, madame. A woman such as yourself should not be alone, not in these troubled times and in this sad country. Permit me to say that I am married, madame, and that it gives me the greatest peace and happiness." Lucille smiled and said nothing. Roland turned his horse, then, remembering one last question, turned the animal back again. "Madame, forgive my indelicacy, but did your brother lose 2 fingers of his right hand?" "They cut them off!" Lucille wailed the words in sudden agony. "The Englishmen cut them off!" Roland, thinking the loss of the 2 fingers must have happened when Sharpe's men had captured the Duco fort, did not ask Lucille to amplify the answer, which already seemed to confirm Duco's written testimony. Instead, the lawyer raised his hat. "Thank you, madame, and I am sorry if I've caused you distress." That night, in his comfortable lodgings in Caen, Monsieur Roland wrote 2 reports. The first would be sent to the King's Minister of Finance, and it respectfully and regretfully reported the murder of Henri Lasson, and the consequent lack of any new evidence that might lead to the gold's recovery. Roland added his suspicions that the 2 English officers, Sharpe and Frederickson, had been responsible for Lasson's death. "They must certainly be charged with murder," he wrote, "and the search for them must continue both in France and in Britain." Roland's second report was far more detailed. It began by saying that Pierre Ducos's written testimony had been substantially confirmed, and that it now seemed virtually certain that the 2 English rifle officers had stolen the Emperor's gold. They had also killed Lasson, presumably so that he couldn't testify against them. The death of Lasson prompted Roland to consider the possibility that the 2 English officers had already murdered Pierre Duco. How else to account for Duco's continued silence? Roland respectfully suggested that the 2 Englishmen must already have left France, but hoped they might yet be found and brought to vengeance. He added the welcome news that the English Navy had been requested by the new French government to desist from their explorations in and around the Duco fort, which request had been reluctantly complied with. The English search about the fort had found none of the imperial gold or baggage. This second report was written on fine India paper, which Monsieur Roland took to a calligrapher in Paris. The calligrapher sealed the India paper inside 2 sheets of thicker paper that were so cleverly pasted together that they appeared to a casual glance to be one thick sheet of paper. Then, on the thicker paper's creamy surface, the calligrapher inscribed an extremely tedious ode in praise of the Greek gods. The ode was briefly read by a French government censor. 2 weeks later the poem was delivered to the island of Elba, off the Tuscany coast, where the creamy page was delicately peeled apart to reveal the India paper inside. Within an hour Roland's longer report was being read by an emperor in exile, but an emperor who still retained some sharp claws, except that the claws couldn't be unsheathed, for the enemy was hidden, and so, though Monsieur Roland's report was filed carefully away, it was not forgotten. The report, after all, concerned money, and the exiled emperor had need of money if his dreams were once again to blazon Europe with his glory. The English riflemen might have vanished for the moment, but they'd reappear, and when they did, the emperor would have them found and have them killed for glory. The Saxon dragoon wished to go home. He told Sergeant Chalon as much, and the sergeant reminded the Saxon of the vow they had all taken when they had waited in the deserted farmhouse. The vow had been an agreement that all the dragoons would remain with Major Duco until everything was safe, but if any man did wish to leave, then he must forfeit his share of the Emperor's treasure. The Saxon shrugged. "I just want to go home." Chalon put his arm about the big man's shoulder. "It won't be long, Herman." "Home," the Saxon said stubbornly. "And you'll go home without any of the money?" Chalon asked enticingly. The two men were in a stable-yard of a tavern in Leghorn. Chalon had gone to the stables to make certain the horses were being fed, and the Saxon had followed the sergeant in hope of finding some privacy for this conversation. Herman shrugged. "I deserve something, Sergeant, and you know it." It had been the Saxon who had been slightly wounded when he crossed the wooden bridge with Sergeant Chalon to kill Henri Lasson, and it had been the Saxon who had made such havoc in the Séréglise farmhouse, which Duco had ordered attacked, so that the local people would believe the subsequent attack on Lasson the work of casual brigands. "You deserve something," Chalon said soothingly. "I'll talk to Major Duco. He won't like it, but I'll try and persuade him to be generous. I'll tell him how loyal you've been." Chalon had smiled, begun to walk away, but then whipped back as he drew his long, straight sword. The Saxon's own blade was only half out of its scabbard as Chalon's sword ripped into his throat. 20 minutes later, the Saxon's naked body was left in the street outside the tavern yard, where it was reckoned to be just another dead sailor. Duco sold the dragoons' horses in Leghorn, then paid the captain of a barca longa to take himself and the 7 remaining dragoons southwards to Naples. It was a nervous voyage, for the coast was infested by Barbary pirates, but the occasional presence of a British naval squadron cheered Duco. Despite that naval protection, the barca longa, a 2-masted coastal cargo vessel, put into a safe haven each night, and the consequent delays meant that the voyage to Naples took 8 days. Sergeant Chalon, in a rare outburst of disagreement with Pierre Duco, had argued against seeking refuge in Naples. The city was the capital of the Kingdom of Naples, and its king was a Frenchman who had once been a marshal in Napoleon's armies. Surely, Chalon argued, Marshal Murat would not offer shelter to men who had betrayed Napoleon, but Duco patiently explained that Murat had broken with his erstwhile master. Napoleon might have put Murat on the throne of Naples, but Murat could only keep that throne if he was now seen to be an enemy of the broken emperor, to which end he was busy cultivating new alliances, and his Neapolitan troops had even marched north to expel the remnants of the Imperial French army from Rome. "So, you see," Duco patiently continued, "an enemy of the emperor's will be a friend to the marshal." Not that Duco had any intention of seeking an audience with Murat, yet he knew he must somehow secure the help of the authorities. Strangers were suspect in a place like Naples, so Duco must not be a stranger. Duco established his men in a small harbour tavern, then used his old skills, and not a little money, to discover who besides Murat was the power in this filthy and ramshackle city beneath its smoking volcano. It took Duco 10 days, but then he found himself kneeling before an elaborate throne and kissing the plump ring of a very fat cardinal. "My name," Duco said humbly, "is Count Poniatowski." "You are a Polish?" The cardinal was so fat that his breath rasped in his throat if he even waddled the short distance from his throne's dais to the door of his audience chamber. The throne itself was supposed to face the wall unused, except during the short period between the death of one pope and the election of the next, but the cardinal liked to sit in its cushioned magnificence and look down on the humble petitioners who knelt before its dais. "I am Polish, Your Eminence," Duco confirmed. "Perhaps you would prefer it if we spoke in Polish?" the cardinal asked in French. "Your Eminence is too kind," Duco replied in heavily accented Polish. The cardinal, who spoke Italian, Latin, and French, but not a word of any other language, smiled as if he'd understood. It was possible, he allowed to himself, that this scrawny little man was truly a Polish aristocrat, but the cardinal doubted it. Most refugees these days were from France, but the cardinal's first, very simple trap had failed to embarrass this petitioner, so His Eminence graciously suggested that perhaps they should continue their conversation in Italian, so that the Count Poniatowski could practice that language. "And allow me to ask, my dear Count, why you have come to our humble country?" The country might be humble, Duco reflected, but not this monstrous prince of the church, who employed more than 120 servants in his own household, and whose private chapel had more eunuchs in its choir than had ever sung at any one time in St. Peter's. On either side of the cardinal, young boys wielded paper fans to cool the great man's brow. At the foot of the dais were guards in yellow and black, armed with ancient halberds, which, despite their age, could still cleave a man from skull to balls in the time it would take to cock a pistol. The room itself seemed a fantasy of decorated stone, carved into adoring angels and archangels. In truth, the decorations were of scagliola, a false stone made of plaster and glue, but Duco recognized the skill of the craftsman who had made the dazzling objects. "I have come, Your Eminence, for the sake of my health." "You are a consumptive, my son?" "I have a breathing problem, Your Eminence, which is aggravated by cold weather." The cardinal suspected that the count's breathing problem was more likely to be aggravated by an enemy's sword, but it would be impolite to say as much. "The city," he said instead, and with a wave of his plump hand about his splendid audience chamber, "will be harder on your lungs, my dear Count. There is much smoke in Naples." "I would prefer to live in the countryside, Your Eminence, on a hilltop where the fresh air is untainted by smoke." And where, the cardinal thought, enemies could be perceived at a good distance, which explained why the Count Poniatowski had so generously presented a large ruby to the cardinal's funds as an inducement for this audience. The cardinal shifted himself on his cushioned throne and stared over the Count's head. "It is my experience, my dear Count, that invalids such as yourself live longer if they are undisturbed." "Your Eminence understands my paltry needs only too well," Duco said. "His Majesty—" It was the first time the cardinal had acknowledged the existence of a higher power in the state than himself, "insists upon the prudent policy that our wealthier citizens, those who pay the land taxes, you understand, should live in peace." "It is well known," Duco said, "that His Majesty pays the closest attention to Your Eminence's wise advice." Duco doubted whether any wealthy person in the kingdom paid any tax at all, but doubtless the cardinal was merely using the word to describe the gifts he would expect, and now was the time to make it clear that the Count Poniatowski was a man who had gifts to give. Duco took a purse from his pocket, and, closely watched by the cardinal, poured some gems into his palm. Duco, knowing that the sheer weight of the boxed gold would prove too heavy to carry across an embattled continent, had bought diamonds, rubies, sapphires, and pearls in Bordeaux. He had purchased the gems for a very low price, for the starving merchants in Bordeaux had been desperate for trade, and especially for gold. "I was hoping, Your Eminence—" Duco began, but then let his voice tail away. "My dear Count?" The cardinal waved away the small boys whose job was to fan him in the sultry months. "It takes time for a man to settle in a foreign country, Your Eminence." Duco still held the handful of precious stones. "And, under the pressures of strange circumstances, and due to the necessities of establishing a home, a man might forget some civic duties like the payment of his land tax. If I were to offer you a payment of that tax now, perhaps Your Eminence can persuade the authorities to take a kindly view of my convalescence." The cardinal reached out a fat palm, which was duly filled with some very fine gems. "Your responsibility does credit to your nation, my dear Count." "Your Eminence's kindness is only exceeded by Your Eminence's wisdom." The cardinal pushed the gems into a pocket that was concealed beneath his red, fur-trimmed capa magna. "I have a mind, my dear Count, to help you further. Mother Church has long admired the stalwart manner in which you Poles have resisted the depredations of the tyrant Napoleon, and now it falls to my humble lot to give a proper appreciation of that admiration." Duco wondered what new financial screw the cardinal would turn, but bowed his thanks. "You seek a house," the cardinal said, "upon a hill, a place where an invalid
can live in peace, undisturbed by any past acquaintances who might disturb his fragile recovery."
"Indeed, Your Eminence."
"I know such a place," the cardinal said. "It has belonged to my family for many years, and it would give me the keenest pleasure, my dear Count, if you were to occupy the house. You will need to give it the merest touch of paint, but otherwise—"
The cardinal shrugged and smiled. Duco realized that the house was a ruin which he would now have to rebuild at his own expense, and all the while he'd be paying this fat man an extortionate rent. But in return, Duco was receiving the protection of the cardinal, who, more than any other man, was the real power in the kingdom of Naples. Duco accordingly offered the cardinal a very low bow.
"Your Eminence's kindness overwhelms me." "It's a very spacious house,"
the cardinal said, thereby warning Duco that the rent would be concomitantly large.
"Your Eminence's generosity astounds me,"
Duco said.
"But a large house," the cardinal said slyly, "might be a suitable dwelling for a man who has arrived in our humble country with 7 male servants, and all of them armed."
Duco spread his hands in a gesture of innocence.
"As Your Eminence so wisely observed, an invalid needs peace, and armed servants are conducive to peace."
He bowed again.
"If I might offer Your Eminence some rent now?" "My dear Count!"
The cardinal seemed overwhelmed, but recovered sufficiently to accept the second purse, which contained a handful of French golden francs. The cardinal was quite sure that the Count Poniatowski was neither a count nor Polish, but was almost certainly a wealthy French refugee who had fled the wrath of the victorious allies. That didn't matter, so long as the Count lived peaceably in the kingdom, and so long as he was a source of income to the cardinal, who needed a very large income to sustain his household. Thus the Count was made welcome, and the very next day a lugubrious priest with an enormously long nose was instructed to lead the Count northwards to the Villa Lupigi, which stood mouldering on a steep, bare hill above the coast. The villa was indeed a ruin, a vast and decaying structure which would cost a fortune to be fully restored. But Duco had no intention of making a full restoration, only of lying low, in security, until the last question about an emperor's missing gold had been asked and answered. He explored his new home that overlooked the astonishingly blue sea, and Duco saw how no one could approach the villa without being seen, and so he expressed to the long-nosed priest his full and grateful satisfaction. Duco had found both a refuge and a powerful protector, and thus, for the first time since he had shot Colonel Mayo, Pierre Duco felt safe. Sharpe had to risk letting Frederickson enter the city of Caen, for the riflemen needed detailed instructions if they were to find the village where Henri Lasson lived. Frederickson went into the city alone and unarmed, posing as a discharged German veteran of Napoleon's army who sought his old chef de bataillon. No one challenged his right to be in the great city, and thus he indulged himself with a tour of the great church, where his namesake William the Conqueror lay buried. Frederickson stood for a long time in front of the marble slab, then was accosted by a cheerful priest, who merrily recounted how the Conqueror's body had been so filled with putrefaction at the time of its burial in 1087 that it had exploded under the pressure of the foul-smelling gases. "The church emptied!" The priest laughed as if he'd actually been there. "Not that our Billy's down there any more, of course." "He isn't?" Frederickson was surprised. "Those revolutionary bastards desecrated the tomb and scattered the bones. We collected a few scraps in O2, but I doubt if any of them are the real thing. On Judgment Day, we'll likely find a scrofulous beggar coming out of the hole instead of the Conqueror." The priest gladly accepted the offer of a glass of wine, and just as gladly told Frederickson how to reach Henri Lasson's village, which lay some 40 miles away. "But be careful," the priest reiterated Father Marin's warning. "The countryside is a dangerous place, my friend. It's full of villains and murderers. The Emperor would never have allowed such a state." "Indeed not," Frederickson agreed, and the two men commiserated with each other over the sad state of France now that the Emperor was gone. It was dusk before Frederickson rejoined his companions, and night had fallen by the time Sharpe led them away from the city's environs. The three riflemen still planned to travel in the dark. for by daylight a man moving across country could prompt a score of telltale signs. A hare running from its lay, a pigeon startled to clatter through leaves, or even the curious gaze of somnolent cattle could alert a suspicious man to surreptitious movement. At night, those dangers were lessened, for after sundown the Norman cottages were tight barred. It was easy to avoid the cottages, even in the darkness, for each one had a great manure heap piled against an outer wall, and the rifleman's sense of smell was sufficient to send them looping far from any wakeful and suspicious villages. They travelled west. Sometimes they'd walk for miles along deep and rutted lanes like those in England's West Country. At other times they struggled through high-hedged fields, or climbed to some wooded ridge from where they could judge their position by moonlight. It took 2 nights to find the right district, and another night to discover Lascelles chateau in its deep private valley that was filled with drifts of decaying blossom. Sharpe and Harper spent the last 2 hours of that night scouting round the chateau. They saw a youth sitting in the chateau's gateway. Behind him, and silhouetted by a lantern, was a crude barricade of barrels. The youth was armed with what looked like an old fowling piece. He'd tipped his chair back and seemed asleep, and Sharpe had been tempted to make his entry there and then. He resisted the urge, but to have entered at that witching hour would have caused a frantic alarm. The boy was clearly posted to guard against the brigands who threatened the countryside, and Sharpe had no wish to be mistaken for such a villain. Instead, he and Harper went back to the high wooded spur where Frederickson had found a hiding place. They spent the whole of the next day on the high ground of the ridge. They were hidden by hornbeams, elms, beeches, and oaks. It was frustrating to be so close to their quarry, and yet be forced to let the daylight hours pass in inactivity. But Sharpe had decided that in their ragged state a daylight approach would cause suspicion, and might even trigger disaster. He could see from his eyrie that every man in the valley carried a gun. Even the 2 boys in the big orchard, who laboriously ringed the trunks of the apple trees with tar, carried muskets. "We'll go just after sundown," Sharpe decided. The dusk was a time when men were relaxing from a day's labours. The riflemen anticipated their success. One evening's conversation, Frederickson averred, would be sufficient to persuade Henri Lascelles to travel to England. In a week, Sharpe thought, he'd be back in London. Within 2 weeks, at the very most, he'd be back with Jane. "I'll take some leave when we're home," Frederickson said. "You can visit us in Dorset." Sharpe had a homely dream of entertaining old friends in his well-deserved comfort. Frederickson smiled crookedly. "I have a greater yearning to visit Rome. I'd like to stand where the emperors once stood. They say an astonishing amount of the imperial city still stands, though it's evidently much decayed. Perhaps you'll come with me," he offered to Sharpe. "Dorset will do me well enough." Sharpe, lying on the high ground and staring down at the moated chateau, envied Henri Lascelles this house. Sharpe might not have rejoiced, as Frederickson did, in the ruins of the ancient world, but he perceived a great calmness in this old Norman farmhouse. He hoped Jane had found something similar in England. He suddenly didn't want a modern house with its regular geometric windows and square angular lines. He wanted something calmer and older, like this chateau which slumbered in its deep valley. "I'll be back in Donegal," Harper said wistfully. "I'll buy some Protestant acres, so I will." "You'll be a farmer?" Sharpe asked. "Aye, sir, and I'll have a grand house, so I will. Somewhere where the children can grow in peace." Harper fell silent, perhaps thinking of how close that coveted heaven had become. "Soldiers' dreams," Frederickson said dismissively. "Just soldiers' dreams." He rolled onto his belly, parted the leaves in front of him, and stared down the barrel of his rifle towards the distant chateau. 6 cows were being driven to the bar for milking. He could just see a man standing in the farmyard beyond the moat, and he wondered if that solitary figure was Henri Lascelles. And Frederickson thought how many soldiers' dreams were fixed on that one man's honesty. A farm in Ireland, a house in Dorset, and a sketchbook in the Roman Forum. All would come true if only one honest man would tell the truth. He let the leaves fall back slowly, and then slept, waiting for the dusk. An hour after the sun had sunk, and when the light was still thick and gold about the lengthening shadows, the 3 riflemen crept from the woods and stalked down a deep hedgerow which led to the laneway which edged the moat at the front of Lascelles chateau. Sharpe reached the laneway first and saw the same young man standing guard in the chateau's archway. The youth was clearly bored. He thought himself unobserved, and so was practising a crude arms drill of his own invention. He shouldered his fowling piece, presented it, grounded it, then thrust it forward as though it was tipped with a bayonet. After a while, and tiring of his military dreams, the boy sidled past the crude barricade of barrels and disappeared into the chateau's yard. Frederickson crouched beside Sharpe. "Shall we go now?" he asked. Sharpe stared at the crenellated tower above the gatehouse. He couldn't imagine why Lassan hadn't thought to post a sentry on that high-commanding platform. But no man watched from that eyrie, so Sharpe decided it was safe to go. Sharpe had decreed that just he and Frederickson would approach the chateau, and that neither man would carry weapons. 2 unarmed men in the twilight posed no great threat. Harper would wait with all the weapons in the hedgerow, and only join the officers once Lassan had been safely reached. The boy was still hidden inside the yard as Sharpe and Frederickson scrambled through the hedge and walked down the lane's grass verge. No one called an alarm. This facade of the chateau, hard on the moat and facing the village, was an almost featureless wall, betraying that the building had once been a small fortress. "It's a very pretty house," Frederickson murmured. "Monsieur Lassan's a very lucky man," Sharpe agreed. They had to step off the verge to approach the bridge across the moat. Once on the roadbed, their boots crunched on loose stone, but still no one challenged them, not even when they reached the moat and stepped onto the moss-edged planks of the ancient drawbridge. They hurried into the shelter of the archway, then edged silently by the crude barricade of empty barrels. Sharpe saw a flock of geese cropping at a thin patch of grass at the far side of the chateau's yard. "Back!" Frederickson hissed. He had glimpsed the boy coming back towards the arch. The lad had evidently gone to the kitchen to collect his supper that he was now carefully carrying in both hands. His long-barreled fowling-piece was slung on his shoulder. The 2 riflemen pressed themselves against the wall of the arch. The boy, intent on not spilling a drop of his soup, didn't even look up as he turned into the thick shadow of the gateway. Frederickson pounced. The boy, in sudden terror, let the bowl fall as he twisted violently away. He was too slow. The wooden bowl spilt its contents across the cobbles as a knife jarred cold against his throat. An arm went round the boy's face, muzzling his mouth. "Not a word!" Frederickson hissed in French. He was holding the flat of a clasp knife's blade against the boy's Adam's apple. "Be very quiet, my lad, very quiet. You're not going to be hurt." Sharpe took the old fowling-piece from the boy's shoulder. He opened the lock's frizzen and blew the priming powder away to make the gun safe. The boy was wide-eyed and shivering. "We mean no harm." Frederickson spoke very slowly and softly to the boy. "We don't even have guns, you see? We've simply come here to talk to your master." He took his hand from the boy's mouth. The boy, clearly terrified out of his wits by the 2 scarred and ragged men, tried to speak, but the events of the last few seconds had struck him dumb. Frederickson gripped the nape of the boy's jerkin. "Come with us, lad, and don't be frightened. We're not going to hurt you." Sharpe propped the fowling-piece against the wall, then led the way out of the shadowed arch. He could see a lit window across the chateau's yard, and the shadow of a person moving behind the small panes of glass. He hurried. Frederickson kept hold of the frightened boy. 2 of the geese stretched their necks towards the rifleman. The geese began their cackling too late, for Sharpe had already reached the kitchen door, which, because the boy had to return his soup bowl, was still unlocked. Sharpe didn't wait on ceremony, but just pushed open the heavy door. Frederickson thrust the boy away from him, then ducked under the lintel behind Sharpe. 2 women were in the candlelit kitchen. One, an elderly woman with work-reddened hands, was stirring a great vat that hung on a pot-hook above the fire. The other, a much younger and thinner woman, who was dressed all in black, was sitting at the table with an account book. The 2 women stared in frozen horror at the intruders. "Madame?" Frederickson said from behind Sharpe, who had stopped just inside the door. "Who are you?" It was the thin woman in black who asked the question. "We're British officers, madame, and we apologize for thus disturbing you." The thin woman stood. Sharpe had an impression of a long and bitter face. She turned away from the intruders to where 2 water vats stood in an alcove. "Haven't you done enough already?" she asked over her shoulder. "Madame," Frederickson said gently, "I think you misunderstand us. We're only here—" "William!" Sharpe, understanding none of what was being said, turned and pushed Frederickson out of the kitchen. He had seen the thin black-dressed woman turn back from the vats, and in her hand was a great brass-muzzled horse pistol. Her grey eyes held nothing but a bitter hatred, and Sharpe knew with a certainty of the doom that everything had gone wrong. He pushed Frederickson desperately into the yard, and he tried to throw himself out of the door, but he knew he was too late. His body flinched from the terrible pain to come. He had already begun to scream in anticipation of that pain, when Lucille Castillo pulled the trigger, and Sharpe's world turned to thunder and agony. He felt the bullet strike like massive blows, and he saw a sear of flame flash its light above him. And then, blessedly as the gun's stunning echo died away, there was just nothing. Chapter 10. Captain Peter d'Alembert sat in the drawing-room of the Cork Street house and felt acutely uncomfortable. It was not that d'Alembert was unused to luxury. Indeed, he'd been raised in an affluent family of the most exquisite tastes, but his very familiarity with civilized living told him that there was something exceedingly vulgar about this high-ceilinged room. There was, he considered, simply too much of everything. A great chandelier, much too large for the room, hung from a plaster finial, while a dozen crystal sconces crowded the walls. The sconces, like the chandelier, dripped with candle wax that should long have been scraped away. The furniture was mostly lacquered black in the fake Egyptian style that had been fashionable 10 years earlier. There were 3 chaises longues, 2 footstools, and a scattering of small lion-footed tables. The gilt-framed pictures seemed to have been bought as a job lot. They all showed rather unlikely shepherdesses dallying with very ethereal young men. A box of candied cherries lay gathering dust on one table, and a bowl of almonds on another. Dust was everywhere, and d'Alembert doubted whether the room had been cleaned for days, perhaps even weeks. The grate was piled with ashes, and the room smelt overwhelmingly of powder and stale perfume. A maid had curtsied when d'Alembert had handed in his card at the door, but there was little evidence that the girl did any cleaning. D'Alembert could only suppose that Jane Sharpe was merely lodging in the house, for he could not believe that she would allow such slovenliness in her own home. D'Alembert waited patiently. He could find only one book in the room. It was the first of a 3-volume romance which told the story of a clergyman's daughter, who, snatched from the bosom of her family by brigands in Italy, was sold to the Barbary pirates of Algiers, where she became the plaything of a terrible Muslim chief. By the last page of the book, to which d'Alembert had hastily turned, she was still preserving her maidenly virtue, which seemed a most unlikely outcome, considering the reputed behaviour of the Barbary pirates, but then unlikely things properly belonged in books. D'Alembert doubted if he'd seek out the remaining volumes. A black and gilt clock on the mantel whirred, then sounded midday. D'Alembert wondered if he dared pull aside the carefully looped velvet curtains and open a window, then decided that such an act might be thought presumptuous. Instead, he watched a spider spin a delicate web between the tassels of a tablecloth on which a vase of flowers wilted. The clock struck the quarter, then the half, then the hour's 3rd quarter. D'Alembert had come unannounced to the house, and had thus expected to wait, but he had never anticipated being kept waiting as long as this. If he was ignored till 1 o'clock, he promised himself, he'd leave. He watched the filigreed minute hand jerk from 5 minutes to 4 minutes to 1. He decided it would be prudent to leave a message in writing, and was about to tug the bell-pull and demand paper and pen from the maid, when the drawing-room door suddenly opened, and he turned to see the smiling face of Mrs. Jane Sharpe. "It's Captain d'Alembert," Jane said with feigned surprise, as though she had not known who had been waiting for her for so long. "What a pleasure." She held out her hand to be kissed. "Were you offered tea, or something more potent, perhaps?" "No, ma'am." "The girl is perverse," Jane said, though d'Alembert noted that she didn't ring the bell to correct the perversity. "I didn't know the battalion had reached England." 2 weeks ago, ma'am. They're now in Chelmsford, but I am on leave." "A well-deserved leave, I'm sure. Would you like to draw a curtain, Captain? We mustn't sit here in Stygian gloom." D'Alembert pulled back the heavy velvet. Then, when Jane had arranged herself on a chaise longue, he sat opposite her. They exchanged news, complimented London on its current fine weather, and agreed how welcome the coming of peace was. And all the time, as this small talk tinkled between them, D'Alembert tried to hide the astonishment he was feeling at the change in Jane. When she'd been with the army, she'd seemed a very sweet-natured and rather shy girl, but now, scarce 6 months later, she was a woman, dressed in the very height of fashion. Her green satin gown fell in simple pleats from its high waist to her ankles. The neckline was cut embarrassingly low, so that D'Alembert was treated to an ample view of powdered breasts. Very pretty breasts, he decided, but somehow it seemed inappropriate for the wife of a man he liked and admired so to display herself. The shoulders of Jane's dress were puffed, and the sleeves very long, very tight, and trimmed at their wrists with lace frills. She wore no stockings, instead displaying bare ankles that somehow suggested the vulnerability of innocence. Her shoes were silver slippers, tied with silver thongs in the quasi-Greek fashion. Her golden hair was drawn up above her ears, thus displaying her long and slender neck, about which was a necklace of rubies, which D'Alembert supposed must have been plundered from the French baggage at Vittoria. The rubies suited her, D'Alembert decided. They were rare jewels for an undoubtedly beautiful woman. He saw her smiling at his inspection, and realized with embarrassment that Jane had perceived his admiration and was relishing it. He quickly changed the subject to the reason for his visit. He had brought her, D'Alembert said, a message from Major Sharpe. He apologized that he had brought no letter, but explained the hurried circumstances of his meeting with Sharpe in Bordeaux. "So you don't know where the Major is now?" Jane asked eagerly. "Alas, no, ma'am, except that he's gone to find a French officer who could attest to his innocence." The eagerness seemed to ebb from Jane, who stood, walked to the window, and stared down the sunlit street. She told D'Alembert that she already knew something of her husband's predicament, and explained how the two men from the Judge Advocate General's office had visited her with their outrageous demands. "I've heard nothing since then," Jane said, "and until your visit, Captain, I didn't even know whether my husband was alive." "Then I'm glad to be the bearer of good news, ma'am." "Is it good news?" Jane turned from the window. "Of course it is," she added hurriedly, "but it all seems extremely strange to me. Do you think my husband did steal the Emperor's gold?" "No, ma'am," D'Alembert protested. "The accusations against him are monstrous." Jane resumed her seat, thus letting D'Alembert sit again. She plucked the folds of her dress, then frowned. "What I don't understand, Captain, is that if my husband is innocent, which of course he is, then why did he not allow the army to discover that innocence? An innocent man doesn't run away from a fair trial, does he?" "He does, ma'am, if the only evidence against him is false. Major Sharpe is attempting to prove those falsities, and he needs our help." Jane said nothing. Instead, she just smiled and indicated that D'Alembert should continue speaking. "What we have to do, ma'am, is harness what influence we can to prevent the machinery of accusation going further. And should the Major fail to find the truth in France, then he'll need the help of influential friends." "Very influential," Jane said dryly. "He mentioned a Lord Rossendale, ma'am." D'Alembert wondered why Jane was so unresponsive, but ploughed on anyway. "Lord Rossendale is an aide to His Royal Highness, the "I know Lord John Rossendale," Jane said hurriedly, "and I've already spoken with him." D'Alembert felt a surge of relief. He had been unsettled by this interview, both by Jane's new and languid sophistication, and by her apparent lack of concern about her husband's fate. Yet now it seemed as if she had already done her duty by Sharpe. "Or may I ask, ma'am, whether Lord Rossendale expressed a willingness to help the Major?" D'Alembert pressed. "His lordship assured me that he'll do all that is within his power," Jane said very primly. "Would that include presenting Major Sharpe's problem to the Prince Regent, ma'am?" "I really couldn't say, Captain, but I'm sure Lord Rossendale will be assiduous." "Would it help, ma'am, if I was to add my voice to yours?" Jane seemed to consider the offer, then frowned. "Of course, I can't prevent you from trying to see his lordship, though I'm sure he is a most busy man." "Of course, ma'am." D'Alembert was again puzzled by Jane's impenetrable decorum. Jane turned to look at the clock. "Of course, we'll all do everything we can, Captain, though I rather suspect that the best thing to do is to allow my husband to disentangle himself." She gave a small, unamused laugh. "He's rather good at that, is he not?" "Indeed, he is, ma'am. Very good, but, and in the meanwhile," Jane ignored whatever D'Alembert had been about to say, "my duty is to make everything ready for his return." She waved a hand about the room. "Do you like my new house, Captain?" "Extremely, ma'am." D'Alembert concealed his surprise along with his true opinion. He had imagined that Jane was merely staying in the house. Now he discovered that she owned it. "The Major wished to buy a home in the country," Jane said, "but once I'd returned to England, I couldn't endure the thought of burying myself in rustic ignorance. Besides, it's more convenient to look after the Major's affairs in London than from the country." "Indeed, ma'am." D'Alembert wanted more details of how Jane was looking after Sharpe's affairs, but he sensed that further inquiries would reveal nothing. There was something unsettling in the situation, and Dalrymple didn't want to provoke it. "So, I bought this house instead," Jane went on. "Do you think the Major will like it?" Dalrymple was convinced that Sharpe would detest it, but it was not his place to say so. "It seems a very good house, ma'am," he said with as much diplomacy as he could muster. "Of course I share the house at the moment." Jane was eager to stress the propriety of her situation. "With a widow. It would hardly be proper otherwise, would it?" "I'm sure you would do nothing improper, ma'am." "It's such a pity that the Lady Spinnaker is still abed, but dear Juliet's health is not of the best." "You must visit us, Captain, one evening at 8. We usually receive downstairs at that hour, but if no link is lit outside, then you'll know that we're not at home. If a lamp is lit, then you must announce yourself, though I should warn you that London is sadly bored with soldiers' tales." Jane smiled as though she knew her charms would ameliorate the rudeness of her words. "I wouldn't dream of inflicting soldiers' tales on you, ma'am." Dalrymple spoke stiffly. "London has so many other fascinations to indulge besides the late wars. It'll be good for the Major to come here, I think, especially as he's made some very high connections on his last visit, and it would be impossible to preserve those connections if he buries himself in Dorsetshire." "You refer to the Prince?" Dalrymple said, in the hope that he'd learn more of Jane's conversation with Lord Rossendale. "But none of those connections, I think, will care to travel into the remote parts of the country to hear stories of war," was Jane's only response. She looked at the clock again, then held out her hand to indicate that the conversation was over. "Thank you for visiting me, Captain." "It was my pleasure, ma'am." Dalrymple bowed over the offered hand. "Your servant, ma'am." Once outside the house, Dalrymple leant for an instant on the black railings, then shook his head. He had a suspicion that he'd achieved nothing, but he couldn't quite pin down the reasons for that suspicion. Yet there was one thing for which he was supremely grateful, which was that he had no address by which he could reach Sharpe. What in hell could he have written? He sighed, wondered if there was anyone else he could approach for help, and then walked away. The horse pistol had been loaded with 3 small pistol bullets. The first had entered the upper part of Sharpe's left arm, where it first shattered his shoulder joint, then ricocheted to crack the blade of the big bone behind. The second bullet tore off the top half of his left ear, and gouged a deep cut in his scalp that bled horrifically, though the wound itself was slight enough. The impact of that second bullet had plunged Sharpe into an instant and merciful unconsciousness. The third bullet fractured Sharpe's right thigh bone just above the knee, and tore the leg's big artery. The blood puddled about the kitchen's threshold. Lucille Castillo, once the shot was fired, had lowered the big smoking pistol and stared defiantly at Frederickson, who was picking himself up from the mud outside the door. "Now shoot me," she said. And though her words sounded dramatic even to herself, she nevertheless felt at that moment as if her defiance embodied a prostrated and defeated France. Indeed, though she never admitted it to anyone but herself, at that proud instant she felt exactly like Joan of Arc herself. "We don't even have weapons!" Frederickson snapped the words in French, then shouted for water and rags. "Quick, woman!" He tore his snake-buckled belt free and twisted it as a tourniquet round Sharpe's right thigh. "Come on, woman, help me, damn you!" "Why should we help you?" Lucille was finding it hard to keep her Joan of Arc poise, but she managed to put a superb scorn into her voice. "You killed my brother!" Frederickson twisted the tourniquet as tight as it could go, then stared in shock at the tall and oddly calm woman. "Your brother's dead? You killed him! Out there!" She pointed to the yard. "Madam, I have never been here before." Frederickson turned and snapped at the boy, who had plucked up courage to creep close to the door, then turned again to Lucille. "You have my word of honour, madam, as a British officer, that none of us has been here before, nor did any of us kill your brother, whose death, believe me, I regret to the very depths of my soul. Now, madam, will you please give me bandages and water? We need a doctor. Hurry!" He twisted back to the door. "Sergeant Harper?" He bellowed hugely into the night. "Sergeant Harper! Come here, quick!" Sweet Jesus! Lucille crossed herself, stared at the great pool of blood, and at last suspected that her certainty of who had murdered her family might be wrong. Then, because she was a practical woman, and because recriminations would have to wait, she tore a linen cloth into strips and sent the boy to fetch the doctor, while Sharpe, pale-faced and with a fluttering pulse, just groaned. Lord John Rossendale thought of himself as an honourable man, a decent, privileged, and fair man. His greatest regret was that he had never been permitted to leave the Prince's service to fight in the wars, for he suspected that in peacetime there'd be an enviable reputation attached to those men who had brought their scars and swords back from Spain and France. He had asked to be allowed to join Wellington's army often enough, but the Prince of Wales, Regent of England during his father's bouts of madness, declared that he needed Rossendale's company. "Johnny amuses me," the Prince would explain, and he tried to compensate for Rossendale's disappointment by offering the young cavalryman promotion. Rossendale was now a full colonel, though he was required to perform no military duties other than the elegant wearing of his dazzling uniform, which duty he could carry off to perfection. Rossendale was indeed privileged, but he was not unmindful of those less exalted officers who had carried the brunt of the war against Napoleon, which was why, when Jane Sharpe's letter had first come to his attention, he had felt a pang of guilt and a start of compassion. He had also admired the snuff-box, though the gift was quite unnecessary, for Rossendale well remembered Major Sharpe, and had preserved a great admiration for the rifleman. Rossendale had therefore returned the snuff-box to Jane, and with it he had sent a charming note, which asked Mrs. Sharpe to do the honour of calling on Lord Rossendale at her leisure. Although Lord John remembered Sharpe very well, he had no exact recollection of Sharpe's wife. He did dimly recall meeting a fair-haired girl for one evening, but Rossendale met many fair-haired girls, and he couldn't be expected to remember each of them. He fully expected to find Mrs. Jane Sharpe dull, for the woman came as a petitioner, which would mean that Lord Rossendale must be forced to endure the tedium of her pathetic appeal, yet, for her husband's sake, Lord Rossendale would do his decent best to oblige. Mrs. Sharpe demonstrated an ominous desperation by calling on Lord Rossendale the very morning after he had returned the jewelled snuff-box. Lord Rossendale had been at the tables the night before, and had lost heavily. He couldn't afford to lose heavily, and so he drowned his disappointments in drink, which meant he was very late in rising, and thus kept the importunate Mrs. Sharpe waiting a full 2 hours. He muttered an apology as he entered his drawing-room, and, having apologized, he stood quite still. Because the importunate Mrs. Sharpe was undeniably lovely. "It is Mrs. Sharpe. I do have that honour." Lord Rossendale couldn't imagine how he might have forgotten meeting this woman. She curtsied. "It is, my lord." And thereafter, like the decent fair man he perceived himself to be, Rossendale attempted to help Mrs. Sharpe out of her troubles. He did it most successfully, extracting a promise that the government would take no further interest in Mrs. Jane Sharpe's finances. In the performance of that decent and fair duty, he found himself attracted to her, which was hardly surprising, for she was a girl of the most provoking looks, and if she seemed to reciprocate that attraction, then that was also hardly surprising, for Lord John Rossendale was a most elegant, handsome, and amusing young man, though admittedly somewhat heavily in debt. Jane, acknowledging her own debt of gratitude to his lordship, was only too delighted to pay his gambling debts, though each of them insisted that her payments were merely loans. There was gossip, of course, but the gossip didn't hurt Rossendale. The conquest of Mrs. Sharpe, if conquest it was seen by society as an act of great bravery, for surely the husband would exact a terrible revenge. London knew that a certain naval officer still found it impossible to sit in comfort, and London wondered how many weeks Lord Rossendale would live once Major Sharpe returned from the wars. The wager book at Lord Rossendale's club did not give his lordship more than 3 months before he was forced to eat grass before breakfast. "And that'll be the finish of him," a friend said, "and more's the pity, for Johnny's an amusing fellow." Yet, despite the threat, neither Jane nor Lord John tried to dull the edge of the gossip by circumspection. And as her popularity in society increased, so did people feel a growing sympathy for Jane Sharpe. Her husband, it was said, was a thief. He deserted the army. The man was clearly no good, and Jane was plainly justified if she sought consolation elsewhere. Jane herself never complained that Major Sharpe was a bad man. She did tell Lord Rossendale that her husband was unambitious, and proved that contention by saying he'd admire her in a country village where her silks and satins must be surrendered to the moths. She allowed that he'd been a magnificent soldier, but alas, was also a dull man, and in the society amongst which Jane now moved with such assurance, dullness was a greater sin than murder. Lord Rossendale, though frequently penniless, was never dull, but instead seemed to move in a glittering whirl of crystal-bright opportunities. Yet still, like an awkward bastion that resists the surge of a victorious army, there remained the inconvenient fact of Major Sharpe's continuing dull existence, and Peter Dallenbour's visit to Jane's house was an abrupt and unwelcome reminder of that existence. It was no longer possible, after that meeting, for Jane to pretend that Sharpe had simply disappeared to leave Jane with his money and Rossendale with Jane. So, that same evening, Jane sent a servant to fetch a carriage. and with a cloak about her bare shoulders, she was conveyed the short distance to Lord Rossendale's town house, which overlooked St. James's Park. The servants bowed her inside, and then brought her a light supper and a glass of champagne. His lordship, they told her, was expected home soon from his royal duties. Lord Rossendale, coming into the candle-lit room an hour later, thought he had never seen Jane looking so beautiful. Perturbation, he thought, made her seem so very frail and vulnerable. "John!" She stood up to greet him. "I've heard, my dearest, I've heard." Lord Rossendale hurried across the room. She met him halfway, and they embraced. Jane clung to him, and Lord Rossendale held her very tight. "I've heard the awful news," he said, "and I'm so very sorry." "He came this morning." Jane's voice came in a breathless rush. "I hardly credited he'd asked for your help. When he said your name, I almost blushed. He says he'll try to see you, and I couldn't dissuade him. He wants you to see the Prince about it." "Well, who came?" Lord John feared the answer. He held Jane at arm's length, and there was a look of real fear on his face. "Your husband has returned?" "No, John." There was a note of asperity in Jane's voice at Lord Rossendale's misapprehension, though his lordship showed no displeasure at her tone. "It was an officer who was a friend of Richard's," she explained, "a Captain D'Alembert. He says he met Richard in Bordeaux, and Richard sent him to London to seek your help. Richard expects you to plead with the Prince." "My God! So you haven't heard?" Lord John dismissed Jane's news of D'Alembert's visit, and instead very gently led her to a settle beside the open window. A warm breeze shivered the candle flames that lit her face so prettily. "I have some other news for you," Rossendale said, "and I fear it's distressing news." Jane looked up at his lordship. "Well?" Lord John first poured her a glass of white wine, then sat beside her. He held one of her hands in both of his. "We have heard from Paris today, my dearest one, and it seems that there was a French officer who could prove your husband's guilt, or innocence, of course." He added the last hastily. "That officer was murdered." Rossendale paused for a heartbeat. "And it seems most probable that your husband committed the murder. The French have formally requested our assistance in finding Major Sharpe." "No." Jane breathed the word. "I pray the allegations are not true." Lord John, like Jane, knew just what was proper to say at such moments. Jane took her hand from his, stood and walked to the room's far end, where she stared vacantly into the empty grate. Lord John watched her, and, as ever, marvelled at her looks. Finally she turned. "We should not be too astonished at such news, John. I fear that Richard is a very brutal man." "He's a soldier," Rossendale said in apparent agreement. Jane took a deep breath. "I should not be here, my lord," she said with a sudden formality. "My dearest," Lord John stood. Jane held up a hand to check his protest. "No, my lord, I must think of your reputation." It was very properly and very prettily said, and the inference of noble suffering touched Lord John's heart, just as it was meant to do. He crossed the room and took a temporarily unwilling Jane into his arms. She insisted that her married name was now tainted, and that Lord John must protect himself by preserving his own good name. Lord John hushed her. "You don't understand, my dear one. I understand that my husband is a murderer," she said into his uniform coat. He held her very close. "And when he's captured, my dear one, as he will be captured, what then?" Jane said nothing. "You'll be alone," Lord John said. Then, just in case she hadn't worked out for herself the fate that would attend a convicted murderer, "and you'll be a widow." "Oh," she murmured the proper protest. "So I think it can only reflect on my reputation," Lord John said nobly, "if I was to offer you my protection." And he tilted her pretty, tear-stained face to his and kissed her on the mouth. Jane closed her eyes. She was not a bad woman, though she knew well enough that what she now did was wrong in the world's eyes. She also knew that she had behaved very ill when Peter D'Alembert had visited her at Cork Street, but she had been frightened to be thus reminded of her husband's existence, and at the same time she had so wanted to impress D'Alembert with her new sophistication. She knew, too, that her husband was not the brutal, dull man she depicted, but her behaviour demanded an excuse beyond the excuse of her own appetites, and so she must blame Sharpe for the fact that she now loved another man. And Jane was in love, as was Lord Rossendale. They were not just simply in love, but consumed by love, driven by it, drenched in it, and oblivious to the rest of the world in their obsession with it. And Major Sharpe by murdering a Frenchman, had seemingly removed their last obstacle to it. And thus, in a warm and candle-shivering night, the lovers could at last anticipate their happiness. There'd been no sentry on the tower, Lucille explained to Frederickson, because the roof timbers were rotten. So, a week after their drastic arrival at the chateau, Harper and Frederickson repaired the tower's roof with weathered oak that they took from the disused stalls in the chateau's stables. They adzed the timber to size, pegged it tight into the masonry, then spread layers of tar-soaked sacking over the planks. "You should have lead up there, ma'am," Frederickson said. "Lead is expensive," Lucille sighed. "Yes, ma'am." But Harper delved among the generations of debris that had piled up in the barns and discovered an old lead water tank that bore the de Lasson coat of arms, and he and Frederickson melted it down and made thin sheets of the metal, which they fixed between the courses of stone, so that the tower at last had a watertight roof. "I don't know why you goddamn well bother," Sharpe grumbled that night. "Well, I've nothing better to do," Frederickson said mildly, "so I might as well help Madame about the place. Besides, I like working with my hands." "Let the bloody place fall down." Sharpe lay swathed in stiff flax sheets on the gousse-down mattress of a massive wooden bed. His right leg was encased in plaster, beneath which the flesh throbbed and itched. His head hurt, and his left shoulder was a nagging viper's nest of pain. The doctor had opined that Sharpe should have the whole arm off, for he doubted if he could otherwise keep the damaged flesh clean, but Harper had performed his old trick of putting maggots into the wound. The maggots had eaten the rotten flesh, but would not touch the clean, and so the arm had been saved. The doctor visited each day, cupping Sharpe with candle flames and glasses, bleeding him with leeches and distastefully sniffing the maggot-writhing wounds for any sign of putrefaction. There were none. Sharpe, the doctor said, might be walking again by the summer, though he doubted if the Englishman would ever again have full use of his left arm. "Bloody goddamn French bitch," Sharpe now said of Lucille. "I hope her bloody house falls down around her ears." "Drink your soup," Frederickson said, "and shut up." Sharpe obediently drank some soup. "It's good soup, isn't it?" Frederickson asked. Sharpe said nothing, just scowled. "Oh, you're very ungrateful," Sweet William sighed. "That soup is delicious. Madame made it specially for you." "Then it's probably bloody poisoned." Sharpe pushed the bowl away. Frederickson shook his head. "You should be kinder to Madame Castino. She feels very guilty about what she did." "She bloody well should feel guilty. She's a murderous bloody bitch. She should be hanged, except hanging's too good for her." Frederickson paused, then blushed. "I would be deeply obliged, my friend, if you would refrain from insulting Madame Castino in my presence." Sharpe stared aghast at his friend. Frederickson straightened his shoulders as though bracing himself to make a very shameful confession. "I have to confess that I feel a most strong attachment towards Madame." "Good God!" Sharpe could say nothing else. This misogynist, this hater of marriage, this despiser of all things female, was in love? "I understand how you feel about Madame Castino, of course," Frederickson hurried on, "and I can't blame you, but I think you should know that I have the warmest of feelings towards her. Towards—" He paused, tried to meet Sharpe's gaze, failed, but then, with the coyness of a lover, said the widow's Christian name fondly. "Towards Lucille." "Bloody hellfire! I know she isn't a great beauty, like Jane," Frederickson said with an immense but fragile dignity, "but she has a great calmness in her soul. She's a very sensible woman, too, and she has a sense of humour. If I had not met her, I would scarcely have believed that so many excellent qualities could have been combined in one woman." Sharpe blew on a spoonful of soup and tried to accustom himself to the thought of Sweet William in love. It was like discovering a wolf purring, or learning that Napoleon Bonaparte's favourite occupation was embroidery. "But she's French!" Sharpe finally blurted out. "Well, of course she's French," Frederickson said irritably. "What possible objection can that be? Oh, we've been killing the buggers for 20 years. And now we're at peace." Frederickson smiled. "You might even make an alliance to mark that peace." "You mean you want to marry her?" Sharpe stared at his friend. "I seem to remember that you thought marriage was a waste of money. Can't you hire its pleasures by the hour? Isn't that what you said? And do I remember you telling me that marriage is an appetite and that once you've enjoyed the flesh you're left with nothing but a dry carcass?" "I might have questioned the validity of marriage once," Frederickson said airily, but a man is permitted to reconsider his opinions, is he not? Good God Almighty, you are in love! Sharpe was flabbergasted. Does Madame Castaneau know how you feel? Of course not. Frederickson was profoundly shocked at the thought. Why ever not? I have no wish to embarrass her by a precipitate declaration of my feelings. Sharpe shrugged. Oh, love is like war, my friend. Victory goes to those who pounce first and pounce hardest. I can hardly imagine myself pouncing, Frederickson said huffily. But then, because he had a desperate need to share his feelings with a friend, he coyly asked Sharpe whether his looks would be a barrier to his suit. I know myself to be ugly. Frederickson touched his eye patch. And fear it will be an insuperable difficulty. Remember the pig woman, Sharpe advised. My feelings in no way resemble the transactions of that squalid tale, Frederickson said sternly. But if you don't confess your feelings, Sharpe said, then you'll get nowhere. Do you sense her feelings in this matter? Madame behaves very properly towards me. Sharpe reflected that proper behaviour was not what his friend sought, but thought it best not to say as much. Instead, he wondered aloud whether Frederickson would take a letter to the carrier who risked the dangers of the country roads by travelling once a week to Caen. Of course, Frederickson agreed, but may I ask why? It's a letter for Jane, Sharpe explained. Of course. Frederickson sought to turn the subject back to Lucille Castaneau, but did so in such a roundabout way that Sharpe might not suspect the deliberate machination. It occurs to me, my friend, that there have been times when I might have been a trifle unsympathetic towards your marriage. Really? Sharpe flinched as a stab of pain went from his shoulder down to his ribs. Frederickson didn't notice Sharpe's discomfort. I assure you that I jested. I see now that marriage is a very fortunate state for mankind. Indeed. Sharpe resisted discussing Frederickson's new devotion to the married state. Which is why I would like Jane to travel here. What, is that safe for her? Frederickson asked. I thought you and Patrick might meet her at Cherbourg and escort her here. Sharpe had resumed drinking the soup, which, despite his earlier boorish verdict, was quite delicious. And once she's here, we can all rent a house while I recover. Maybe in Caen? Maybe. It was clear that Frederickson had no wish to leave the chateau, yet he agreed to deliver Sharpe's letter to the village carrier. But, as it happened, there was no need for the letter to go to the postal office in Caen. For the very next night, Patrick Harper offered to carry the letter clean into London itself. You're not going to be fighting fit, sir, not for a month or two, and I'm worried about Isabel, or so I am. She's not in London, Sharpe said. Mr. Frederickson thinks it'll be quicker to get a ship for Spain out of England, sir, than it will be from France. So, I'll go to England, sir, see Mrs. Sharpe, then fetch my own lass back from Spain. Then I'll take her to Ireland. Harper smiled, and suddenly there were tears in his eyes. May God, sir, but I'll be going home at last. Can you believe it? Sharpe felt a moment's panic at losing this strong man. Are you going home forever? I'll be back here, so I will. Harper tossed the 7-barrel gun onto Sharpe's bed. I'll leave that here, and my uniform too. It's probably best not to travel in uniform. But you will be back. Sharpe eagerly sought the reassurance. Because if I'm going to find Duco, I'll need you. So you are going to find him, sir? If I have to go to the end of the bloody earth, Patrick, I'll find that bastard. It was obvious now from the evidence of the 2 fingers that had been hacked off Lasson's dead body that it must have been Pierre Duco who had killed Madame Castaneau's brother. Lucille herself had accepted that verdict, and her acceptance had only increased the remorse she felt for her precipitate shooting of the rifleman. Sharpe didn't care whether she felt remorse or not, nor did he much care that her brother was dead, but he did care that he should find Duco. I'll get well first, he now told Harper, then I'll hunt the bugger down. Harper smiled. I'll be back here to help you, sir, I promise. It would be harder without you, Sharpe said, which was his way of saying that he couldn't bear it if Harper deserted him now. Sharpe had always known that peace might separate their friendship, but the immediate prospect of that separation was astonishingly hard to bear. I'll be back by the summer, sir. So long as the provosts don't catch you, Patrick, I'll murder the bastards before they lay a hand on me. Harper left the next morning. It seemed strange not to hear his tuneless whistle or his loud, cheerful voice about the chateau. On the other hand, Sharpe was pleased that the Irishman was carrying the letter to Jane, for she had always liked Harper, and Sharpe was certain she'd respond to the big man's plea that she travel quickly into Normandy, where her husband lay ill. A week after Harper had left, Frederickson carried Sharpe downstairs so he could eat at a table which had been placed in the chateau's yard. Madame Castineau, knowing that Sharpe disliked her, had kept a very politic distance from the rifleman since the night when she'd shot him. This night, though, she smiled a nervous welcome and said she hoped he'd eat well. There was wine, bread, cheese, and a small piece of ham that Frederickson unobtrusively placed on Sharpe's plate. Sharpe looked at Frederickson's plate, then at Madame Castineau's. "Where's yours, William?" "Madame doesn't like ham." Frederickson cut himself some cheese. "But you like it. I've seen you kill for it." "You need the nourishment," Frederickson insisted. "I don't." Sharpe frowned. "Is this place short of money?" He knew that Madame Castineau spoke no English, so had no qualms about talking thus in front of her. "They're poor as church mice, sir. Rich in land, of course, but that doesn't help much these days, and they rather emptied the coffers on Henri's betrothal party." "Bloody hell!" Sharpe sliced the ham into 3 ludicrously small portions. His actions were very clumsy, for he could still not use his left arm. He distributed the meat evenly between the 3 plates. Madame Castineau began to protest, but Sharpe growled her to silence. "Tell her my wife will bring us some money from England," he said. Frederickson translated, then offered Lucille's reply, which was to the effect that she would accept no charity. "Tell the bloody woman to take what's offered." "I'll hardly tell her that," Frederickson protested. "Damn her pride, anyway." Lucille blanched at the anger in Sharpe's voice, then hurried into a long conversation in French with Frederickson. Sharpe scowled and picked at his food. Frederickson tried to include him in the conversation, but as it was about the chateau's history and the styles of architecture that history reflected, Sharpe had nothing to offer. He leant his chair back and prayed that Jane would come soon. Surely, he persuaded himself, her previous silence had been an accident of the uncertain delivery of mail to the army. She would have already spoken to D'Alembert and would doubtless welcome Harper's arrival. Indeed, it was probable that Harper was already in London, and Sharpe felt a welcome and warm hope that Jane herself might arrive at the chateau in less than a week. Sharpe was suddenly aware that Frederickson had asked him a question. He let the chair fall forward and was rewarded with an agonizing stab of pain down his plastered right leg. "Jesus bloody Christ!" he cursed. Then, with a resentful glance at the widow, "I'm sorry. What is it, William?" "Madame Castineau is concerned because she told the Paris lawyer that we murdered her brother." "Well, so she damn well should be." Frederickson ignored Sharpe's surly tone. "She wonders whether she should now write to Monsieur Rollard and tell him that we are innocent." Sharpe glanced at the Frenchwoman and was caught by her very clear, very calm gaze. "No," he said decisively. "No?" Lucille frowned. "I think it best—" Sharpe suddenly felt awkward under her scrutiny. "If the French authorities do not know where to find us. They still believe we stole their gold." Frederickson translated, listened to Lucille's response, then looked at Sharpe. "Madame says her letter will surely persuade the authorities of our innocence." "No!" Sharpe insisted a little too loudly. "Why not?" Frederickson asked. "Because the damn French have already faked evidence against us, so why should we trust them now? Tell Madame I have no faith in the honesty of her countrymen, so I would be most grateful if, for so long as we're in her house, she would keep our presence a secret from Paris." Frederickson made a tactful translation, then offered Sharpe Lucille's reply. "Madame says she'd like to inform the authorities who was responsible for the murder of her mother and brother. She wants Major Duco punished." "Tell her I will punish Duco. Tell her it will be my pleasure to punish Duco." The tone of Sharpe's voice made any translation unnecessary. Lucille looked at Sharpe's face with its slashing scar that gave him such a mocking look, and she tried to imagine her brother, a gentle and kind brother, facing this awful man in battle. And then she tried to imagine what kind of woman would marry such a man. Frederickson began to interpret Sharpe's reply, but Lucille shook her head. "I understand, Captain. Tell the Major that I will be forever grateful if he can bring Major Duco to justice." "I'm not doing it for her," Sharpe said in curt dismissal, "but for me." There was an embarrassed pause, then Frederickson studiedly returned the conversation to the chateau's history. Within minutes he and Lucille were again absorbed, while Sharpe, warm in the evening sun, dreamed his soldiers' dreams that were of home and love and happiness and revenge. Chapter 11. Patrick Harper liked London's cheerfully robust chaos. He couldn't have contemplated living there, though he had relatives in Southwark, but he had enjoyed his 2 previous visits, and once again found an endless entertainment in the hawkers and street singers. There were also enough Irish accents in the capital to make a Donegal man feel comfortable. Yet he was not comfortable now. He should have been, for he was sitting in a tavern with a pot of ale and a steak and oyster pie, yet a very unhappy Captain Dalrymple was threatening to capsize Harper's well-ordered world. "I think I can understand why it's happened," Dalrymple said painfully. "I just don't want to believe that it's true." "It's not true, sir," Harper said stoutly, and in utter defiance of all Captain Dalrymple's evidence. "Mrs. Sharpe's good as gold, so she is. Take me round there, sir, and she'll be as happy as a child to see me." Dalrymple shrugged. "Well, she quite refused to receive me again, and Lord Rossendale has ignored all my letters. I finally went to see Sir William Lawford. Do you remember him?" "Of course I remember One-Armed Willie, sir." Sir William Lawford, now a Member of Parliament, had commanded the Prince of Wales's own volunteers until the French had removed one of his arms at Ciudad Rodrigo. Dalrymple shook his head sadly. "Well, Sir William assured me that Mrs. Sharpe and Lord Rossendale, Dalrymple paused, then said the damning word. "Intimate. It could just be ill-natured gossip, of course." "It must be nothing but gossip." Harper's world was bounded by certainties, one of which was that a pledge of love was entirely unbreakable, which was why, though he was made very uncomfortable by these speculations about Jane Sharpe, he still refused to give them any credit. "I expect they're just trying to help Mr. Sharpe, sir, so it stands to reason that they have to spend a bit of time together. And you know how tongues start flapping when a man and a woman spend time together. So why don't we just walk round there and I'll give her the Major's letter, and I'll warrant she'll be as happy as a hog and butter when she reads it. I'll just finish the pay first, if I might. Are you sure you wouldn't want a bite of it yourself?" "You finish it, Sergeant Major." "I'm not a soldier any more, sir," Harper said proudly, then plucked at the hem of his new coat as proof. He discarded the old clothes Madame Castelnau had given him, and replaced them with a suit of thickly woven wool, stout boots, gaiters, and a neckcloth which he'd purchased with part of the money he'd left in London, where, like Sharpe, he'd sold his Victoria jewels. He was clearly pleased with his purchases, which made him look like a prosperous farmer come to town. His only weapon now was a thick and ungainly cudgel. "I haven't got my papers yet," he admitted to Dalrymple, "but once Mr. Sharpe's off the hook, then I'll dare say he'll get them." "Be careful you're not arrested." "Who dare?" Harper grinned and gestured towards the cudgel. The pie finished and the ale drunk, the two men walked slowly westwards. It was a lovely spring evening. The sky was delicately veined with thin cloud beyond the gauzy pall of London smoke, and the new leaves in the squares and wider streets had still not been darkened by soot, and so looked spring-bright and full of hope. The beauty of the evening infused Harper with a quite unwarranted optimism. "It's going to be all right, sir, so it is," he insisted. "Just wait till Mrs. Sharpe sees me. It'll be grand to see the lass again." He dropped a coin into the upturned shako of a legless beggar. Dalrymple didn't have the heart to tell Harper that the vast majority of wounded indigents were not, despite their remnants of army uniforms, veterans of the war, but were merely taking advantage of the generosity of officers home from France. "Have you thought," Harper went on, "of writing to Nosey?" Nosey was the newly created Duke of Wellington, who, for lack of any better government appointment in London, had just been made ambassador to Paris. "Well, I've written to him," Dalrymple said, "but I've had no reply." "Nosey won't let Mr. Sharpe down, sir." "He won't defend him if he thinks he's a murderer." "Well, just have to prove he hasn't." Harper tossed another penny, this time to a man with empty eye sockets. They turned into Cork Street, where Harper sniffed his disapproval for the elegant houses. "Oh, Mr. Sharpe will never live here, sir. And she'll have to change her tune a bit smartish, I can tell you. He's sat in the countryside, so he is. And I tell you, she's set her heart on London. But she's the woman, isn't she? So she'll have to do what he wants." That was another of Harper's unshakable certainties. "Hold hard." Dalrymple put a hand on Harper's arm. "That's the house, see?" He pointed to the far end of the street, where a varnished gleaming phaeton was drawn up outside Jane's house. A pair of matching chestnuts were in the carriage shafts, and an urchin was earning a few coins by holding the horses' heads. "See her?" Dalrymple was unable to hide the disgust he felt. Jane was being handed down the steps by a very tall and very thin young man in the glittering uniform of a cavalry colonel. He wore pale blue breeches, a dark blue jacket, and had a fur-lined pelisse hanging from one shoulder. Jane was in a white dress covered by a dark blue cloak. The cavalryman helped her climb into the high, perilous seat of the phaeton, which was an open sporting carriage much favoured by the rich and reckless. "That's Lord Rossendale," Dalrymple said grimly. For the first time since meeting Dalrymple, Harper looked troubled. There was something about Jane's gaiety which contradicted his pet theory that at worst she and Rossendale were mere allies in their attempt to help Sharpe. Nevertheless, it was for this meeting with Jane that Harper had come to London, and so he took Sharpe's letter from a pocket of his new coat and stepped confidently into the roadway to intercept the carriage. Lord Rossendale was driving the phaeton himself. Like many young aristocrats, he held the professional carriage drivers in great awe and loved to emulate their skills. Rossendale tossed the urchin a coin, climbed up beside Jane, and unshipped his long whip. He cracked the thong above the horses' heads, and Jane whooped with feigned and flattering alarm as the well-trained and spirited pair started away. The carriage wheels blurred above the cobbles. Harper, standing in the roadway, raised his right hand to attract Jane's attention. He held Sharpe's letter aloft. Jane saw him. For a second she was incredulous. Then she assumed that if Harper was in Cork Street, her husband couldn't be far away, and if her husband was in London, then her lover was threatened with a duel. That prospect made her scream with genuine fright. "John! Stop him!" Lord Rossendale saw a huge man holding a cudgel. It was early in the day for a footpad to be on London's more fashionable streets, but Rossendale nevertheless assumed that the big man was attempting a clumsy ambush. He flicked the reins with his left hand and shouted at the horses to encourage them to greater speed. "Mrs. Sharpe! Mom, it's me!" Harper was shouting and waving. The carriage was 20 yards away and accelerating fast towards him. "John!" Jane screamed with fright. Lord Rossendale stood. It was a dangerous thing to do in so precarious a vehicle, but he braced himself against the seat, then slashed the whip forward so that its thong curled above the horses' heads. "Sergeant!" Dalrymple shouted from the pavement. The whip's thong cracked and its tip raked Harper's cheek. If it had struck him 1 inch higher, it would have slashed his right eye into blindness, but instead it merely cut his tanned face to the bone. He fell sideways as the horses' hooves crashed past him. Harper rolled desperately away, yet even so the phaeton's wheels were so close that he saw their metal rims flicking sparks up from the flint in the cobbles. He heard a whoop of joy. It was Jane who had made the triumphant sound. Harper sat up in the road and saw her looking back, and he saw, too, the excitement in her eyes. Blood was streaming down Harper's face and soaking his new neckcloth and coat. Lord Rossendale had sat again, while Jane, her face turned back towards Harper, and still registering a mixture of relief and joy, was gripping her lover's arm. Harper stood up and brushed the roadway's horse-dung off his trousers. "God save Ireland!" He was disappointed and astonished, rather than angry. "I did warn you." Dalrymple picked up Harper's cudgel and restored it to the Irishman. "Sweet Mother of God!" Harper stared after the carriage until it slewed into Burlington Gardens. Then, still with an expression of incredulity, he stooped to pick up the fallen letter that was spattered with his blood. "I'm sorry, Sergeant Major," Dalrymple said unhappily. "Mr. Sharpe will kill the bastard." Harper stared in the direction the carriage had taken. "Mr. Sharpe will crucify him. As for her—" He shook his head in wonderment. "Has the woman lost her wits?" "It all makes me believe," Dalrymple steered Harper towards the pavement, "that the two of them are hoping the Major never does come home. It would suit them very well if he was arrested and executed for murder in France." "I would never have believed it." Harper was still thinking of Jane's parting cry of triumph. "She was always kind to me. She was as good as gold, so she was. She never gave herself airs, not that I saw." "These things happen, Sergeant Major." "Oh, Christ!" Harper leant on an area railing. "Oh, who in heaven's name is to tell Mr. Sharpe?" "Not me," Dalrymple said fervently. "I don't even know where he is." "You do now, sir." Harper tore open Sharpe's letter and gave it to the officer. "The address is bound to be written there, sir." But Dalrymple wouldn't take the letter. "You write to him, Sergeant Major. He's much fonder of you than he is of me." "Jesus! I'm just a numbskull Irishman from Donegal, sir, and I couldn't write a letter to save my own soul. Besides, I'm going to Spain to fetch my own wife home." Dalrymple reluctantly took the letter. "I can't write to him. I wouldn't know what to say." "Well, you're an officer, sir. You'll think of something, so you will." Harper turned again to stare at the empty street corner. "Why is she doing it, in the name of God, why?" Dalrymple had pondered that question himself. He shrugged. "She's like a caged singing bird given freedom. The Major took her out of that awful house, gave her wings, and now she wants to fly free." Harper scorned that sympathetic analysis. She's rotten to the bloody core, sir, just like her brother." Jane's brother had been an officer in Harper's battalion. Harper had killed him, though no one but he and Sharpe knew the truth of that killing. Christ, sir. A foul thought had struck Harper. "It'll kill Mr. Sharpe when he finds out. He thinks the sun never sets on her." "Which is why I don't want to write the news to him, Sergeant Major." Dalrymple pushed the letter into his coat's tail pocket. "So perhaps it's better for him to live in ignorant bliss." Christ on his cross. Harper brushed at the blood on his cheek. "You don't want to be the one who has to tell him, sir. But you're his friend. God help me, that hey harm." Harper walked slowly down the street and dreaded the moment when he'd go back to France and be forced to break the news. It'll be like stabbing him to his heart, so it will. To his very heart. By the end of May, Sharpe could walk to the chateau's mill and back. He made himself a crutch, yet still he insisted on putting his weight onto his right leg. His left arm was stiff and couldn't be fully raised. Doggedly he persisted in exercising it, forcing the joint a fraction further each day. The exercise was horribly painful, so much so that it brought tears to his eyes, but he wouldn't give up. Nor did he give up hope of Jane's arrival. He liked to sit in the chateau's archway and stare up the village street. One day an impressive carriage did appear there, and Sharpe's hopes soared, but it was only a church dignitary visiting the priest. No message came from Harper, nor from Dalrymple, who surely must have learnt of Sharpe's whereabouts from the Irishman. "Perhaps Harper was arrested," Sharpe suggested to Frederickson. "He's a very hard man to arrest." "Then why there'll be an explanation," Frederickson interrupted curtly. Sharpe frowned at his friend's tone. In these last weeks, Frederickson had seemed very content and happy, undoubtedly immersed in his courtship of Lucille Castillo. Sharpe had watched the two of them walking in the orchards or strolling beside the stream, and he had seen how each seemed to enjoy the other's company. Sharpe, though he was besieged by worry over Jane, had been glad for his friend. But now in the evening light, as the two riflemen lingered in the chateau's archway, there was a troublesome echo of Frederickson's old asperity. "There'll be a perfectly simple explanation," Frederickson reiterated, "but for now I'm more worried about Duco." "Yes, I am too." Sharpe was prising at the edge of the ragged plaster which still encased his thigh. The doctor insisted that the plaster should stay another month, but Sharpe was impatient to cut it away. "You shouldn't think about Duco," Frederickson said airily, "not while you're still peg-legging. You should be intent on your recovery, nothing else. Why don't you let me worry about the bastard?" "I rather thought you had other concerns," Sharpe suggested carefully. Frederickson pointedly ignored the comment. He lit a cheroot. I rather suspect I'm just wasting my time here. Unless we believe that Duco will simply walk down that road and ask to be arrested. Well, of course he won't." Sharpe wondered what had gone wrong between his friend and the widow, for clearly something had gone badly awry for Frederickson to be speaking in such an off-hand way. "One of us should start looking for him. You can't, but I can." Frederickson still spoke sharply. He didn't look at Sharpe, but rather stared aloofly towards the village. "Where can you look?" "Well, Paris, of course. Anything important in France will be recorded in Paris. The Emperor's archives will be kept there. I can't say I'm enamored with the thought of searching through old ledgers, but if it has to be done, then so be it." Frederickson blew a cloud of smoke that whirled away across the moat. "And it'll be better than vegetating here. I need to do something." He spoke in sudden savagery. "And you'll leave me alone here?" Frederickson turned a scornful eye on Sharpe. "Don't be pathetic." "I don't mind being alone." Sharpe's own anger was showing now. "But no one speaks English here except me. And learn French, damn it! I don't want to speak the bloody language. It's a perfectly civilized language. Besides, Madame Castillo speaks some English. Not to me, she doesn't," Sharpe said grimly. "That's because she's frightened of you. She says you scowl all the time. And she's hardly likely to want me here on my own, is she? For Christ's sake!" Frederickson said with disgust. "Do you want Duco found or not?" "Of course I do. Then I'll damn well go to Paris," Frederickson said in a tone of hurt finality. "I'll leave tomorrow." Sharpe, who truly didn't want to be left alone in the widow's household, sought another reason to dissuade his friend. "But you promised to escort Jane from Cherbourg." "She hasn't sent for that service yet," Frederickson said caustically, and suggesting what Sharpe didn't want to believe, which was that Jane would not now be coming at all. But if she does come, Frederickson continued, she can do what other people do, hire guards. Sharpe tried another tack. The French authorities must still be looking for us, and you're rather a noticeable man. What do you mean this? Frederickson flicked the corner of his mildewed eyeshade. There must be 20,000 wounded ex-soldiers in Paris. I'll hardly notice one more. Besides, I won't be so foolish as to travel in my uniform. I'll leave it here, and you can bring it to Paris when I send for you. That is, of course, if I succeed in getting a sniff of Duco. What do you mean, bring it to Paris? Well, that's perfectly coherent English, I would have thought, but if you need a translation, it means that you can bring me my jacket when you come to Paris. Frederickson stared at the birds wheeling about the church steeple. I mean that when I've discovered some trace of Pierre Duco, I will send you a message, and should you be sufficiently recovered, and should Sergeant Harper have returned, you can come and join me. Is that so very hard to comprehend? Sharpe didn't say anything until Frederickson turned and looked at him. Then, staring into the single truculent eye, Sharpe asked the feared question. Why are you not coming back here, William? Frederickson looked angrily away. He drew on the cheroot, and for a long time he said nothing. Then at last he relented. I asked Madame Castineau for the honour of her hand this afternoon. Ah, Sharpe said helplessly, and he knew the rest of the story, and he felt a terrible sorrow for his proud friend. She was entirely charming, Frederickson went on, just as one would expect from such a lady, but she was also entirely adamant in her refusal. You ask why I will not return here? Because I would find it grossly embarrassing to continue an acquaintanceship which has proved so unwelcome to Lucille. I'm certain you're not unwelcome, Sharpe said, and when Frederickson made no reply, he tried again. I'm so very sorry, William. Well, I can't possibly imagine why you should be sorry. You don't like the woman, so presumably you should be glad that you won't become my wife. Sharpe ignored the bombast. Nevertheless, William, I am truly sorry. Frederickson seemed to crumple. He closed his eyes momentarily. So am I, he said quietly. I want to blame you in some ways. Me? Well, you advised me to pounce. I did. It seems I missed. You pounced before you proposed. For God's sake, William, can't you see that women want to be pursued before they're caught? Frederickson said nothing, and Sharpe tried further encouragement. Well, try again. One doesn't reinforce failure. Isn't that the very first lesson of successful soldiering? Besides, she was quite clear in her refusal. Oh, I made a fool of myself, and I don't intend to stay here and endure the embarrassment of that memory. Also go, Sharpe said brutally, but I'll come with you. You mean to hop to Paris? And what if Jane does come to the chateau, and how will Harper find you? Frederickson threw down the cheroot and ground it under the toe of his boot. What I'm trying to tell you, my friend, is that I seek my own solitary company for a while. Misery does not make the best entertainment for others. He turned and saw the elderly Marie carrying dishes to the table in the yard. Ah, I see supper is served. I'd be most grateful if you'd tempted to carry a little more of the conversation tonight. Of course. It was still a miserable supper, but for Sharpe as for Frederickson, it had fast become a season of misery. Harper had disappeared. Jane's silence was ominous, and in the morning a moody Frederickson left for Paris. Madame Castineau stayed indoors, while in the chateau's archway Sharpe sat alone and scowling. May had been warm, but June was like a furnace. Sharpe mended in the heat. Lucille Castineau would watch as he exercised his left arm, holding the great cavalry sword outstretched for as long as he could, before the muscles became nerveless, and after a moment's quivering collapsed. He couldn't raise the arm very high, but each day he forced it a fraction higher. He drenched himself with sweat as he exercised. He disobeyed the doctor by cutting away the brittle plaster from his right leg, and though he was in agony for 3 days, the pain slowly ebbed. He stumped doggedly about the yard to strengthen his atrophied thigh muscles. He had let his black hair grow very long, so that the missing chunk of his left ear would be hidden. One morning, as Sharpe stared into his shaving mirror to judge the success of that vain disguise, he saw a streak of grey in the long black hair. No news came from London, and none from Frederickson in Paris. Sharpe looked for tasks about the chateau, and took a simple pleasure in their completion. He rehung a door on the dairy, remade the bed of the cider press, and repaired the kitchen chairs. When he couldn't find work, he went for long walks, either between the apple trees or up the steep northern ridge, where he forced his pace until the sweat ran down his face with the exertion and pain. Lucille saw the pain on his face that evening. "You shouldn't try to—" she began, but then said nothing more, for her English was not good enough. Most of all, Sharpe liked to climb up to the tower roof that Frederickson and Harper had mended, and where he'd spend hours just staring down the two roads which met at the chateau's gate. He looked for the return of friends or the coming of his beloved, but no one came. In late June he struggled to clear a ditch of brambles and weeds. Then he repaired the ditch's long-disused sluice gate. The herdsman was so pleased that he sent for Madame Castineau, who clapped her hands when she saw the water run clear from the mill race to irrigate the pasture. "The water, how do you say, no water for years, yes?" "Well, how many years?" Sharpe was leaning on a billhook. With his long hair and filthy clothes, he might have been mistaken for a farm labourer. 40? Sharpe's French came slowly, but night by night, sitting awkwardly at the supper table, he was forced to communicate with Madame Castineau. By the end of June, he could hold a conversation, though there were still annoying misunderstandings, but by the middle of July, he was as comfortable in French as he had ever been in Spanish. He and Lucille now discussed everything: the late war, the weather, God, steam power, India, the Americas, Napoleon, gardening, soldiering, the respective merits of England and France, how to keep slugs out of vegetable gardens, how to grow strawberries, the future, the past, aristocrats. "There were too many aristocrats in France," Lucille said scornfully. She was sitting in the last of a summer evening sunlight, darning one of the big flax sheets. "It was unlike England, where only the eldest son inherits. Here, everyone inherited, so we bred aristocrats like rabbits." She bit the thread and tied off her stitches. "Henri would never use his title, which annoyed Maman. She didn't care that I ignored mine, but daughters were never important to Maman." "You have a title?" Sharpe asked in astonishment. "I used to have one, before they were all abolished during the Revolution. I was only a child, of course, nothing but a little scrap of a child, but I was still formally the Vicomtesse de Cette-Église." Lucille laughed. "Oh, what a nonsense!" "I don't think it's a nonsense. You're English, which means you are a fool," she said dismissively. "It was a nonsense, Major. There were noblemen who were truly nothing but peasants who lived off beans, but still they were accounted aristocrats because their great-great-grandfather had been a viscount or a duke. Look at us." She gestured about the farmyard. "We call it a chateau, but it's really nothing more than a large and penniless farmhouse with a very inconvenient ditch around it." "It's a very beautiful farmhouse," Sharpe said. "To be sure." Lucille liked it when Sharpe praised the house. She often said that all she now wanted was to live in the chateau forever. There'd been a time, she admitted, when she'd thought that she'd like to cut a dash in Paris, but then her husband had died, and her ambition had died with him. One evening Sharpe asked about Castineau, and Lucille fetched his portrait. Sharpe saw a thin, dark-faced man in a well-cut colonel's uniform, which gleamed with gold aiguillettes. He carried a brass helmet under his left arm and a sabre in his right hand. "He was very handsome," Lucille said wistfully. "No one understood why he chose me. It certainly wasn't for my money." She laughed. "How did he die?" "In battle," Lucille said curtly. Then, with an apologetic shrug, "How do men die in battle, Major?" "Nastily." Sharpe said the word in English. "Very nastily, I'm sure," Lucille said in the same language. "But do you miss it, Major?" Sharpe pushed his black hair with its grey streak away from his forehead. "The day I heard the peace was signed was one of the happiest days of my life." "Truly?" "Truly." Lucille paused to thread a needle. This evening she was embroidering one of her old dresses. "My brother said that you were a man who enjoyed war." "Maybe." "Maybe." Lucille mockingly imitated Sharpe's scowl. "What is this, peut-être? Did you enjoy it?" "Sometimes." She sighed with exasperation at his obdurate evasion. "So what is enjoyable about war? Tell me, I would like to understand." Sharpe had to grope for words if he was to offer an explanation in the unfamiliar language. "It's very clear-cut. Things are black or white. You have a task and you can measure your success. Absolutely." "A gambler would say the same," Lucille said scornfully. "True." "And the men you killed? What of them? They were just losers?" "Just losers," Sharpe agreed. Then he remembered that this woman's husband had died in battle, and blushed. "I'm sorry, madame." "For my husband?" Lucille instantly understood Sharpe's contrition. "I sometimes think he died in the way he wished. He went to walk with such excitement. For him it was all glory and adventure." She paused in the middle of a stitch. "He was young." "I'm glad he didn't fight in Spain," Sharpe said. "Because that makes you innocent of his death?" Lucille scorned him with a grimace. "Why are soldiers such romantics? You obviously thought nothing of killing Frenchmen, but just a little knowledge of your enemy makes you feel sympathy. Did you never feel sympathy in battle?" "Sometimes. Not often." "Did you enjoy killing?" "No," Sharpe said, and he found himself telling her about the battle at Toulouse, and how he had decided not to kill anyone, and how he had broken the vow. That battle seemed so far away now, like part of another man's life. But suddenly he laughed, remembering how he had seen General Calvé on the battlefield, and because it might help Lucille understand, he described his feelings at that moment, how he had forgotten his fear, and had desperately wanted to prove himself a better fighter than the doughty Calvé. "It sounds very childish to me," Lucille said. "You never rejoiced when Napoleon won great victories?" Sharpe asked. Lucille gave a very characteristic shrug. "Napoleon." She pronounced his name scathingly, but then she relented. "Yes, we did feel pride. We shouldn't have done, perhaps, but we did. Yet he killed many Frenchmen to give us that pride, but—" She shrugged again. "I'm French, so yes, I rejoiced when we won great victories." She smiled. "Not that we heard of many great victories in Spain. You'll tell me that was because we were foolish enough to fight the English, yes?" "We were a very good army," Sharpe said. And then, provoked by Lucille's continuing curiosity, he told her about Spain, and about his daughter Antonia, who now lived with relatives on the Portuguese border. "You'll never see her?" Lucille asked in a shocked voice. He shrugged. "It's being a soldier." "That takes preference over love?" she asked, appalled. "Her mother's dead," Sharpe said lamely, then tried to explain that Antonia was better off where she was. "Her mother's dead?" Lucille probed, and Sharpe described his first wife and how she had died in the snows of a high mountain pass. "Couldn't your daughter live with your parents?" Lucille asked, and Sharpe had to confess that he had no parents, and that indeed he was nothing but a fatherless son of a long-dead whore. Lucille was amused by his embarrassed confession. "William the Conqueror was a bastard," she said, "and he wasn't a bad soldier." "For a Frenchman," Sharpe allowed. "He had Viking blood," Lucille said. "That's what Norman means, Northman." When Lucille told him facts like that, she made Sharpe feel very ignorant, but he liked listening to her, and some days he'd even take one of her books up to the tower and try hard to read what she'd recommended. Lucille gave him one of her brother's favourite books, which contained the essays of a dead Frenchman called Montesquieu. Sharpe read most of the essays, though he frequently had to shout down to the yard for the translation of a difficult word. One night Lucille asked him about his future. "We'll find Duco," Sharpe answered, "but after that, I suppose I'll go home." "To your wife." "If I still have a wife," Sharpe said, and thus for the first time acknowledged his besetting fear. That night there was a thunderstorm as violent as the one which had punctuated Sharpe's long journey north through France. Lightning slashed the ridge north of the chateau. The dogs howled in the barn, and Sharpe lay awake listening to the rain pour off the roof and slosh in the gutters. He tried to remember Jane's face, but somehow her features wouldn't come clear in his memory. In the rinsed daylight next morning, the carrier arrived from Caen with a letter addressed to Monsieur Tranchant, which was the name Frederickson had said he would use if he had news for Sharpe. The letter bore a Paris address and had a very simple message. "I've found him. I will wait here till you can come. I'm known as Herr Friedrich in my lodging-house. Paris is wonderful, but we must go to Naples. Write to me if you cannot come within the next fortnight. My respect to Madame." There was no explanation of how Frederickson had found Duco's whereabouts. "Captain Frederickson sends you his respects," Sharpe told Lucille. "He's a good man," Lucille said very blandly. She was watching Sharpe grind an edge onto his sword with one of the stones used to sharpen the chateau's sickles. "So, you're leaving us, Major?" "Indeed, madame. but if you have no objections, I would like to wait a few days to see if my sergeant returns." Lucille shrugged. "D'accord." Harper returned a week later, full of his own happy news. Isabella was still in her native Spain, but now safely provided with money and a rented house. The baby was well. It had taken Harper longer than he anticipated to find a ship going to Pasajes, so he temporarily abandoned his plans for taking Isabella back to Ireland. "I thought you and I should finish our business first, sir." "That's kind of you, Patrick. It's good to see you again." "Good to see you, sir. You're looking grand, so you are." "I'm going grey." Sharpe touched his forelock. "Just a badger's streak, sir." Harper had been about to add that it would attract the women, but then he remembered Jane and he bit the comment off just in time. The two men walked along the stream which fed the mill race. Sharpe liked to sit by the stream with a horsehair fishing line and some of Henri Lasson's old lures. He told Harper of Frederickson's letter. He said they'd leave in the morning, bound first for Paris, then for Naples. He said he was feeling almost wholly fit, and that his leg was very nearly as strong as ever. He added a lot more entirely inconsequential news, and only after a long time did he ask the question that the Irishman dreaded. Sharpe asked it in a very insouciant voice that didn't in the least deceive Harper. "Did you manage to see Jane?" "So Captain Dalrymple didn't write to you, sir?" Harper had continued to hope that Dalrymple might have broken the bad news to Sharpe. "Well, no letter reached me. Did he write?" "I wouldn't know, sir. It's just that he and I saw Mrs. Sharpe together, sir, so we did." Harper couldn't bear telling the truth, and tried desperately to return the conversation to its former harmless pattern. He muttered that the cows across the stream looked good and fleshy. "They don't give a bad yield, either," Sharpe said with a surprising enthusiasm. "Madame has her dairymaid rub butterwort on the teats. She says it gives more milk." "I must remember that one, sir." Harper stripped a grass stalk of its seeds, which he scattered into a drainage ditch. "And would that be the sluice-gate you rebuilt, sir?" Sharpe proudly showed Harper how he had stripped the worm gear of rust and smeared it with goose fat, so that the rebuilt blade would once again rise and fall. "See?" The gear was still stiff, but Sharpe managed to close the gate to cut off the stream water. "That's grand, sir." Harper was impressed. Sharpe wound the gate open again, then sat heavily down on the stream bank. He stared away from Harper, looking across the water towards the beech trees that climbed up the northern spur of the hills. "Tell me about Jane." Harper still tried to evade telling the truth. "I didn't speak to her, sir." Sharpe seemed not to hear the evasion. "It isn't hard to explain, is it?" "What's that, sir?" Sharpe plucked a leaf of watercress from the stream's edge. "I saw an eel trap once, and I was wondering whether I could put one down by the spillway." He pointed downstream towards the mill. "But I can't remember how the damn thing worked exactly." Harper sat a pace or two behind Sharpe. "It's like a cage, isn't it?" "Something like that." Sharpe spat out a shred of leaf. "I suppose she took the money and found herself someone else." "I don't know what she did with the money, sir," Harper said miserably. Sharpe turned and looked at his friend. "But she has found another man." Harper was pinned to the truth now. He hesitated for a second, then nodded bleakly. "It's that bugger called Rossendale." "Jesus Christ!" Sharpe turned away so that Harper wouldn't see the pain on his face. For a split second that pain was like a red-hot steel whip slashing across his soul. It hurt. He had more than half expected this news, and he had thought himself prepared for it, but it still hurt more than he could ever have dreamt. He was a soldier, and soldiers had such high pride, and no wound hurt more than damaged pride. God, it hurt. "Sir?" Harper's voice was thick with sympathy. "You'd better tell me everything." Sharpe was like a wounded man aggravating his injury in the vain hope that it wouldn't prove so bad as he had at first feared. Harper told how he'd tried to deliver the letter, and how Lord Rossendale had scarred him with his whip. He said he was certain Jane had recognized him. His voice tailed away as he described Jane's whoop of triumph. "I'm sorry, sir, Jesus, I'd have killed the bugger myself, but Mr. Dalrymple threatened to turn me over to the province if I did." "It was quite right, Patrick, it isn't your quarrel." Sharpe pushed his fingers into the soft earth beside a water-rat's hole. He watched the otters in this stream and envied them their playfulness. "I didn't really think she'd do it," he said softly. "She'll regret it, sir, so will he." God! Sharpe almost said the word as a burst of laughter. Then, after another long pause, during which Harper could scarcely even bear to look at him, Sharpe spoke again. "Our brother was rotten to his black heart." "So he was, sir." "Not that it really matters, Patrick. Not that it really matters at all," Sharpe said in a very odd voice. "It's just sauce for the goose, I suppose." Harper didn't understand, nor did he like to ask for any explanation. He sensed Sharpe's hurt, but he didn't know how to salve it, so he said nothing. Sharpe stared at the northern hill. "Rossendale and Jane must think I'm done for, don't they?" "I suppose so, sir. They think the crappos will arrest you for murder and chop your head off." "Perhaps they will." Not 6 months before, Sharpe thought, he commanded his own battalion, had a wife he loved, and could have called upon the patronage of a prince. Now he wore a cuckold's horns, and would be the laughing-stock of his enemies. But there was nothing he could do except bear the agony. He pushed himself upright. "We'll not mention this again, Sergeant." "No, sir." Harper was feeling immensely relieved. Sharpe, he thought, had taken the news far better than he'd expected. "And tomorrow we leave for Paris," Sharpe said brusquely. "You got money?" "I fetched some from London, sir." "We'll hire horses in Caen. Perhaps if you'd be kind enough you'll lend me some so I can pay Madame Castino for her services to me. I'll repay you when I can." Sharpe frowned. "If I can." "Don't even think about repaying it, sir." "So, let's go and kill the bugger." Sharpe spoke with an extraordinary malevolence, and Harper somehow doubted whether Pierre Duco was the man Sharpe spoke of. Next morning they wrapped their weapons, and in a summer rainstorm left Lucille's chateau to find an enemy. Chapter 12. If William Frederickson was in need of solace after his disappointment that Lucille Castelnau had rejected his proposal of marriage, then no place was better provided to supply that solace than Paris. At first he made no efforts to track down Pierre Duco. Instead, he simply threw himself into an orgy of distraction to take his mind away from the widow Castelnau. He wandered the city streets and admired building after building. He sketched Notre Dame, the Conciergerie, the Louvre, and his favourite building, the Madeleine. His best drawing, for it was suffused with his own misery, was of the abandoned Arc de Triomphe, intended to be a massive monument to Napoleon's victories, but now nothing more than the stumps of unfaced walls which stood like ruins in a muddy field. Russian soldiers were encamped about the abandoned monument, while their women hung washing from its truncated stonework. The city was filled with the troops of the victorious Allies. The Russians were in the Champs-Élysées, the Prussians in the Tuileries, and there were even a few British troops bivouacking in the great square where Louis XVI's head had been cut off. A prurient curiosity made Frederickson pay a precious sou to see the souricière, the mousetrap, which was the undercroft of the Conciergerie, where the guillotine's victims had been given their toilette before climbing into the tumbrils. The toilette was a haircut that exposed the neck's nape so that the blade wouldn't be obstructed, and Frederickson's guide, a cheerful man, claimed that half Paris's mattresses were stuffed with the tresses of dead aristocrats. Frederickson probed the thin mattress in his cheap lodging-house and was disappointed to find nothing but horsehair. The owner of the house believed Herr Friedrich to be a veteran of the Emperor's armies, one of the many Germans who had fought for France. On the day after his visit to the Conciergerie, Frederickson met an Austrian cavalry sergeant's wife, who had fled from her husband and now sought to protect her. For a week, Frederickson thought he'd successfully blotted Lucille out of his mind, but then the Austrian woman went back to her husband, and Frederickson again felt the pain of rejection. He tried to exercise it by walking to Versailles, where he drowned himself in the chateau's magnificence. He bought a new sketchbook, and for 3 days he feverishly sketched the great palace, but all the while, though he tried to deny it to himself, he was thinking of Madame Castino. At night he had tried to draw her face, until, disgusted with his obsession, he tore up the sketchbook and walked back to Paris to begin his search for Pierre Duco. The records of the Imperial Army were still held in the Invalides, guarded here by a sour-faced archivist who admitted that no one had informed him what he was expected to do with the Imperial records. "No one is interested any more." "I am," Frederickson said, and at the cost of a few hours' sympathetic listening to the archivist, he was given access to the precious files. After 3 weeks, Frederickson had still not found Pierre Duco. He had found much else that was fascinating, scandals that could waste hours of time to explore, but there was no file on Duco. The man might as well never have existed. The archivist, sensing a fellow bitterness in Herr Friedrich's soul, became enthusiastic about the search, which he believed was for Frederickson's former commanding officer. "Have you written to the other officers you and he served with?" "I tried that," Frederickson said, but then a stray idea flickered into his thoughts. It was an idea so tenuous that he almost ignored it, but because the archivist was breathing into his face, and because the man had lunched well on garlic soup, Frederickson admitted that there was one officer he had not contacted. "A Commandant Lasson," he said. "I think he commanded a coastal fort. I didn't know him, but Major Duco often talked of him." "Well, let's look for him. Lasson, you said?" The idea was very nebulous. Frederickson could now wander freely among the file shelves, but before Napoleon's surrender, regulations had strictly controlled access to the imperial files. Then, any officer drawing a file had his name and that day's date written on the file's cover, and Frederickson had been wondering whether Duco had discovered Lasson through these dusty records, and if so, whether the dead man's file would show Duco's signature on its cover. If it did, the idea was very tenuous, the archivist might remember the man who had drawn that file. "It shows an address in Normandy." The archivist had discovered Lasson's slim file. "The Chateau Lasson. I doubt that one of the great houses of France. I've never heard of it." "Merci." Frederickson took the file and felt the familiar pang as he saw Lucille's address. Then he looked at the file's cover. There was only one signature, that of a Colonel Joliot. But the date beside Joliot's name showed that this file had been consulted just 2 weeks before Lasson's murder. The coincidence was too fortuitous, so rejecting coincidence, Colonel Joliot had to be Pierre Duco. "Joliot," Frederickson said. "That sounds a familiar name." "It would be if you wore spectacles." The archivist touched an inky finger to his own eyeglasses. "The Joliot brothers are the most reputable spectacle makers in Paris." Duco wore spectacles. Frederickson recalled Sharpe describing the Frenchman's livid anger when Sharpe had once broken those precious spectacles in Spain. Had Duco consulted this file, then scribbled a familiar name on its cover as a disguise for his own identity? Frederickson had to hide his sudden excitement, which was that of a hunter sighting his prey. "Where would I find the Joliot brothers?" "They're behind the Palais de Chaillot, Capitaine Friedrich, but I assure you that neither of them is a colonel." The archivist tapped the signature. "I need to see a spectacle maker anyway," Frederickson said. "My eye, monsieur, it's sometimes made tired by reading." "It is age, mon capitaine, nothing but age." That diagnosis was echoed by Jules Joliot, who greeted Captain Friedrich in his elegant shop behind the Palace of Chaillot. Joliot wore a tiny gold bee in his lapel as a discreet emblem of his loyalty to the Emperor. "All eyes grow tired with age," he told Frederickson. "Even the Emperor is forced to use reading glasses. So you must not think it any disgrace. And, Capitaine, you will forgive me, but your one eye is forced to do the labor of two, so, alas, it will tire more easily. But you have come to the best establishment in Paris." Monsieur Joliot boasted that his workshops had dispatched spyglasses to Moscow, monocles to Madrid, and eyeglasses to captured French officers in London and Edinburgh. Alas, he said, the war's ending had been bad for business. Combat was hard on fine lenses. Frederickson asked why a captured officer would send for spectacles from Paris, when surely it would have been swifter to buy replacement glasses in London. "Not if he wanted fine workmanship," Joliot said haughtily. "Come." He led Frederickson past cabinets of fine telescopes, and opened a drawer in which he kept some of his rival's products. "These are spectacles from London. You perceive the distortion at the edge of the lens?" "But if an officer loses his spectacles," Frederickson insisted, "how would you know what to send him as a replacement?" Joliot proudly showed his visitor a vast chest of shallow tray-like drawers, which each held hundreds of delicate plaster discs. Joliot handled the fragile discs with immense care. Each human eye, Joliot said, was subtly different, and great experimentation was needed to find a lens which corrected any one eye's unique deficiency. Once that peculiar lens was discovered, it was copied exactly in plaster, and the casts were kept in these drawers. "This one is an eyeglass from Marshal Ney. This one for the left eye of Admiral Suffren. And here," Joliot could not resist the boast, "are the Emperor's reading glasses." He opened a velvet-lined box in which 2 plaster discs rested. He explained that by using the most delicate gauges and calipers, A skilled workman could grind a lens to the exact same shape as one of the plaster discs. No other firm is as sophisticated as we, but, alas, with the war's ending, we are sadly underemployed. We shall soon have to begin making cheap magnifying glasses for the amusement of children and women." Frederickson was impressed, but Frederickson had no way of discovering that the Joliot brothers had never ground a lens in their lives, or that they simply supplied the same Venetian lens that every other spectacle maker used. The plaster discs, with their promise of scientific accuracy, were nothing but a marvelous device for improving sales. "Now," Joliot said, "we must experiment upon your tired eye, Captain. You will take a seat, perhaps?" Frederickson had no wish to be experimented on. "I have a friend," he said, "whose spectacles came from your shop, and I noticed that his lens suited my eye to perfection." "His name?" "Pierre Duco. Major Pierre Duco." Let us see." Joliot seemed somewhat disappointed at not being able to dazzle Frederickson with his array of experimental lenses. Instead, he took Frederickson into a private office where the firm's order book rested on a long table. "Pierre Duco, you say?" "Indeed, monsieur. I saw him last at Bordeaux, but alas, where he is now I cannot tell." "Then let us see if we can help." Monsieur Joliot adjusted his own spectacles and ran a finger down the pages. He hummed as he scanned the lists, while Frederickson, not daring to hope, yet fearing to lose hope, stared about the room, which was foully decorated with large plaster models of dissected human eyes. The humming suddenly ceased. Frederickson turned to see Monsieur Joliot holding a finger to an entry in the big ledger. "Duco, you say?" Monsieur Joliot spelled the name, then said it again. "Major Pierre Duco." "Indeed, monsieur." "You must have very bad sight, mon capitaine, if his lenses suited your eye. I see that we supplied him with his first eyeglasses in 09, and that we urgently dispatched replacements to Spain in January of 13. He is a very short-sighted man." "Indeed, but most loyal to the Emperor." Frederickson thus tried to keep Monsieur Joliot's cooperation. "I see no address in Bordeaux," Joliot said, then beamed with pleasure. "I see a new order arrived only last week." Frederickson hardly dared ask the next question for fear of being disappointed. "A new order?" "For no less than 5 pairs of spectacles, and 3 of those pairs are to be made from green glass to diminish the sun's glare." Then suddenly Joliot shook his head. "Alas, no. The order is not for Major Duco at all, but for a friend, the Count Poniatowski. Just like you, Capitaine, the Count has discovered that Major Duco's spectacles suit his eyes. It frequently happens that a man discovers that his friend's eyeglasses suit him, and so he orders a similar pair for himself. Or, Frederickson thought, a man didn't want to be found, so used another name behind which he could hide. "I would be most grateful, monsieur, if you would give me the Count Poniatowski's address. Maybe he'll know where I might find the Major. As I told you, we were close friends, and the war's ending has left us sadly separated." "Well, of course." Monsieur Joliot had no scruples about betraying a client's address, or perhaps his scruples were allayed by the thought that he might lose this customer if he did not comply. "It's in the kingdom of Naples." Joliot scribbled down the Villa Lupigi's address, then asked whether Captain Friedrich could remember which lens of Duco's spectacles had suited his eye. "The left," Frederickson said at random, then was forced to pay a precious coin as a deposit on the monocle which Monsieur Joliot promised to frame in tortoiseshell and to have ready in 6 weeks. "Fine workmanship takes that long, I fear." Frederickson bowed his thanks. As he left the shop, he discovered that the passion of the hunt had meant that he hadn't thought of Lucille Castelnau for the best part of an hour, though the moment he realized his apparent freedom from that obsession, so it returned with all its old and familiar sadness. Nevertheless, the hounds had found a scent, and it was time to summon Sharpe to the long run south. It was the ignorance that was the worst, Duco decided, the damned ignorance. For years he'd moved in the privileged world of a trusted imperial officer. He'd received secret reports from Paris. He'd read captured dispatches. He'd known as much as any man about the workings of the empire and the machinations of its enemies. But now he was in darkness. Some newspapers came to the Villa Lupigi, on the coast north of Naples, but they were old, and, as Duco knew well, unreliable. He read that a great conference would decide Europe's future, and that it would meet in Vienna. He saw that Wellington, newly made a duke, would be Britain's ambassador in Paris. But that was not the news Duco sought. Duco wished to learn that a British rifle officer had been court-martialed. He wanted to be certain that Sharpe was disgraced, for then no one else could be blamed for the disappearance of the Emperor's gold. Lacking that news, Duco's fears grew until the rifleman had become a nemesis to stalk his waking nightmares. Duco armed himself against his worst fears. He had Sergeant Chalon clear the undergrowth from the hill on which the decayed Villa Lupigi stood, so that by the time the work was done, the old house seemed to be perched on a mound of scraped earth on which no intruder could hope to hide. The villa itself was a massive ruin. Duco had restored the living quarters at the building's western end, where he occupied rooms which opened onto a great terrace from which he could stare out to sea. He couldn't use the terrace from midday onwards, for he found that the brilliant sunlight reflecting off the sea hurt his eyes, and until the Joliot brothers sent him the tinted spectacles, he was forced to spend his afternoons indoors. Sergeant Chalon and his men had the rooms behind Duco's more palatial suite. Their quarters opened onto an internal courtyard built like a cloister. An old fig tree had split one corner of the cloister. Each of the dragoons had his own woman living in the house, for Chalon had insisted to Duco that his men could not live like monks while they were waiting for the day when it would be safe to leave this refuge. The women were found in Naples and paid with French silver. The eastern half of the villa, which looked inland to the olive groves and high mountains, was nothing but a ruined chaos of fallen masonry and broken columns. Some of the ruined walls were 3 stories high, while others were just a foot off the ground. At night, when Duco's fears were at their highest, 2 savage dogs were unleashed to roam those fallen stones. Sergeant Chalon tried to ease Duco's fears. No one would find them in the Villa Lupigi, he said, for the cardinal was their friend. Duco nodded agreement, but each day he'd demand another loophole made in some exterior wall. Sergeant Chalon had other fears himself. "The men are happy enough now," he told Duco, "but it won't last. They can't wait here forever. They'll get bored, sir. And you know how bored soldiers soon become troublemakers." "They've got their women?" "That's their nights taken care of, sir, but what use is a woman in daylight?" "We have an agreement," Duco insisted. And Chalon agreed that they did indeed have an agreement, but now he wanted its terms altered. Now, he suggested, the remaining dragoons should only stay with Duco until the year's end. That was enough time, Chalon insisted, and afterwards each man would be free to leave and to take his share of the gold and jewels. Duco, presented with the ultimatum, agreed. The year's end was a long way off, and perhaps Chalon was right in his belief that by the new year the dangers would be gone. "You should enjoy yourself, sir," Sergeant Chalon said slyly. "You've got the money, sir, and what else is money for?" And Duco did try to enjoy himself. One week, after a comet had been discovered, he fancied himself as an astronomer and ordered celestial globes and telescopes to be sent from Naples. That enthusiasm died to be replaced with a burning desire to write the history of Napoleon's wars, which project evaporated after 4 nights of feverish writing. He devised a scheme for irrigating the high fields behind the village, which lay between the villa and the sea. Then he took up painting, and insisted that Sergeant Chalon fetch the prettiest girls from the village to stand before his easel. He obsessively worked at mathematical problems. He tried to learn the spinet. He found a fascination in maps on which he refought the campaigns of 2 decades, and in so doing pushed the bounds of empire further than Napoleon had ever done. He took to wearing the uniforms that had been in the Emperor's baggage, and the villagers spoke of the mad, half-blind French marshal who paced his vast house dressed in gold braid and with a huge curved sword hanging by his skinny legs. Duco might call himself the Count Poniatowski and claim to be a sickly Polish refugee, yet the villagers knew he was as French as their own king, who had once been a real French marshal. Sergeant Chalon endured all the enthusiasms, for the benefits of indulgence were manifold. There truly was so much money to be divided that this temporary exile was endurable. Chalon knew that Duco would go on spending money like water, and there'd still be a fortune at the year's end. Even so, when Duco insisted that more guards be hired, Chalon felt constrained to offer a warning note. "The lads won't be too happy to pay them, sir." "I'll pay them." That generosity was easy to offer, because Duco had insisted that he himself guard the treasure, which was stored in a great iron chest cemented to the floor in Duco's rooms. Even Chalon was not certain just how much money was in the box, though he knew down to the last sou just how much each man had been promised at the year's ending. Duco, to keep faith with the dragoons, only had to ensure that those shares were faithfully paid when the time came, and in the meantime the balance was his to spend. He knew, even if Chalon did not, that the balance was an emperor's ransom, more than even the greedy cardinal might imagine. Chalon again tried to change Duco's mind. "There might be trouble, sir, between my lads and these new fellows." "You're a sergeant, Chalon. You know how to prevent trouble." Chalon sighed. "The new men will want women." "They may have them." "And weapons, sir." "Buy only the best." So Chalon went to the waterfront at Naples and found 20 men who'd once served as soldiers. They were scum, Chalon told Duco, but they were scum who knew how to fight. They were deserters, jailbirds, murderers, and drunks, yet they'd be loyal to a man who could pay good wages. The newly hired men moved into the half-ruined rooms in the villa's centre. They brought women, pistols, sabres, and their muskets. There was no trouble, for they recognized Chalon's natural authority and were well rewarded for very little effort. They were not allowed onto the western terrace, which was the private domain of their new employer, who rarely appeared elsewhere outside the building, for he said the sun hurt his eyes, though sometimes they'd glimpse him strolling through the big internal courtyard in one of his magnificent uniforms. It was rumoured that he rarely had a woman in his rooms, though once, when he did, the girl reported that the Count Poniatowski had done nothing except stare north, to where, far beyond the horizon, another imperial exile had his small kingdom in the Mediterranean. The newly hired guards opined that the Count Poniatowski was mad, but his pay was good, his food and wine plentiful, and he didn't quibble when a village girl complained of rape. He would simply have the girl or her parents paid in gold, then encourage his men to practice with their weapons and to keep a good lookout for strangers in the hot, barren landscape. "We should have a cannon," he said to Chalon one day. Sergeant Chalon, presented with this new evidence of Major Duco's fears, sighed. "It's not necessary, sir." "It is necessary, vitally necessary." Duco had decided that his safety depended on artillery, and nothing would change his mind. He showed Chalon how a small field gun mounted in the villa's southern wall would dominate the road which approached the hill. "Go to Naples, Chalon. Someone will know where a gun can be had." So Chalon took the money and returned 3 days later with an old-fashioned grasshopper gun. It was a small field piece which 50 years before had been issued to infantry battalions in some armies. The gun was reckoned small enough for 2 men to carry, which only proved that its inventor had never had to march over rough country with a 3-foot brass barrel roped to his shoulder. The barrel was fitted with 4 stout legs which served as a carriage, and when it was fired, the whole contraption leapt into the air, thus earning the weapon its nickname. Mostly it toppled over after each convulsion, but it could easily be set on its feet again. "It's all I could get, sir." Chalon seemed somewhat embarrassed by the small and old-fashioned grasshopper gun. Duco, though, was delighted, and for a week the landscape echoed with the dull blows of the gun's firing. It took less than a half-pound of powder for its charge, yet still it succeeded in blasting a 2.5-pound ball over 600 yards. For a week, solaced by his new toy, Duco could forget his fears, but when the novelty wore off, his terror returned, and a green man again began to haunt his dreams. Yet he was fiercely armed, he had loyal men, and he could only wait. On the day Sharpe left the chateau, Lucille Castelnau discovered a piece of paper behind the mirror on the chest of drawers in her room. Sharpe had scrawled Lucille's name on the paper, which, when unfolded, proved to contain 12 English golden guineas. Lucille Castelnau didn't wish to accept the coins. The gold pieces somehow smacked of charity, and thus offended her aristocratic sense of propriety. She supposed that the big Irishman had brought the money. Her instinct was to return the guineas, but she had no address to which she could send any draft of money. Sharpe had written a brief message in hurried and atrocious French on the sheet of paper which had enclosed the coins, but the message only contained a fulsome thanks for Madame Castelnau's kindnesses, a hope that this small donation would cover the expenses of Sharpe's convalescence, and a promise that he would inform Madame Castelnau of what had happened in Naples. Lucille fingered the thick gold coins. 12 English guineas amounted to a small fortune. The chateau's dairy urgently required 2 new roof beams. There were hundreds of cuttings needed if the cider orchard was to be replenished, and Lucille had a nagging desire to own a small 2-wheeled cart that could be drawn by a docile pony. The coins would buy all those things, and there'd still be enough money left over to pay for a proper grave slab for her mother and brother. So, putting aristocratic propriety to one side, Lucille swept the coins into the pocket of her apron. "Life will be better now," Marie, the elderly kitchen-maid, who had elected herself as a surrogate mother to the widow Castaneau, said to Lucille. "Better? No Englishmen." The maid was skinning a rabbit which Harper and Sharpe had snared the previous evening. "You didn't like the Major, Marie?" Lucille sounded surprised. Marie shrugged. "The Major's a proper man, madame, and I liked him well enough, but I didn't like the wicked tongues in the village." "Ah." Lucille sounded very calm, though she knew well enough what had offended the loyal Marie. Inevitably, the villagers had gossiped about the Englishman's long stay in the chateau, and more than one ignorant person had confidently suggested that Madame and the Major had to be lovers. "Tongues will be tongues," Lucille said vaguely. "A lie cannot hurt the truth." Marie had a peasant's firm belief that a lie could sully the truth. The villagers would say there was no smoke without fire, and mud on a kitchen floor spoke of dirty boots, and those snidely sniggering suggestions upset Marie. The villagers told lies about her mistress, and Marie expected her mistress to share her indignation. But Lucille would not share Marie's anger. Instead, she calmed the old woman down, and said she had some writing to do and was not to be disturbed. She added that she'd be most grateful if the miller's son could be fetched to take a letter to the village carrier. The letter went to the carrier that same afternoon. It was addressed to Monsieur Roland, the advocate from the Treasury in Paris, to whom at long last Lucille told the whole truth. "The Englishmen did not want you to be told," she wrote, "for they feared you would not believe either them or me. Yet, on my honour, monsieur, I believe in their innocence. I have not told you this before, because, so long as the English were in my house, so long did I honour their fear that you would arrange their arrest if you were to discover their presence here. Now they are gone, and I must tell you that the scoundrel who murdered my family and who stole the Emperor's gold is none other than the man who accused the Englishman of his crime, Pierre Duco. He now lives somewhere near Naples, to which place the Englishmen have gone to gain the proof of their innocence. If you, monsieur, can help them, then you will earn the gratitude of a poor widow." The letter was sent, and Lucille waited. The summer grew oppressively hot, but the countryside was safer now, as cavalry patrols from Caen scoured the vagabonds out of the woodlands. Lucille often took her new pony cart between the neighbouring villages, and the old gossip about her faded, because the villagers now saw that the widower doctor frequently served as the pony cart's driver. It would be an autumn marriage, the villagers suggested, and quite right too. The doctor might be a good few years older than Madame, but he was a steady and a kindly man. The doctor was indeed a confidant of Lucille, but nothing more. She told the doctor, and only the doctor, about the letter she had sent, and expressed her sadness that she had received no reply. Not a proper reply, anyway. Monsieur Roland did acknowledge that he had received my letter, but it was only that, an acknowledgment. She made a gesture of disgust. Perhaps Major Sharpe was right. "In what way?" the doctor asked. He had driven the pony cart to the top of the ridge, where it rolled easily along a dry-rutted road. Every few seconds there were wonderful views to be glimpsed between the thick trees, but Lucille had no eyes for the scenery. "The Major did not want me to write. He said it would be better if he was to find Duco himself." She was silent for a few seconds. "I think perhaps he would be angry if he knew I'd written." "Then why did you write?" Lucille shrugged. "Because it is better for the proper authorities to deal with these matters, n'est-ce pas?" "Major Sharpe didn't think so." "Major Sharpe is a stubborn man," Lucille said scornfully. "A fool." The doctor smiled. He steered the little cart off the road, bumped it up onto a patch of grass, then curbed the pony in a place from where he and Lucille could stare far to the south. The hills were heavy with foliage and hazed by heat. The doctor gestured at the lovely landscape. "France," he said with great complacency and love. "A fool." Lucille, oblivious of all France, repeated the words angrily. "His pride will make him go to be killed. All he had to do was to speak to the proper authorities. I would have travelled to Paris with him, and I would have spoken for him, but no, he has to carry his sword to his enemy himself. Oh, I don't understand men sometimes. They are like children." She waved irritably at a wasp. "Perhaps he's already dead." The doctor looked at his companion. She was staring southwards, and the doctor thought what a fine profile she had, so full of character. "Would it trouble you, madame, he asked, if Major Sharpe was dead? For a long time, Lucille said nothing, then she shrugged. I think enough French children have lost their fathers in these last years. The doctor said nothing, and his silence must have convinced Lucille that he hadn't understood her words, for she turned a very defiant face on him. I am carrying the Major's baby. The doctor didn't know what to say. He felt a sudden jealousy of the English Major, but his fondness for Lucille would not let him betray that ignoble feeling. Lucille was again staring at the slumberous landscape, though it was very doubtful if she was aware of the great view. I told no one else. I haven't even dared take communion these last few weeks for fear of my confession. A professional curiosity provoked the doctor's next words. You're quite certain you're pregnant? I've been certain these 3 weeks now. Yes, I am certain. Again the doctor was silent, and his silence troubled Lucille, who again turned her grey eyes to him. You think it is a sin? The doctor smiled. I'm not competent to judge sinfulness. The bland reply made Lucille frown. The chateau needs an heir. And that is your justification for carrying the Englishman's child? I tell myself that is why, but no. She turned to stare again at the distant hills. I'm carrying the Major's child because I think I'm in love with him, whatever I mean by that, and please do not ask me. I did not want to love him. He has a wife already, but— She shrugged helplessly. But? The doctor probed. But I do not know, she said firmly. All I do know is that the bastard child of a bastard English soldier will be born this winter, and I would be very grateful, dear doctor, if you would attend the confinement. Of course. You may tell people of my condition, Lucille said very matter-of-factly, and I would be grateful if you would tell them who the father is. She had decided that the news was best spread quickly, before her belly swelled, so that the malicious tongues would exhaust themselves long before the baby was born. I will tell Marie myself, Lucille added. The doctor, despite his fondness for the widow, rather relished the prospect of spreading this morsel of scandal. He tried to anticipate the questions that he would be asked about the widow's lover. And the Major? Will he return to you? I don't know, Lucille said very softly. I just don't know. But you would like him to return? She nodded, and the doctor saw a gleam in her eye. But then Lucille cuffed the tear away, smiled, and said it was time they went back to the valley. Lucille made her confession that week, and attended Mass on the Sunday morning. Some of the villagers said they'd never seen her looking so happy, but Marie knew that the happiness was a mere pose which she had assumed for the benefit of the church. Marie knew better, for she saw how often Madame would gaze down the Sel-Église road, as if she hoped to see a scowling horseman coming from the south. Thus the warm weeks of a Norman summer passed, and no horseman came. Chapter 13. It proved a long journey. Sharpe still feared capture, and so he avoided all livery stables, coaching inns, and barge quays. They had purchased 3 good horses with a portion of the money Harper had brought from England, and they coddled the beasts south from Paris. They travelled in civilian clothes, with their uniforms and rifles wrapped inside long cloth bundles. They avoided the larger towns and spurred off the road whenever they saw a uniformed man ahead. They only felt safe from their shadowy enemies when they crossed the border into Piedmont. From there they faced a choice between the risk of brigands on the Italian roads or the menace of the Barbary pirates off the long coastline. I'd like to see Rome. Frederickson opted for the land route. But not if you're going to press me to make indecent haste. Which I shall, Sharpe said. So instead they sold the horses for a dispiriting loss and paid for passage on a small decaying coaster that crawled from harbour to harbour with an ever-changing cargo. They carried untreated hides, raw clay, balks of black walnut, wine, woven cloth, pigs of lead, and a motley collection of anonymous passengers, among whom the 3 civilian-clothed riflemen, despite their bundled weapons, went unremarked. Once, when a dirty grey topsail showed in the west, the captain swore it was a North African pirate, and made his passengers man the long sweeps which dipped futilely in the limpid water. 2 hours later, the pirate ship turned out to be a Royal Navy sloop, which disdainfully ghosted past the exhausted oarsmen. Frederickson stared at his blistered hands, then snarled insults at the merchant ship's captain. Sharpe was impressed by his friend's command of Italian invective, but his admiration only earned a short-tempered reproof. "I am constantly irritated," Frederickson said, "by your naive astonishment for the mediocre attainments of a very ordinary education. Of course I speak Italian. Not well, but passably. It is, after all, merely a bastard form of dog Latin, and even you should be able to master its crudities with a little study. I'm going to sleep. If that fool sees another pirate, don't trouble to wake me." It was a difficult journey, not just because circumspection and Harper's shrinking store of money had demanded the most frugal means of travel, but because of Lucille Castino. Frederickson's questions about the widow had commenced almost as soon as Sharpe rejoined his friend in Paris. Sharpe had answered the questions, but in such a manner as to suggest that he hadn't found anything specifically remarkable in Madame Castino's life, and certainly nothing memorable. Frederickson, too, had taken care to sound very casual, as though his inquiries sprang from mere politeness, yet Sharpe noted how often the questions came. Sharpe came to dread the interrogations, and knew that he could only end them by confessing a truth he was reluctant to utter. The inevitable moment for that confession came late one evening, when their cargo ship was working its slow way towards the uncertain lights of a small port. "I was thinking—" Frederickson and Sharpe were alone on the lee rail, and Frederickson, after a long silence, had broached the dreaded subject. "That perhaps I should go back to the chateau when all this is over. Just to thank Madame, of course." It was phrased as a benign suggestion, but there was an unmistakable appeal in the words. Frederickson sought Sharpe's assurance that he would be welcomed by Lucille. "Is that wise?" Sharpe was staring towards the black loom of the coast. Far inland a sheet of summer lightning flickered pale above jagged mountains. "I don't know if wisdom applies to women," Frederickson said in heavy jest, "but I would appreciate your advice." "I really don't know what to say." Sharpe tried to shrug the topic away. Then, in an attempt to head it off entirely, he asked Frederickson if he had tasted anything odd in the supper served on board that night. "Well, everything on this ship tastes odd." Frederickson was irritated by Sharpe's change of subject. "Why?" "Oh, they said it was rabbit, but I was in the galley this morning and noted that the paws of the carcasses had been chopped off." "Well, you have a sudden taste for rabbit paws?" It's just that I was told that rabbit carcasses sold without paws, or almost certainly not rabbit at all, but skinned cats." "Well, it's undoubtedly useful information," Frederickson said very caustically, "but what in hell has that got to do with my returning to the chateau? I do you the distinct honour of asking for your advice about my marital future, and all you can do is blather on about dead cats. For Christ's sake, you've eaten worse, haven't you?" "I'm sorry," Sharpe said humbly. He still stared at the dark coast rather than at his friend. "I've been thinking about my behaviour." Frederickson now adopted a tone of ponderous dignity. "And have decided that I was wrong and you were right. I should have pounced before proposing. My mistake, I believe, lay in treating Madame Castino with too great a fragility. Women admire a more forthright attitude. Is that so?" "Sometimes," Sharpe said awkwardly. "A very useful reply," Frederickson said sarcastically, "and I do thank you for it. I'm asking your advice, and I'd be grateful for more substantial answers. I know your feelings about Madame Castino." "I doubt you do," Sharpe began the feared confession. "You have a distaste for her," Frederickson insisted on continuing, "and I can understand that attitude, but I confess that I have found it impossible to exorcise her from my thoughts. I apologize profoundly if I embarrass you by raising the matter, but I would be most grateful if you could tell me whether, after I'd left the chateau, she showed even the slightest attachment to my memory." Sharpe knew how very hard it was for Frederickson to reveal these private agonies, but Sharpe also knew it was time for him to make those agonies much worse, with the admission that he had himself become Lucille's lover. He feared that his friendship with Frederickson would be irreparably damaged by such an admission, but it was clearly inescapable. He hesitated for a bleak moment, then seized his courage. "William, there is something that you ought to know, something I should have told you much earlier, indeed. I should have told you in Paris, but I don't wish to hear unwelcome news." Frederickson, hearing the despondency in Sharpe's voice, interrupted brusquely and defensively. "It is important news. You are going to tell me that Madame does not wish to see me again." Frederickson, anticipating the bad news, was trying to hurry it. "I'm sure she would be very happy to renew your acquaintance," Sharpe said feebly, but that she would not be happy if I was to renew my attentions. I do understand." Frederickson spoke very stiffly. He'd interrupted Sharpe again in a desperate attempt to finish the conversation before his pride was lacerated any further. "Will you oblige me by not mentioning this matter again?" "Well, I must just say, I insist on I beg you!" Frederickson spoke very loudly. "Let the matter rest. You, of all people, should understand how I feel." Which, oblique though it was Frederickson's first indication that he had learned the truth about Jane from Harper. Thereafter, neither Sharpe nor Frederickson spoke of Madame Castaneau. Harper, oblivious to either officer's interest in Lucille, would sometimes speak of her, but he soon realized that the subject was tender and so ceased to mention the widow, just as he never spoke of Jane. The only safe topic of conversation was the rifleman's mutual enthusiasm for the pursuit and punishment of Pierre Duco. Which pursuit and punishment at last seemed imminent, when, on a hot, steamy morning, the merchant ship came to Naples. The first evidence of the city's proximity arrived before dawn, when a southerly wind brought the stench of Fesal alleyways across the darkened sea. In the first light, Sharpe saw the volcanic smoke smearing a cloudless sky. Then there was the hazy outline of hills, and lastly the glory of the city itself, stinking and lovely, heaped on a hill in jumbled confusion. The bay was crowded. Fishing boats, cargo vessels, and warships were heading to and from the great harbour, into which, creeping against a sulphurous wind, 3 riflemen came for vengeance. Monsieur Roland had silently cursed the widow Castaneau. Why had she not written earlier? Now the Englishmen, with all their precious information, had fled, and Roland himself must move with an unaccustomed alacrity. He wrote an urgent message that was placed in the hollow handle of a sword hilt. The sword belonged to a Swiss doctor who half killed 6 horses in his haste to reach the Mediterranean coast, where a sympathizer carried him in a fast brigantine to Elba. The Royal Naval frigate, ostensibly guarding Elba's small harbour at Portoferraio, didn't search the brigantine, and if she had, her crew would merely have discovered that one of the Emperor's old doctors had arrived to serve his master. The message was unrolled in an antechamber of an Emperor's palace that was nothing more than an enlarged gardener's cottage, which stood in a grand position high above the sea. The Emperor himself was somewhere in the island's interior, where he was surveying land that could be used to plant wheat. A messenger was sent to summon him. That evening the Emperor walked in the small garden behind his palace. A man had been found among his exiled entourage, who both knew Pierre Duco and, by some fluke of good fortune that could hardly be expected to attend a fallen idol like Napoleon, had even met the 2 English riflemen. "You'll sail for Naples tomorrow, and you will take a dozen soldiers with you," the Emperor ordered. "I doubt that Murat will want to help me, but we have little time, so you will have to seek his aid." The Emperor stopped and jabbed a finger into the chest of his companion. "But do not, my dear Calvet. Tell him that there is money at stake. Murat's like a dog smelling a bitch on heat when he scents money." "Then what should I tell the bastard?" "You must be clever with him." The Emperor paced the gravel walk in silence. Then, realizing that his companion was not a subtle man, he sighed. "I will tell you what to say." Yet, in the event, Joachim Murat, once an imperial marshal but now king of Naples, would not receive General Calvet. Instead, in subtle insult, Napoleon's envoy was sent to the cardinal, who, enthroned in his perfumed grandeur, was annoyed that this squat and battle-scarred Frenchman had not gone on his knees to kiss the cardinal's ring. Yet his eminence was well accustomed to French arrogance, and it was high time, the cardinal believed, to punish it. "You come on an errand," the cardinal spoke in good French. "From the Emperor of Elba?" "On a mission of goodwill," Calvet replied very grandly. "The Emperor of Elba is eager to live in peace with all his fellow monarchs." "The Emperor always said that," the cardinal smiled, "even when he was killing the soldiers of those fellow monarchs." "Your Eminence is kind to correct me," Calvet said, though in truth he felt the insults of this meeting deeply. Napoleon might now be diminished into being the ruler of a small and insignificant island, but even in his sleep the Emperor had been a greater monarch than the gimcrack ruler of this ramshackle statelet. Joachim Murat, King of Naples and the titular master of this fat cardinal, had been nothing till Napoleon raised him to his toy throne. The cardinal shifted himself into comfort on his own throne's tasseled cushion.
I am minded to expel you from the kingdom, General, unless you can persuade me otherwise. Your master has greatly troubled Europe, and I find it disturbing that he should now send armed men, even so few, to our happy kingdom."
Calvé doubted the kingdom's happiness, but had no reason to doubt that the cardinal would expel him. He made his voice very humble and explained that he and his men had come to Naples to search for an old comrade of the emperor's.
"His name is Pierre Duco," Calvé said, "and the emperor, mindful of Major Duco's past services, only seeks to offer him a post in his private household."
The cardinal pondered the request. His spies had not been idle during the months in which the Count Poniatowski had fortified the Villa Lupigi, and the cardinal had long ago discovered Duco's identity, and learned of the existence of the great strong-box with its seemingly inexhaustible supply of precious gems. Whatever General Calvé might claim about Napoleon wishing to offer Duco an appointment, the cardinal well knew that it was money which had brought General Calvé to Naples. The cardinal smiled innocently.
"I know of no Pierre Duco in the kingdom."
Calvé was too wily to accept the bland statement at its face value.
"The emperor," he said, "would be most grateful for your eminence's assistance."
The cardinal smiled.
"Elba is a very little island. There are some olives and shellfish, little else. Do mulberries grow there?"
He made this inquiry of a long-nosed priest who sat at a side table. The priest offered his master a sycophantic smile. The cardinal, who was enjoying himself, looked back to Calvé.
"What gratitude are we to expect of your master? A cargo of juniper berries, perhaps?" "The emperor will show his gratitude with whatever is in his power to give," Calvé said stubbornly. "Gratitude," the cardinal's voice hardened, "is a disease of dogs."
The insult was palpable, but Calvé steeled himself to ignore it.
"We merely ask your help, your eminence."
The cardinal was becoming bored with this unsubtle Frenchman.
"If this Pierre Duco is in the kingdom, General, then he has caused us no trouble, and I see no reason why I should help betray him to your master."
Which was the moment when General Calvé played the emperor's card, and played it very well. He feigned a look of astonishment.
"Betray, your eminence? We don't seek Major Duco for any reason other than to offer him employment. Though, in truth, we do know that the English seek Major Duco, and are even sending men here to do him harm. Why they should wish that, I cannot tell, but on my master's life it is true. The Englishmen may already be here."
Calvé doubted whether Sharpe had yet reached Naples, for Monsieur Roland had moved with an exemplary speed, but Calvé knew it would not be long before the riflemen did arrive in the city. There was a long silence after Calvé had spoken of the English involvement. The cardinal might despise the fallen Napoleon, but he disliked the rampantly victorious English far more. He was forced to shelter their Mediterranean fleet and flatter their heretic ambassador, but the cardinal feared their territorial ambitions. Their troops had taken Malta and thrown the French from Egypt, and where else would the redcoats choose to land on the Mediterranean shores? Even now, as the cardinal and the general spoke, there were no less than 6 British warships in the harbour at Naples. Their fleet used the harbour as if it was their own, and though they claimed they were only present to deter the scum of the Barbary coast, the cardinal nevertheless feared the English, though he wouldn't betray those fears to General Calvé.
"The English have never expressed any interest in this man," the cardinal said instead, though in a much milder tone. "Nor will they, your eminence. They are insolent enough to believe they can ignore you. Nevertheless, on my honour, I do assure you that a party of Englishmen is either in your kingdom or on their way here."
Calvé was certainly not going to reveal that there would only be 3 Englishmen, and that, far from being on official business, they were themselves fugitives.
"The emperor has sent you to kill these Englishmen?"
The cardinal was beginning to wonder whether this bluff Frenchman might not after all be of some use to him.
"I am only here to dissuade them, your eminence. I am not here to use violence, for the emperor has no wish to disturb the peace of your happy kingdom." "But you are a man accustomed to death, General." "It's my only trade." Calvé could not resist the boast. "I learned it against the Austrians, who are easily killed. Then perfected it against the Russians, who die very hard indeed.
Calvé had finished the war as a general of brigade, but had begun it as a common soldier. Calvé, indeed, was one of Napoleon's beloved mongrels, a veteran brawler and gutter fighter who had risen from the ranks because of his ability to ram men into battle. He wasn't clever, but he was lucky, and he was as tough as a battered musket. In campaign after campaign, Calvé had savaged the Emperor's enemies. He'd even brought an intact brigade out of Russia because his men feared the peasant general more than they feared the Cossacks or the Muscovite winter. Indeed, Calvé had only known one personal defeat, and that was when his brigade tried to drive Sharpe's force of riflemen and marines from the Audiobook fort. It was Calvé's memory of that defeat which gave his present pursuit of the riflemen a special piquancy. The Cardinal ignored the belligerents.
"How will I recognize these Englishmen?"
Calvé had met both Sharpe and Frederickson once, and he glimpsed Sharpe amidst the smoke of the Toulouse battlefield. He was not certain he'd recognize either man again, but Monsieur Roland had also provided a full description of both rifle officers. Calvé was too canny to give away the small advantage of those descriptions straight away.
"Details of their appearance are being sent to me, Your Eminence."
The Cardinal allowed Calvé the point.
"And, what do the English plan to do here, General?"
Calvé shrugged.
"To kill Major Duco, but why, I cannot say. Who can explain the spleen of the English?"
Who indeed, the Cardinal thought, or who could not see through the clumsy lies of a French general? Yet amidst the deception the Cardinal could perceive a very real profit for himself and the kingdom. Clearly the English were after the Count Poniatowski's strongbox, as was the Emperor of Elba, but so too was the Cardinal. His spies in the Villa Lupigi had reported that Duco and his men were planning to leave the kingdom at the end of the year, and when they left the strongbox would leave too. There'd be no more lavish bribes from the Villa Lupigi, and no more extortionate rents. The golden goose would fly north. But in the arrival of General Calvé, the Cardinal saw a heaven-sent way of preventing that flight. He smiled on the general.
"Help us find the meddling English, General, and perhaps we might then discover that there is indeed a Pierre Duco hiding in the kingdom."
Calvé hesitated.
"And, what happens when I do find them?" "You shall bring them here, and we shall see whether a spell of Neapolitan prison life satisfies their curiosity."
"And afterwards," Calvé insisted,
"you will direct me to Major Duco?"
"Yes." The Cardinal spoke as though to an importunate child. "I promise you that." He sketched a vague blessing, then watched the short, squat Frenchman leave.
"Do you think," the Cardinal asked when the door was closed, "that he believed me?"
Father Lippi, the long-nosed priest, shrugged to suggest he couldn't answer the question. The gesture irritated the Cardinal.
"Do you believe the Frenchman's story, then?"
"No, Your Eminence."
"You're not entirely a fool, so advise me."
Father Lippi, whose whole career depended on the Cardinal's favour, shrugged. "The Count Poniatowski is a valuable contributor to Your Eminence's treasury."
"So?"
Lippi rubbed long, thin hands together as he nervously thought the matter through. "So, Your Eminence, the Count Poniatowski should be warned of his enemies. He will doubtless be grateful." The Cardinal laughed.
"You must learn cleverness, Father Lippi. The future strength of Mother Church does not always rest upon doing the obvious. What do you think will happen when General Calvé discovers these Englishmen?"
"He will hand them into our custody?"
"Of course he will not."
The Cardinal was irritated by Lippi's stupidity.
"The General is a man of war, not of diplomacy. He was not sent here to make peace, but to fight. And when he does find these English, if they exist, he'll endeavour to discover whether they know how to find Pierre Duco. And if they do know, and tell him, then Calvé will abandon his promise to hand the Englishman into our custody, but will attack the villa himself. His master is after money, Lippi, money. And when Calvé does attack the villa, what then?"
Father Lippi frowned. "There will be bloodshed."
"Precisely. And it will be our duty to arrest the malefactors and impound the evidence of their misdeeds. And if by chance the Count is killed by these criminals, why, then we shall be forced to give his fortune into the safekeeping of the Church."
By which the Cardinal meant his own treasury, but it was almost the same thing.
And if, by chance, this General Calvé fails to capture the Count Poniatowski, then we shall still arrest him for affray, which will please the Count, and always provoke the gratitude you mentioned. Either way, Father Lippi, the churcher will be the richer.'
Lippi bowed in acknowledgment of the Cardinal's subtlety. "And the English? How do we find them?"
"By helping the General, of course. He will give us their description, but we shall still let him deal with them."
There would be the most pompous and threatening protests from London if Naples was to kill Englishmen, so it was better to let the foolish General Calvé run that risk. The Cardinal smiled.
"And once Calvé has dealt with the English, our forces will deal with General Calvé."
Politics was so very simple, the Cardinal thought, just so long as a man believed no one, double-crossed everyone, kept a full treasury, and inveigled others into doing the dirty work. He waddled down from his throne, plucked his cape about him, then went for some supper. The optician Joliot had betrayed Duco's address to Frederickson, but the location of the Villa Lupigi still had to be found, and it took Frederickson 2 whole days to discover that the building was not in Naples itself, and another full day to find a carrier, who, for the last piece of Harper's gold, grudgingly offered Frederickson directions. The villa lay a day's march northwards, close to the sea and secure on a steep hill. "It'll be guarded," Sharpe observed. "Of course it'll be guarded," Frederickson snapped. "So we'll approach by night." Sharpe ignored his friend's short temper. "And we'll leave when?" Harper hated the bitterness that he detected between the two officers. He spoke mildly, trying to be a peacemaker. "Tonight," Sharpe said. It was already evening. "We should arrive at dawn, we can watch all day, then attack tomorrow night. Do you agree, William?" He asked the question only to placate Frederickson. "It seems an obvious course of action, yes, I agree." They left the tavern at nightfall. There was a nervous moment as they passed the slovenly blue-uniformed guards at the city outskirts, but none of the soldiers gave the 3 travellers a second's notice. Nevertheless, Sharpe didn't feel secure until they had long left the city's last houses and were alone again in a sultry countryside. It was good to be marching again, to feel a flinty road beneath boot soles and to know that a task awaited at the road's end. It was not a task confused by the demands of peace, but a soldier's task, something best done swiftly and brutally. And when the task was over, Sharpe thought, and his enemy was confounded, then he would have the confusing tasks to face. Jane and Lucille. The names echoed in his head to every scrape and crunch of his boots on the road. What if Jane wanted him back? Which woman did he want himself? He had no answers, only questions. It was a warm night, cloudless and windless. A bright moon rose above Vesuvius. At first the moon was misted by the volcano's smoke, but soon it sailed clear across the sea to show the northern road as a white twisting strip against the darker fields. 1,000 stars pricked the sky, while a small white surf fretted at the beaches and broke bright above the tree-shrouded headlands. An owl passed close above the 3 men, and Sharpe saw Patrick Harper cross himself. The owl was the bird of death. An hour before midnight, they left the road and climbed 100 paces into the shelter of an ilex grove. There, in silence, they undid the bundles they each carried. At long last, after weeks of hiding, they could strip off their civilian clothes and pull on their green jackets. Sharpe had debated whether to make the change now or to wait till the very eve of his attack, but wearing the green would force them to move as silently as ghosts through this strange countryside. He buckled on his sword, then scraped its blade free of the scabbard's wooden throat, so that the long steel shone in the moonlight. "It feels better, does it not?" Frederickson buckled on his own sword. "It feels much better," Sharpe said fervently. Frederickson drew his blade and whipped it back and forth. "I suspect I may have been somewhat fretful lately." Sharpe was immediately embarrassed. "Oh, not at all. I do apologize. Upon my soul, I apologize." Sharpe felt a pulse of pleasure that the awkwardness between them was ending, but the pleasure was immediately followed by a pang of guilt about Lucille. "My dear William," Sharpe began, then stopped, because this was certainly not the moment to make the feared confession. He could see the happiness on Harper's face as the bad blood between the 2 officers seemed to be drawn, and Sharpe knew he couldn't spoil the moment. "I'm certain my own behaviour has been aggravating," he said humbly. Frederickson smiled. "But now we can fight. Our proper task in life, I fear. We're not meant for peace, so to war, my friends." He saluted Sharpe by whipping his sword blade upright. "To war!" and the battle cry put Sharpe into unexpected high spirits. For a moment he could forget Jane, forget Rossendale, forget Lucille. He could forget everything except the work at hand, which was the oldest kind of work, that of punishing an enemy. They left the ilex grove. They had to skirt a straggling village, though the village dogs must have caught their scent, for the barking snapped loud as the 3 riflemen flitted through an olive grove. Beyond the olive grove, in fields that went down to the sea, there were white marble pillars that Frederickson said had fallen in the days of the Roman Empire. Sharpe didn't believe him, and the friendly argument took them well past midnight. The road ran through open country, but in the small hours, when the waning moon was almost beyond the western horizon, they came to the mouth of a ravine which was shadowed as black as Hades. They stopped where the rock walls narrowed. "A perfect place for an ambush." Frederickson stared into the darkness. Sharpe grunted. He had no idea how long it might take to go round the ravine. Such a detour would mean climbing the hills and scouting forward over rough ground. He was only sure of one thing, that to make the detour would take hours, and that the dawn would find them stranded far from the villa. "I say we should go through." "Me too," Harper offered. "Why not?" Frederickson said. The rock walls closed on them. The ravine slopes were not bare, but thickly covered with small, tough shrubs. Sharpe tried to climb one flank to get a glimpse ahead, but gave up when the brambles tore at his hands. He could have saved himself the discomfort, for just around the next bend, a long view showed where the ravine ended 2 miles ahead. The road emerged from its rock walls to run gently downhill into a wide and empty lowland that was edged by the sweeping curve of a long, moonlit beach. The sight of that empty landscape, and their evident loneliness on the deserted road, gave all 3 riflemen a sense of safety. This wasn't Spain, where an ambush might wait, but a sleepy southern country where they could walk in peace. Beyond the lowland, and dark on the northern horizon, were jagged peaks touched by the moon. Sharpe was certain that the Villa Lupigi must lie among the foothills of those peaks, and that thought made him point towards the far mountains. "Journey's end," he said. Somehow the 2 words plunged all 3 riflemen into a wistful mood. Harper, thinking of the ultimate destination of his travels, began to sing some sad lament of Ireland. Frederickson smiled privately to Sharpe. "You think he'll be happy out of the army?" "I think Patrick has the great gift of being content almost wherever he is." The 2 officers had fallen a few paces behind the tall Irishman. "Then he's a fortunate man," Frederickson said, "because I sometimes doubt whether I'll ever find real contentment." "Oh, come, that can't be true," Sharpe protested. Frederickson grimaced. "The big woman did, so perhaps there's hope for me." He walked in silence for a few paces. Harper still sang, and his strong voice echoed eerily from the ravine's bluffs. Frederickson shrugged the sling of his rifle into greater comfort on his shoulder. "Harper's happily married, is he not?" Sharpe's heart plunged as he sensed the imminent conversation. "They're very happy. Isabella's a tough little creature, despite her pretty face." Frederickson found the opening he wanted. "Do you think Madame Castino is strong?" "Very. My thoughts, too. It can't have been an easy life for her." "Lots have it harder," Sharpe said sourly. "True, but she's preserved that chateau despite all the deaths in her family. A very strong woman, I'd say." Sharpe desperately tried to change the subject. "How far do you reckon till we're in open country? A mile?" Frederickson glanced casually at the road ahead. "Just under a mile, I'd say." Then, with much greater enthusiasm, he spoke of his plans for further journeys. "I shall go to London to straighten my career. Then, just as soon as I can, I'll return to Normandy. You don't abandon a siege just because the first assault fails, do you? I've been thinking about that a great deal." He gave a short, embarrassed laugh. "Indeed, I confess that's why my temper hasn't been of the best lately. But I cannot believe that I should fail a second time with Madame. But she surely needs some proof of my seriousness. My first proposal was a mere statement of intent, but now I shall reinforce it with an assiduous devotion which must persuade her. Good women like bad do yield to siege warfare, do they not?" "Some do," Sharpe said dryly. "Then I shall renew my siege. Indeed, I confess that it's only my anticipation of success in that siege which offers me some prospect of future happiness. Perhaps I deceive myself. Lovers are very prone to that failing." The moment was inescapable. Sharpe stopped. "William." "My dear friend." Frederickson, euphoric with hope, was in an expansive mood. "I have to tell you something." Sharpe paused, overcome with horror at what he was doing. For a second he was tempted to forget his own attachment to Madame Castaneau, just to abandon her, and to let Frederickson ride Normandy like Don Quixote trotting towards the windmills, but he couldn't do it.
"Well, what is it?"
Frederickson prompted. "Women destroy friendships." Sharpe sought a tactful way into a confession that could never be tactful, not against the high hopes that Frederickson was nurturing. Frederickson laughed.
"You fear we'll see less of each other if I'm successful? My dear Sharpe, you'll always be a welcome guest wherever I—" He paused. "I hope wherever I and Lucille are living."
"William," Sharpe blurted out the name, "you must understand that I—" The gunshot startled them, blasting the night's peace with an appalling and sudden violence. Sharpe had a glimpse of a muzzle flash high on the ravine's right flank, then he was rolling to the right of the road. Frederickson had gone left. Harper, his singing so brutally interrupted, had unslung his volley gun and was peering upwards. The bullet had missed all of them. A man, hidden from the rifleman, laughed. "Who's there?" Sharpe called in English. No one answered. "Can you see the bugger, Patrick?"
"Not a bloody thing, sir."
The hidden man began to whistle a jaunty tune, then very carelessly, as though he knew he had nothing to fear from the 3 crouching soldiers, he stepped out from the shadows 30 yards ahead of Harper. The man wore a long cloak and carried a musket in his right hand. Harper immediately aimed the 7-barrel gun at the stranger, but as he did so a whole slew of dark shapes moved on the ravine slopes. Sharpe heard the clicks as their musket-locks were armed.
"Bandits?"
Frederickson suggested to Sharpe. Both officers had their rifles cocked, but each knew that a single shot would provoke an instant and destructive volley. Sharpe couldn't see exactly how many men opposed them, but there seemed to be at least a dozen. "Bugger!" Sharpe had forgotten the threat of robbery. He stood upright as if to show that he wasn't frightened. "Can you talk us out of this one, William?"
"I can try, but at best they'll still steal our weapons."
Frederickson looked at the single man barring the road and called out in Italian.
"Who are you?"
The cloaked man chuckled, then walked slowly towards the 3 riflemen. He carried his musket loosely. He walked past Harper, ignoring the threat of the huge gun, and instead approached Sharpe.
"Do you remember me, Major?"
He spoke in French. Sharpe couldn't even see the approaching man properly, and besides he was too startled by the odd greeting to think coherently. But then the cloaked man suddenly shrugged the swathing cape away to reveal an old blue uniform with shreds of tattered gold lace.
"Bonsoir, Major Sharpe."
The man was short, barrel-squat, with a face as scarred as the backside of a cannon.
"General Calvé,"
Sharpe said in astonishment.
"That's very good. Well done. I'm indeed General Calvé, and you are the so-called soldiers who stroll through ravines as casually as whores looking for business. A troop of baboons could have ambushed you."
Sharpe didn't reply, though he knew Calvé was right. He had been careless, and now he must pay the price for that carelessness. Calvé stepped close to Sharpe. The Frenchman slowly reached out, daring Sharpe to move, and pushed Sharpe's rifle muzzle to one side. Then, with an extraordinary quickness, Calvé slapped the rifleman's face. Sharpe was so stunned by the sudden blow that he did nothing. Calvé sneered.
"That, Englishman, was for the powdered lime."
Calvé was recalling the powdered lime that Sharpe had broadcast from the ramparts of the Duco fort. The powder had burned the eyes of the attacking Frenchmen and turned their attack into a panicked retreat. The memory of it evidently still rankled with Calvé.
"Only an Englishman would use a bastard trick like that on a pack of soft-assed lily-white conscripts. If I'd had my veterans, Englishman, I'd have filleted you."
Sharpe said nothing. He was still trying to work out how a French general he had last seen on a battlefield in southern France had turned up on this remote Italian road. He looked left and right, trying to count the general's companions. Calvé laughed.
"You think I need help to kill you, Sharpe? I needed some help to find you, but not to kill you."
"To find me?" Sharpe found his tongue.
"I was sent to find you, by the Emperor. I stayed loyal, you see. Not like all those other damned Frenchmen who are licking fat King Louis's bum. But it wasn't hard to find you, Major. A man in Paris wrote to the Emperor, who sent me to Naples, where a fat cardinal wants me to arrest you. They're very clever, these Neapolitans. I told them you were coming, and they followed you from the day you landed. And now—"
Calvé spread his arms as though he was host welcoming treasured guests.
"Here we are."
"Why did you want to find us?" Frederickson asked. "The one-eyed monster has a tongue," Calvé jeered. "I have orders to kill you. That's why. They are the Emperor's orders. He wants you dead because you stole his gold." "We didn't steal it," Sharpe said angrily. "But you're going to," Calvé suddenly laughed. "You haven't stolen it yet, Major, but as soon as you find Pierre Duco, you will." Calvé turned scornfully away from Sharpe and shouted for his men to come out of their hiding places. The French soldiers pushed their way through the brambles and stamped the cramp out of their legs on the road. They surrounded the three riflemen, and Sharpe could see, despite the darkness, that all of these grinning men wore the moustaches of the Emperor's beloved veterans. Calvé raised his musket so that the barrel was under Sharpe's chin. "Put your rifle down, Major, and tell your two men to do the same." He saw Sharpe's hesitation. "You'd prefer my men to disarm you? It's all one to me, but if you wish to keep your swords like gentlemen, then I suggest you put down your guns." There was perhaps a shade more pride in grounding their own arms than having them forcibly taken away, and so the three riflemen slowly stooped and ignominiously abandoned their guns on the white roadway. Calvé waited till Sharpe was standing again, then once more put his musket to the rifleman's throat. "Do you know where Pierre Duco is, Major?" "Yes," Sharpe said defiantly. "But I don't," Calvé disarmingly confessed. "So tell me." "Go to hell, General." "You're determined to die like a cornered rat, aren't you? You'll die snarling, full of defiance. Except I'm under the orders of a fat cardinal to return you to Naples. Have you seen the prison in Naples? You might survive it, Major, but so crippled with disease and hunger and filth that you'll wish you'd never been born. But if you tell me what I wish to know, Englishman, then I'll consider letting you walk away from this miserable kingdom." Calvé twitched the musket so that the cold barrel knocked against Sharpe's jawbone. "Where is Pierre Duco, Major?" "I should have killed you at Toulouse," Sharpe said. "So that was you?" Calvé laughed. "The Englishman who can kill me has not been born, Major, but I will shoot you down like a rabid dog if you don't tell me where Pierre Duco is hiding." He twitched the musket again to jar its foresight against Sharpe's chin. "Tell me, Englishman." Sharpe stared into the Frenchman's eyes. Then, with a speed that equaled Calvé's earlier quickness, he slapped the general's face. The blow sounded like a pistol shot. Calvé's head was jerked to one side. He stepped back, brought the musket into his shoulder, and aimed it between Sharpe's eyes. "Bastard!" he snarled. "Bugger off!" Sharpe said in English. Calvé pulled the trigger. Sharpe twisted away, reached for his sword hilt, and he had drawn a clear foot of the steel clear of the scabbard before he realized that the musket hadn't been loaded. Calvé laughed. "You can stop pissing your britches, Major. The gun wasn't loaded. So pick up your bloody rifles and take me to Duco." He turned away from Sharpe and ordered his men to fall in. The moustached veterans obediently made two ragged ranks, but the three riflemen didn't move. Calvé turned on them with feigned astonishment. "Don't just stand there. Move!" Still none of the three riflemen shifted. "You expect us to take you to Duco?" Sharpe asked. "Listen, you goddamn fool!" Calvé, who was plainly enjoying himself, walked back and planted himself squarely in front of Sharpe. "Why should I send you to the cardinal? All he wants to do is steal the gold for himself, and the Emperor wants it back, and that's my task, Major. And to help me fulfill it, I'm offering you an alliance. You tell me where Duco is hiding, and I will let you live. Indeed, I will even offer you the greater privilege of fighting under my command. For a change, Englishman, you and I will be on the same side. We are allies, except that I am a general of Imperial France, and you are a piece of English toad shit, which means that I give the orders, and you obey them like a lily-white-arsed conscript. So stop gawping like a novice nun in a gunner's bathhouse, and tell me where we're going." "I don't think we have very much choice," Frederickson observed dryly. And nor did they. Thus Sharpe was under orders again, back in an army's discipline, but this time serving a new master, the Emperor of Elba himself, Napoleon. Chapter 14. "Of course the cardinal wants the money. He's nothing but a tub of greed, but what high churchman isn't?" General Calvé spoke quietly to Sharpe. The two men were lying at the crest of a steep ridge, from where they could observe the Villa Lupigi, which lay on yet a higher hill a mile to the west. They were hidden and shaded by a thick growth of ilex and cypress. Frederickson, Harper, and the General's 12 men were resting among the gnarled trunks of an ancient olive grove that grew in a small valley behind the ilex-covered ridge.
"And like every other churchman," Calvé went on, "the Cardinal wants someone else to do his dirty work for him. In this case, us."
The Cardinal had done everything he could to make Calvé's task easier, except betray Duco's hiding place. The Cardinal had provided a house in which Calvé and his men could wait for Sharpe's arrival in Naples. That arrival had been reported by the customs officials, who had been warned by the Frenchman to expect a tall, black-haired man and a shorter, one-eyed companion. The house where Calvé waited had been very close to the place where the Frenchman had ambushed the 3 riflemen. A messenger had come from the city to warn Calvé that 3, not 2, Englishmen had left on the northern road, and it had been a simple matter for Calvé to wait at the ravine's northern end.
"You'll notice, though," Calvé went on, "that the Cardinal has left us alone now."
"Why?" Calvé said nothing for a few seconds, but just stared at the Villa Lupigi through an ancient battered telescope. Finally he grunted.
"Why? So we conveniently kill Duco, and then the Cardinal can arrest us and keep the money, which is why, Englishmen, we shall have to outguess the bastard."
Calvé's idea of outguessing the Cardinal had the virtues of extreme simplicity. The Cardinal must surely plan to waylay Calvé as he withdrew from the villa, and the likeliest places for that ambush would be on any of the roads leading away from the half-ruined house. So Calvé wouldn't leave the villa by road. Instead, 3 of his men would be detached from the assault and sent to the west of the villa, where a small village lay on the seashore. The 3 men's task was to sequester one of the bright-painted and high-prowed fishing boats from the tiny harbour. 2 of the 3 men had been sailors before the collapse of the French Navy had persuaded Napoleon to turn seamen into soldiers, and though their detachment meant sacrificing 3 precious men from the assault, Calvé was certain the ploy would outwit the Cardinal.
"We'll also attack at night," Calvé had decided, "because if that fat fool has sent troops, then you can be certain they're almost as useless as you are."
Raw troops were easily confused by night fighting, which was why, Calvé continued, he hadn't launched his brigade of conscripts against the Teste-de-Bouc fort during the night.
"If I'd had my veterans, Englishmen, we'd have gobbled you up that very first night."
"Many French veterans have tried to kill me," Sharpe said mildly, "and I'm still here."
"That's just the luck of the devil."
Calvé spotted some movement at the villa and went silent as he gazed through the glass.
"How did you learn French?"
he asked after a while. "From Madame Castino."
"In her bed?"
"No," Sharpe protested.
"Is she beautiful?"
Calvé asked greedily. Sharpe hesitated. He knew he could deflect Calvé's impudent inquiries by describing Lucille as very plain, but he suddenly found that he could not so betray her. "I think so," he said very lamely. Calvé chuckled at the answer.
"I'll never understand the women. They'll turn down a score of prinked-up thoroughbreds, then flop onto their backsides when some chewed-up mongrel like you or me hangs out his tongue. Mind you, I'm not complaining. I bedded an Italian duchess once, and thought I'd shock her by telling her I was the son of a ditch-digger, but it only made her drag me back to the sheets."
He shook his head at the memory.
"It was like being mauled by a troop of Cossacks."
"I told you," Sharpe lied with fragile dignity, "that I didn't go to Madame Castino's bed."
"Then why should she try to protect you?"
Calvé demanded. He had already confessed to Sharpe that it was Madame Castino's unwitting letter that had alerted Napoleon to Duco's treachery, and he now described how that letter had tried to exonerate the rifleman.
"She was insistent you were as innocent as a stillborn baby. Why should she say that?"
"Because we are innocent," Sharpe said, but he felt a thrill of gratitude at such evidence of Lucille's protective care. Then, to change the subject, he asked whether Calvé was married.
"Christ, yes."
Calvé spat out a shred of chewing tobacco.
"But the good thing about war, Englishmen, is that it keeps us away from our own wives, but very close to other men's wives."
Sharpe smiled dutifully, then reached out and took the General's telescope. He stared at the villa for a long time, then slid the tube shut. "We'll have to attack from this side."
"Oh, that's bloody obvious. A schoolboy with a palsied brain could have worked that one out."
Sharpe ignored the General's sarcasm. He was beginning to like Calvé, and he sensed that the Frenchman liked him. They'd both marched in the ranks, and both had endured a lifetime of battles. Calvé had risen much higher in rank, but Calvé had a devotion to a cause that Sharpe didn't share. Sharpe had never fought for King George in the same fanatic spirit that Calvé offered to the Emperor. Calvé's devotion to the fallen Napoleon was absolute, and his alliance with Sharpe a mere expedience imposed by that forlorn allegiance. When Calvé attacked the Villa Lupigi, he would do it for the Emperor, and Sharpe suspected that Calvé would cheerfully march into hell itself if the Emperor so demanded it. Not that attacking the Villa Lupigi should be hellish. It had none of the defensive works of even a small redoubt of the late wars. There was no glacis to climb, no ravelins to flank, no embrasures to gout cannon fire. Instead, it was merely a ragged and fading building that decayed on its commanding hilltop. During the night, Calvé and Sharpe had circled much of that hill, and had seen how the lantern light glowed in the seaward rooms, while the eastern and ruined half of the building was an inky black. That dark tangle of stone offered itself as a hidden route to the enemy's heart. The only remaining question was how many of that enemy waited in the rambling and broken villa. During the morning, Sharpe and Calvé had seen at least 24 men around the villa. Some had just lounged against an outer wall, staring to sea. Another group had walked with some women towards the village harbour. 2 had exercised large wolf-like dogs. There had been no sight of Pierre Duco. Calvé was guessing that Duco had about 36 men to defend his stolen treasure, while Calvé, less his 3 boat-snatchers, would be leading just 10. "It'll be a pretty little fight," Calvé now grudgingly allowed. "It's the dogs that worry me." Sharpe had seen the size of the 2 great beasts which had strained against the chains of their handlers. Calvé sneered. "Are you frightened, Englishman?" "Yes." Sharpe made the simple reply, and he saw how the honesty impressed Calvé. Sharpe shrugged. "It used not to be bad, but it seems to get worse. It was awful before Toulouse." Calvé laughed. "I had too much to do at Toulouse to be frightened. They gave me a brigade of wet-knickered recruits who would have run away from a schoolmistress's cane if I hadn't put the fear of God into the bastards. I told them I'd kill them myself if they didn't get in there and fight." "They fought well," Sharpe said. "They fought very well." "But they didn't win, did they?" Calvé said. "You saw to that, you bastard." "It wasn't my doing. It was a Scotsman called Nairn. Your brigade killed him." "They did something right then," Calvé said brutally. "I thought I was going to die there. I thought you were going to shoot me in the back, and I thought to hell with it. I'm getting too old for it, Major. Like you, I find myself pissing with fright before a battle these days." Calvé was returning honesty with honesty. "It became bad for me in Russia. I used to love the business before that. I used to think there was nothing finer than to wake in the dawn and see the enemy waiting like lambs for the sword blades. But in Russia, I got scared. It was such a damned big country that I thought I'd never reach France again, and that my soul would be lost in all that emptiness." He stopped, seemingly embarrassed by his confession of weakness. "Still," he added, "brandy soon put that right. We use rum." "Brandy and fat bacon," Calvé said wistfully. "That makes a proper bellyful before a fight." "Rum and beef," Sharpe countered. Calvé grimaced. "In Russia, Englishman, I ate one of my own corporals. That put some belly into me, though it was very lean meat." Calvé took his telescope back and stared at the villa, which now seemed deserted in the afternoon heat. "I think we should wait till about 2 hours after midnight, don't you agree?" Sharpe silently noted how this proud man had asked for his opinion. "I agree," he said. "We'll attack in 2 groups." "We will?" Calvé growled. "We go first," Sharpe said. "We? Englishmen?" "The Rifles, General, the 3 of us, the experts, us." "Do I give orders or you?" Calvé demanded belligerently. "We're riflemen, best of the best, and we shoot straighter than you." Sharpe knew it was only a soldier's damn pride that had made him insist on leading the assault. He patted the butt of his Baker rifle. "If you want our help, General, then we go first. I don't want to pack a blundering Frenchman alerting the enemy. Besides, for a night attack, our green coats are darker than yours." "Like your souls," Calvé grumbled, but then he grinned. "I don't care if you go first, Englishman, because if the bastards alert, then you're the 3 who'll get killed." He laughed at that prospect, then slid back from the skyline. "Time to get some sleep, Englishman. Time to get some sleep." On the far hill a dog raised its muzzle and howled at the blinding sun. Like the hidden soldiers, it waited for the night. Calvé's infantrymen, like the 3 riflemen, wore their old uniforms. The 12 grenadiers were all survivors of Napoleon's elite corps, the Old Guard, the Imperial Guard. Just to join the Imperial Guard, a man must have endured 10 years of fighting service, and Calvé's dozen grenadiers must have amassed more than a century and a half of experience between them. Each of the men, like Calvé, had abandoned royal France to follow their beloved emperor into exile, and they now wore the uniforms which had terrified the emperor's enemies across Europe. Their dark blue coats had red turnbacks and tails, and their bearskins were faced with brass and chained with silver. Each man, in addition to his musket, was armed with a short, brass-hilted sabre briquet. The grenadiers, as they assembled in the olive grove, made a formidable sight. Yet it was also a very noticeable sight, for their white breeches reflected very brightly in the moonlight, so brightly that Sharpe's earlier proposal that the green jacket should go first made obvious good sense. At midnight, Calvé led the small force out of the olive grove, across the ilex ridge, and down to the valley at the foot of the villa's hill. The 3 men who had secured the fishing boat had already left for the small harbour. Calvé had threatened the 3 with death if they made even the smallest noise on their journey, and he reiterated the warning now to his own party, which thereafter advanced at an agonizingly slow pace. It was thus not till well after 2 o'clock that they reached a stand of cypress trees that was the last available concealment before they climbed the steep, scraped hillside towards the villa's eastern ruins. The inconveniently bright moon shone above the sea to silhouette the ragged outline of the high building. Calvé stood with Sharpe and stared at the silhouette. "If they are awake and ready, my friend, then you're a dead Englishman." Sharpe noted the mon ami and smiled. "'Fraid they're asleep." "Damn prayer, Englishman. Put your faith in gunpowder and the bayonet." "And brandy?" "That, too." Calvé offered his flask. Sharpe was tempted, but refused. To have accepted, he decided, would be to demonstrate the fear which he'd earlier confessed, but which now, on the verge of battle, must be hidden. It was especially important to hide it when he was being observed by these hardened men from Napoleon's own guard. Tonight, Sharpe vowed, 3 riflemen would prove themselves more than equal to these proud men. Calvé had no qualms about displaying a fondness for brandy. He tipped the flask to his mouth, then, to Sharpe's astonishment, gave the rifleman a warm embrace. "Vive l'Empereur, mon ami!" Sharpe grinned, hesitated, then tried the unfamiliar war cry for himself. "Vive l'Empereur, mon général!" The Imperial Guardsman smiled, while a delighted Calvé laughed. "You get better, Englishman, you get better! But, you're also late. So go, go!" Sharpe paused, stared up the hill and wondered what horrors might wait at its black summit. Then he nodded to Frederickson and Harper, and led the way into the moonlight. The long journey at last was ending. It was simple at first, merely a tough upwards climb of a weed-strewn hillside that was more trying on the leg muscles than on the nerves. Once Sharpe stepped on a loose stone that tumbled back in a stream of smaller stones and earth, and he froze, thinking of the scorn Calvé would be venting in the trees below. Harper and Frederickson watched the great building above, but saw no movement except for the bats that flickered about the broken walls. No light showed. If there were guards in the ruins, they were very silent. Sharpe thought of the great wolf-like dogs. But if the beasts waited, they too were silent. Perhaps, as Frederickson had dared to hope, they were nothing but pets, which at this moment slept in some deep recess of the silent villa. The 3 riflemen pushed on, angling to their right so that they could take the greatest advantage of the building's mooncast shadow that spread its blackness a quarter way down the eastern slope. Still no one challenged them. They moved like the skirmishers they were, spread apart with one man always motionless, a rifle at his shoulder to cover the other 2. It took 15 minutes to reach the shrouding darkness of the building shadow. Once in that deeper darkness, they could move faster, though the slope had now become so steep that Sharpe was forced to sling his rifle and use his hands to climb. A small wind had begun to stir the air, travelling from the inland hills and olive groves towards the sea. "Down!" Harper hissed a word from the left flank, and Sharpe and Frederickson obediently flattened themselves. Harper edged his rifle forward, but left his 7-barrel gun slung across his back. Sharpe pulled his own rifle free, then heard a scraping sound from the hilltop. The sound resolved itself into footsteps, though no one was yet visible. Very slowly Sharpe turned his head to stare down the long slope. He could see no sign of Calvé or his grenadiers beneath the ink-dark cypresses. "Sir!" Harper's voice was as soft as the new small wind. Two men strolled unconcernedly around the corner of the ruined building. The men were talking. Both had muskets slung on their shoulders, and both were smoking. Once they were in the shadow of the eastern wall, the only sign of their progress was the intermittent glow of the two cheroots. Sharpe heard a burst of laughter from the two guards. The sound confirmed what the men's casual attitude had already suggested, that Duco had not been warned. Men who expected an attack would be far more wary and silent. The two guards were clearly oblivious to any danger, but they posed a danger themselves, for they stopped halfway down the eastern flank and seemed to settle themselves at the base of the ruined wall. Then, from somewhere deep inside the black tangle of ruins, a dog growled. One of the two guards shouted to quieten the animal, but in the ensuing silence Sharpe's fear surged like a great burst of pain in his belly. He feared those dogs. Yet despite the fear, he made himself squirm up the hill. He was on the right flank of the three riflemen, farthest from the two guards, so he possessed the best chance of reaching the ruins unseen. He inched forwards, dragging himself painfully with his elbows. He estimated he was 40 yards from the closest ruins, and perhaps 60 from where the two men crouched among fallen masonry. He ignored the two men, instead trying to see a route into the tangle of broken stone above. If he could work his way round behind the two guards, then he might yet be able to silence them without the need to fire a shot. He had sharpened the big sword so that its edge was bright and deadly. The scabbard was wrapped in rags so that the metal didn't chink on stone. He listened for the dogs, but heard nothing. His left shoulder was a mass of pain as it took the weight from his elbows. The joint had never healed properly, but he had to ignore the pain. He sensed that Frederickson and Harper were motionless. They'd be hearing the tiny noises of Sharpe's stealthy movements, would have guessed what he planned to do, and would now be waiting with their rifles trained on the two glowing cheroots. Sharpe could feel his heart thumping. The two guards were still talking softly. He pulled up his right leg, found a foothold, and gingerly pushed himself up. In 2 minutes, he estimated, he'd be inside the ruins. Had 10 minutes to stalk the two men. Then Calvé could be summoned with the agreed signal of a nightjar's harsh call. He eased himself another foot up the slope. But then all his hopes of surprise, and all the pent-up fears of the night, exploded in a lethal burst of noise. The two dogs had caught the stranger's scent on the freshening breeze. 1 second there'd been silence on the hilltop, except for the muttering of the two guards. Then, with a horrid abruptness, two dogs howled their cries at the moon as they came scrabbling and desperate over the ruined walls. Sharpe had time for one foul glimpse of their ragged silhouettes as they leapt against the sky. "Fire!" He shouted the order in panic. Harper and Frederickson fired at the two sentries. The rifle's noise was startlingly loud, so loud that thousands of roosting birds shattered up from the ruined masonry. A guard shouted with pain. The dogs were scenting their closest enemy, Sharpe. He had just had enough time after his first glimpse of the beasts to rise to one knee and draw the big sword. He couldn't see the beasts in the dark shadows, but he could hear and smell them. He screamed as he swung the heavy blade. He felt the steel thump into a pelt, jar on bone, then slide free. The animal he'd struck howled like a soul in torment. Sharpe knew he must have hurt it badly, for it slewed sideways, but then the second animal came straight for him with its teeth bared. Sharpe's sword arm was unbalanced, so he swung his left arm to ward off the attack. The dog's teeth closed on the green cloth of his old jacket. Then the animal swung all its weight on the fragile cloth that ripped, but not before the impact of the attack had sent Sharpe tumbling down the slope. He was nerveless with fear. He knew how to fight men, but this feral violence was something he could neither anticipate nor understand. He lost both sword and rifle as he fell. The second dog had also lost its balance and spilled sideways on the slope. The first dog, bleeding from its flank and with a broken foreleg, lunged at Sharpe. He scrambled away from it, and in his desperation sprawled onto his back. But then the second dog, with shreds of green cloth hanging from its teeth, sprang onto his belly. Sharpe smelt its rancid breath and knew the dog was about to rip his windpipe open. Sharpe desperately lunged up with his right hand, caught the dog's throat and squeezed. A musket fired from the hilltop, and the dog's eyes reflected sudden and red in the muzzle's flash. Calvé was shouting orders at the foot of the hill. Saliva dripped onto Sharpe's face. The dog was a heavy mass of bone and muscle, nothing but a killing beast. It scrabbled for a foothold on Sharpe's chest and belly, shook its head to loosen the terrible grip on its sinewy throat, and thrust its weight down so that its teeth could flint the skin from Sharpe's face. Somewhere on the hilltop a man screamed. Another musket fired, but nowhere near Sharpe. He wanted to shout for help, but he needed all his strength to hold off the dog's lunges. Sharpe twisted, heaved, and rolled the dog over onto its wounded companion. He still had his right hand hooked and clawed into the animal's throat. He screamed at it in impotent rage, then wrenched his grip as if he'd tear the windpipe clean out. The wounded dog snarled at him. Another musket fired, and in its burst of flame Sharpe saw the sheen of dark light on his fallen sword-blade. He picked up the weapon in his left hand, holding it by the blade, and stabbed it down. The force of the blow rammed his hand down the edge, slicing his palm open, but he hurt one of the dogs badly, for it whined, and Sharpe felt the steel jerk as the beast tried to twist free of the blade. He let go of the dog's throat with his right hand, seized the sword hilt, and stood up. Both dogs wrenched towards him, but he hacked down as if the sword was an axe, then went on hacking till there was nothing but bloodied pelts and butchered flesh. "Sir!" Harper shouted from the ruins. "Where are you, sir? What's happening, for Christ's sake? 2 dead uns here, sir. Get into the ruins!" Sharpe clenched his slashed left hand to stem the blood that poured from his palm. His right leg and left shoulder were hurting like the devil. Beneath him he could see Calvé's men desperately climbing towards the ruins. Sharpe couldn't see his rifle. He knelt again and felt around the slope, finally discovering the weapon's stock beneath the still-warm gobbets of dog-flesh. He dragged the blood-sticky weapon free, then limped up to the hilltop. Frederickson found him there. "Harper shot one man, I killed the other. You all right?" "No, I'm not. Bloody dogs!" Sharpe still shivered with the remembered fear of the dogs. He ripped a scrap of torn cloth from his left sleeve and wrapped it round his cut hand. A man shouted from the villa's corner, telling Sharpe that other pickets had come to join the fight. He'd ignore them. Calvé's Imperial Guardsmen could suffer and deal with their threat, because the important thing, the only thing, was to get deep inside the building. "Come on!" Harper had already found a way across the outer broken wall, and now waited for Sharpe in the crumbling remains of an old courtyard. In some places the ancient masonry reached up 2 stories, while in others it was just a few weed-grown feet high. "Quick! Move!" Sharpe was hissing with pain, but it had to be suppressed. Surprise was gone, so now the attack must lunge like a blade as fast and deep as it could before the enemy rallied. He led the 2 riflemen into a maze of broken walls and collapsed arches, dodging from shadow to shadow, always heading west towards the intact part of the house. At every step, Sharpe expected a musket's muzzle blast as greeting. But each corner turned and each wall jumped, revealed nothing but silence and motionless ruin. Stone columns lay fallen over roofless corridors, and beams were half buried in fallen walls. It was a place for birds, lizards, snakes, and silence. "This way!" Harper called. He had found an undamaged cloister that seemed to offer a way through to the western end of the building. Sharpe followed the Irishman. One of Calvé's men shouted from behind, but Sharpe ignored the call. Muskets suddenly crashed from the eastern face of the ruins. Sharpe stumbled on a broken piece of masonry, then fell into the deep shadow of the intact cloister. Frederickson followed, and the 3 riflemen, temporarily hidden, stopped to draw breath. "Is everyone loaded?" Sharpe asked. All 3 rifles were charged. Sharpe sheathed his sword and cocked his own rifle. His left arm and hand were ripped with pain, but he had to forget that agony if the night was not to end in ignominious defeat. The cloister was pitch dark. It led west, to where, surely, Duco must be waiting. Sharpe expected Duco's men to appear at any moment, and pointed his rifle towards the threatening dark shadows. "Major!" Calvé roared from the eastern wall. "Where the hell are you, you bastard?" Sharpe was about to reply, but any sound he might have made was drowned by a new explosion of musketry. It seemed to come from the sky, and Sharpe sidled to the cloister's edge and looked up to see a dark mass of men crowning the intact wall, which marked the edge of the ruined part of the building and the beginning of the living quarters. They were firing down at Calvé's men, who now sought desperate shelter among the broken stones. Sharpe raised his rifle. "No!" Frederickson hissed. "No? The bastards probably don't know we're this deep in the building. Come on!" Frederickson felt his way down the black cloister. Calvé's men were returning the fire now, but the musketry duel was dreadfully one-sided. Duco's men were hidden by the roof's parapet and could plunge their fire down into the ruins, while Calvé's men could only fire blindly upwards. "Major!" Calvé bellowed again. "Where in Christ's name are you?" Sharpe had reached the cloister's end and found it blocked by a heavy timber door. Frederickson, crouching at the door's foot, calmly produced his tinderbox, struck flint to steel, and blew on the charred linen to make a tiny flame. The small light revealed ancient blackened timber. The door was constructed from 5 vertical bolts, studded with iron nails, but the long years and the desiccating heat had shrunk the wood to leave finger-wide gaps between the heavy timbers. There was a rusted latch, which, try as he might, Frederickson couldn't shift. "Bastard locked!" "Give me room!" Harper pushed the 2 officers aside, then rammed his bayonet-starved blade into one of the gaps. He levered the steel, grunting with the effort, and Sharpe was certain that the thick blade would snap before the ancient wood gave way. The noise of the muskets drowned any sounds Harper made. Frederickson blew on the tinder's flame to keep it alight as Sharpe drew his sword and rammed the blade alongside Harper's. He twisted the sword so that the strain would be taken from edge to edge, then added his weight to the Irishman's. The feeble flame went out. Then, with a crash and a gout of dust, the timber cracked and split. Harper ripped the board away, then used Sharpe's sword to attack the next heavy timber. The fire from the rooftop was persistent, while that from the eastern ruins was sporadic, suggesting that Calvé's men were trapped among the fallen stones. "We're through!" Harper had made the hole large enough, and now pushed the sword back to Sharpe. The Irishman went first through the gap, Frederickson followed, and Sharpe went last. They went into an utter darkness, bereft of stars, and it seemed to Sharpe as though they'd stumbled into some capacious dungeon with a smooth stone floor, sheer stone walls, and a high, echoing ceiling. Sharpe groped his way forward. The sound of the musketry was muffled now. The villa's defenders doubtless believed they were winning the battle, but were still unaware that one tiny group of attackers had managed to reach deep into the huge building. "Door!" Frederickson had found the way out of the dark room, and, miraculously, the new door was unlocked. It grated and squealed as Frederickson thrust it ajar. It led into a passage that was suffused with the faintest pre-dawn light from north-facing windows. No enemy waited in the passage, only a black cat which hissed at them, then fled. A winding stairway climbed from a jet-black arch in the passage's left wall. Sharpe knew this was no moment to be cautious, speed was all, and so he hefted his bloodied sword and climbed. He didn't try to be silent, but just blundered up the winding stair 2 steps at a time. The stairway opened into a stone-walled room where a flickering tallow candle revealed 2 terrified girls clutching each other in the remnants of their beds. Men's clothes were on the floor, though doubtless the men themselves were among the defenders on the roof. One of the girls opened her mouth to scream, and Sharpe instinctively threatened her with a sword. She went very still. Harper pushed past Sharpe, saw the girls, and aimed his rifle on which his bayonet was now locked. The girls shook their heads as if to show that they wouldn't make any noise. Frederickson appeared in the room. He had prepared for battle in his usual way by stowing his eye-patch and false teeth in his ammunition pouch, and he thus presented a fearsome sight which made one of the girls draw breath to scream. Harper rapped the side of her head with the edge of his blade. She froze. The blanket dropped away to show that she was naked. "Kill the bitches!" Frederickson came into the room last. "Tell them that if they make a noise, we'll kill them both," Sharpe ordered. Frederickson seemed disgusted at this display of weakness, but obeyed. One of the 2 girls nodded to show that she understood, and Sharpe plucked a blanket from the floor and tossed it over their heads. "Come on!" A second winding stairway led from the room. Sharpe again climbed it first. The sound of musketry was much louder now, betraying that the riflemen were close to Duco's men. At the top of the stairway was a half-open door, which Sharpe knew would lead onto the flat roof from which Duco's men poured their fire down onto Calvé's soldiers. Sharpe remembered a moment like this on the Portuguese border, when he and Harper had climbed just such a stair in the certain knowledge that the enemy waited at its top. He felt like a rat in a barrel, and the fear slowed his step. Through the half-open door he could see the sky. There was a high wisp of cloud, lit silver-grey against the dark. "Move yourself, sir!" Harper unceremoniously pushed Sharpe aside to take the lead. He'd slung his rifle and bayonet on his left shoulder so he could use his favourite weapon, the big 7-barreled gun. The Irishman licked his lips, crossed himself, then pushed the door fully open. Harper froze. He could see the enemy, and Sharpe could not. Frederickson tried to push on, but he couldn't get past Sharpe. "God save Ireland," Harper whispered, and Sharpe knew that the big man like himself was scared. There was a hard knot in Sharpe's belly, put there by the certainty that death waited beyond the open door. "How many?" he whispered to Harper. "At least a dozen of the bastards. "For Christ's sake!" Frederickson sounded angry. "Calvé's been crucified!" "Vive l'Empereur!" Sharpe said fatuously, and the erstwhile enemy's battle cry seemed to propel Harper through the open door. "Bastards!" The Irishman screamed the word as his own battle cry. Men turned to stare at him, astonishment on their faces. Then Harper pulled the trigger, and the flints sparked fire into the chamber behind the 7 barrels. The gun hammered like a small cannon, and 2 of Duco's men were snatched clean off their feet to tumble screaming to the broken stones below. Sharpe had followed Harper onto the smoke-wreathed roof. He carried the rifle in his clumsily bandaged left hand, fired it, didn't wait to see if his bullet hit, but just ran forward with the sword in his right hand. The blade was matted thick with dog blood and hair. Frederickson flanked Harper's right. A musket hammered at them, but the 3 riflemen were moving too quickly, and the ball whined harmlessly between Sharpe and Harper. The surprise of their small attack was absolute. 1 second Sergeant Chalon's men had been firing down at comparative safety, and the next they were being violently assaulted from their left flank. Those men nearest to the riflemen had no time to escape. One man tried to twist out of Sharpe's way, but the big sword caught him on the backswing to flay his throat back to the spine. Sharpe's scream of triumph would have curdled a devil's blood. Harper was using the butt of the big gun like a club. Frederickson shot a man, discarded his rifle, then elegantly skewered another with his sword. Sharpe was past his first victim, hunting another. The fear had gone now, washed away by the old exultation of battle. The enemy was running. They were desperately jostling towards a doorway on the roof's far side. These men had no belly for this fight, all except one man who had the tough face of an old soldier. The moustached face was framed with the pigtails of the elite Napoleonic dragoons. The man wore the remnants of his green uniform, on which was a single stripe of a sergeant. He lifted his straight sword towards Sharpe, feinted, then lunged at Harper. He didn't finish the lunge, but stepped back and swung the blade towards Frederickson. The man was cornered. His companions had abandoned him. But he was making a professional cold fight out of his desperate position. "Give up," Sharpe said in English, then corrected himself by giving the command in French. The only response was a sudden and savage attack. Sharpe parried so that the 2 swords rang like a bell. The other enemy had disappeared down the far stairway, and now the French sergeant retreated after them, but never turned his back on his 3 opponents. Frederickson edged round to threaten his right flank, and the dragoon sergeant's sword slithered towards the new threat. But Harper was even faster. He moved to the sergeant's left, reached out and seized his belt to pull him off balance. The sergeant tried to reverse his blade, but Harper contemptuously ripped it from his hand and sent it spinning over the parapet. He then hit the French sergeant on the head, so that the man slumped down in dazed agony. "You were told to give up," Harper said patiently, then hit the man again. "You stubborn, bloody bastard." "Major!" General Calvé was standing in the ruins below. "Go right!" Sharpe pointed to where they had broken through into the passage. "Hurry!" "Englishman, well done!" Sharpe laughed at the compliment, then essayed an elaborate bow to the Frenchman. As he bowed, so Harper screamed a sudden warning, and Sharpe abandoned his courtesy to fall ignominiously on his face as a small cannon split the dawn apart with its sudden noise. The ball thumped over Sharpe's head. "Duco!" Frederickson had spotted the enemy. Sharpe looked where Frederickson was pointing. Beyond this roof was another courtyard, this one intact, and on its far side Sharpe saw an open, full-length window on an upper floor. The room had a balcony that billowed with smoke. Men moved in the lantern light behind the balcony. Then the small wind shifted the obscuring smoke, and Sharpe at last saw his enemy. He recognized the round lenses of the spectacles first, then he saw the thin face, and he saw, too, with astonishment, that Duco was in the uniform of a French marshal. For a second Duco looked straight into Sharpe's eyes, then he twisted away. 2 other men took his place. Between them they carried a strange brass object which they stood in the window. For a second Sharpe thought it was a small misshapen table, but then Frederickson recognized the 4-legged gun. "A bloody grasshopper," he said scornfully. But he still dropped flat as the linstock touched fire to the charge. This time the small gun had been loaded with multiple shot that whistled harmlessly overhead. A scream sounded below, and Sharpe knew Calvé's men must have entered the second courtyard. The sound of musketry began again, rising in a snapping crescendo. But this time the deadly sound came from deep inside Duco's fastness. The dawn was already lightening the eastern sky with a pale silver wash. And Sharpe knew this battle was half won, but still not complete. An enemy had to be trapped and taken alive. He loaded his rifle, wiped blood off his blade, and went back to the fight. Chapter 15. Sergeant Chalon lay disarmed and unconscious on the roof. But Pierre Duco could not know of his loyal sergeant's predicament. Instead, he cursed the sergeant for abandoning him, just as he cursed the hired men who now scrambled desperately from the villa to run away into the night's remnant. Only a handful of dragoons had stayed with Duco, not out of loyalty, but with the demand that Duco now open the great strongbox and let them flee with their plunder. Their greed was interrupted by Calvet's men, who began storming the lower corridors. Women and children screamed as they tried to escape the vengeful guardsmen, and the screams served to remind Duco's dragoons of their predicament. They slammed doors shut to cut the strongbox off from the attackers, then axed loopholes in the doors so they could keep Calvet's men at bay. The grasshopper gun fired once more at the far roof, but the 3 green uniformed men seemed to have gone, and the gun was brought down into the curtained archway that faced towards the sea. From that position, it could slaughter any enemy who tried to outflank the loophole doors by crossing the paved and balustraded terrace. "If we just hold long enough," Duco urged his 6 remaining men, "I promise we'll get help." Duco loaded 2 gilt-chased pistols that had been gifts from the Tsar of Russia to the Emperor of France before the 2 nations fell into enmity. He carried the pistols to the window facing the courtyard and fired them both at the place where he believed he had seen Sharpe. No one could be seen on that far roof now, so Duco merely shot at phantoms. He was trying to persuade himself that Sharpe's appearance had been just that, a phantom sprung on him by his overheated fears, and made more palpable by the dawn's bad light. Yet he could hear that the men in the corridors outside the locked doors were no phantoms. They were fellow Frenchmen come for a treasure that Duco would not surrender. Some of the products of that treasure were now used to barricade the archway where the grasshopper gun stood. A celestial globe was heaped on top of a Japan chest of drawers. A green silk-covered chaise longue made a breastwork, while beneath it an ebony table with a surface of inlaid silver and ivory was stacked as a shield for enemy bullets. Cushions, curtains, rugs, and bedclothes were crammed between chairs to make the barricade yet more formidable. Only the heavy green curtain which shielded the deep alcove where the strongbox was hidden was left in its place. 2 men crewed the grasshopper gun in its cushioned embrasure, while the other 4 dragoons took it in turns to fire through the 2 loophole doors. Duco, his gaudy uniform hanging from him like finery draped on a scarecrow, paced between the 3 positions and spun a fantasy of imminent Neapolitan rescue. The 2 loophole doors were old and tough. A musket bullet could not penetrate the wood. At first, the fire from the corridors was frightening in its intensity, but the dragoons soon learned they were safe, and soon discovered they could drive the attackers away by firing from the loopholes. They'd made a fortress within the villa, and the only entrances into the fortress were through the 2 doors or across the terrace that would prove a killing ground for the small brass gun. The dragoons missed Sergeant Chalon's reassuring presence, but they felt safe enough now, and even found a grim enjoyment in their successful defiance. Duco made himself useful by loading every spare musket, carbine, and pistol, so that any determined attack could be met by an unrelenting fire. "Pity about the women," one dragoon muttered. "They'll come back." His companion fired through one of the splintered loopholes, and his bullet ricocheted down the dark corridor. The attackers had taken cover from the fire, and their answering shots were as ill-aimed as they were infrequent. The man who had fired stepped back and glanced scornfully at Duco. "First time I've met a marshal of France loading a musket." "We'll drive these bastards off," his companion muttered. "Then we'll kill the little runt and take the money home." It had only been Sergeant Chalon's stubborn loyalty that had prevented such a desirable solution before, but Chalon was now gone. The man fired through the door again, stepped back, then glanced up as an odd sound attracted his attention. He gaped at the high ceiling, then grabbed a loaded musket which he pointed directly overhead and fired. The fortress within a fortress was not quite as safe as it might have seemed. The musket bullet buried itself in a floorboard beneath Harper's feet, but struck with such force that the heavy board seemed to quiver beneath him. Dust jarred up along the timber's formidable length. Harpe wrenched at a crack between the boards with his bayonet. "I need a bloody axe." "We haven't got a bloody axe," Frederickson said curtly, then jumped back as 3 more gunshots thumped into the floor. "Why don't we just set the bloody place on fire?" Neither Sharpe nor Harper answered. Both had stouter blades than Frederickson's slim sword, and both were levering at the old thick timbers. They had made their way around the villa's roof to find this dusty attic directly over the enemy's inner sanctuary. Sharpe had knocked tiles from the roof to get into the dusty space where bat droppings lay thick on the floor. "It's moving!" Harper alerted Sharpe, who went to the other side of the heavy floorboard. Sharpe slid his sword under the wood and levered. Both men were crouching back from their work. Bullets were slamming noisily into the underside of the floor, and Sharpe feared that one would strike the tip of his sword and break the steel. He stood upright, put his foot on the hilt, and shoved downwards so that the timber creaked and heaved along its whole length. The far end of the board was still held fast by ancient nails, and the consequent tension threatened to snap the timber back like a spring until Frederickson jammed his rifle beneath to hold the raised end firm. Duco's men were shouting below. One musket bullet found the gap and smashed a tile not a foot from Frederickson's head. Harper found his 7-barrel gun, poked it under the raised timber, and fired blindly down. The noise was huge in the confined space, but even so the rifleman could hear a scream from the room below as the 7 bullets ricocheted wildly from its stone walls and floor. Sharpe fired his rifle into the gap, then both men stepped back to reload. Frederickson crouched to fire Harper's rifle into Duco's lair. "Like shooting rats in a barrel," he said grimly. Then suddenly all the riflemen were deafened, and Frederickson, the rifle still unfired, fell back. The raised board seemed to have exploded and jumped up at him. The attic was filled with a rending and splintering crash, beneath which sound, and mixed with it, was the vast echoing report of the small grasshopper cannon. The gun had been placed upright, balanced on its hind legs and breech, and then fired upwards. Its round shot had mangled one of the attic's floor timbers, then splintered on up through the tiles. Frederickson lay motionless. His face was bleeding from a score of splinters, but Sharpe could find no other wounds. The closeness of the cannonball's passage must have literally knocked him out. Sharpe had seen men similarly felled by a buffet of a round-shot's air. Frederickson would live, but within a few hours his face would be one huge bruise. "He'll live," Sharpe told Harper. Then, vengefully, he picked up the unfired rifle and fired it down through the hole torn by the round shot. Harper was grimly loading his 7-barrel gun, and at the same time counting the seconds it would take for the men below to reload the small cannon. Frederickson groaned woefully. One of the splinters had lodged in his empty eye socket that was now filling with blood. "Mind yourself, sir," Harper warned. He was guessing that the grasshopper gun was reloaded. The 2 riflemen went very still. If the men below had any wit, they wouldn't fire at the same place, but would blast the shot into an unbroken part of the ceiling. Sharpe felt the fear of utter helplessness, knowing that at any second a cannonball could drive up beneath his feet. "Fire, you bastards," he muttered. The gun fired. The men below had guessed wrong, and the shot smashed through the attic's far end. Dust and noise billowed about the confined space, while broken tiles clattered down the roof and smashed themselves in the courtyard. As the cannon's noise still echoed in the attic, Harper moved with the speed of a scalded cat to the first hole. He peered down, rammed the 7 barrels through the ragged gap, then pulled the trigger. He had only had time to charge 5 of the barrels, so much of the gun's force was wasted through the 2 empty muzzles, but the grasshopper's crew was only 15 feet below him, and the 5 bullets had enough force to kill both men. Sharpe fired his own reloaded rifle through the newer hole, then went to help Harper, who was levering at the tension floorboard. Frederickson moaned, rolled onto his side, then lay still. The floorboard, weakened by the cannonball's strike, snapped, and Sharpe and Harper could at last peer down at their enemy. 2 men lay dead beside the fallen grasshopper gun, which, because it had been placed on its butt to fire upwards, now had 2 bent back legs. A 3rd wounded man lay in a puddle of blood by the far door. The other dragoons had taken shelter in the corners of the room. One of them raised a carbine, and both Sharpe and Harper ducked back. Sharpe reloaded his rifle. Frederickson was breathing hoarsely now. There was silence from below. Duco and the remaining dragoons feared the awesome destructive power of the 7-barrel gun, and none of them dared step into the room's centre to retrieve their small cannon, and so they shrank back into corners and stared in fear at the broken ceiling. They were still staring as Calvé's men came to the loophole doors and thrust their muskets through. "No, no!" one of the dragoons shouted. Sharpe took one of the rifles and worked to the board beside the broken one. It had been loosened by the 2 cannon blows and came up with surprising ease. He saw the dragoons with their hands up, and he saw the muskets protruding from the doors, but he couldn't see Duco. "General!" he shouted. "Major!" Calvé's voice was muffled. "Wait there, I'll open up." Harper tried to stop Sharpe. "You'll break your bloody leg, sir." But Sharpe wanted Duco alive. Sharpe wanted to capture the small, cunning enemy who had dogged his footsteps from the Portuguese border to this broken house in Italy. And Sharpe, this close to his old enemy, would not be denied. He lowered himself through the gaping hole, hung for a second by his hands, then dropped. The height from ceiling to floor was 15 feet. Sharpe had shrunk that distance by hanging from the broken boards, but he still dropped the best part of 9 feet. The fall jarred him. He spilled sideways on the stone floor, and a pain shrieked up from his right ankle to his newly mended thigh. He screamed with the pain, rolled to his right, and snarled at the dragoons to stay still. He expected a bullet at any second. Harper was above him, threatening the room with his rifle. None of the dragoons fired. They just stared at the blood-streaked, savagely scarred man who had dropped from the roof, and who now struggled to stand upright. There was no sign of Duco. The room was lit by the pale grey wash of the lightening sky. Sharpe drew his sword, and the sound of the scraping blade made one of the dragoons whimper and shake his head. "Where's Duco?" Sharpe asked in French. One of the dragoons gestured towards a heavy green curtain. Sharpe knew he should have unlocked the doors to let Calvé's men into the room, but he was too close to his enemy now, and he had travelled too far and suffered too much to let this man escape him. He limped towards the curtain, flinching each time the weight went onto his right leg. He stopped a half-dozen paces from the heavy green cloth. "Duco, you bastard! It's Major Sharpe!" A pistol exploded beyond the curtain, and a bullet plucked at the green cloth. The pistol ball tore a ragged hole, went a foot to Sharpe's right, then buried itself in the ebony and silver inlaid table. Sharpe stepped 2 paces closer to the curtain. "Duco! You missed!" Another bullet twitched the heavy curtain. This one went to Sharpe's left. The curtain quivered from the bullets passing. The new ragged hole had scorched edges. The dragoons stared at the limping madman who was playing this insane game with death. Sharpe stepped so close that he could have reached out a hand and touched the green curtain. "You missed again!" He could hear the Frenchman breathing hoarsely beyond the curtain. Then he heard the click as another weapon was cocked. Sharpe sensed from the sound that Duco was standing well back from the green material and must be firing in blind panic at its heavy folds. "Duco, try again," he called. The third bullet jerked the cloth. It went to Sharpe's right, but so close that it couldn't have missed by more than a sword blade's thickness. Dust sprang from the curtain's thick weave to drift in the silvery dawn light. Sharpe laughed. "You missed!" "Open the door!" Calvé roared angrily through one of the loopholes. "Duco!" Sharpe called again, and once again the hidden Frenchman fired one of his stock of pistols. But this time the shot was not greeted by Sharpe's mockery. Instead, the rifleman screamed foully, gasped in awful pain, then moaned like a soul in sobbing torment. Duco shouted his triumph aloud. He ran to the curtain and snatched the heavy cloth aside, and there, at the moment of his personal victory, he stopped short. He stopped because a sword blade flashed up to dig its point into the skin of his throat. An unwounded Sharpe, with dog blood lining the scars on his powder-stained face, stared into Duco's eyes. The Frenchman held a last unfired pistol, but the huge sword was sharp in his throat, and the eyes that stared into his were like dark ice. "No, no, no." Duco moaned the words. Then his gun dropped onto the floor as his bladder gave way, and a stain spread on the white silk of his French martial breeches. "Oui, oui, oui," Sharpe said, then brought up his left knee in a single savage kick. The force of it jarred Duco's spectacles free. They fell and smashed, and then the Frenchman, clutching the warm stain on his breeches, fell after them and screamed a terrible moaning scream. And the long chase was done. Sharpe limped to the door to let in an irate General Calvé. The dawn was full now, flooding the limpid sea with a glitter of silver and gold. The villa was thick with smoke, but oddly silent now that the muskets had stopped firing. It was the silence after battle, the unexpected and oddly disappointing silence when the body still craved excitement, and there was nothing now to do but clear up the wounded and dead and find the plunder. Calvé's men tramped into the room and disarmed the broken dragoons. Harper carried Frederickson downstairs and tenderly laid the officer onto a chaise longue taken from the dismantled barricade. 2 of Calvé's men had been wounded, one of them badly, but none had been killed. The wounded grenadiers were laid beside Frederickson, whose wits were slowly coming back. His face was already blackening and swelling in a vast bruise, but he managed a wry smile when he saw the ludicrously uniformed Pierre Duco. The Frenchman still gasped from the pain of Sharpe's kick as Harper tied his wrists and ankles, then pushed him scornfully into a corner of the room to join the captured dragoons. General Calvé ripped down the alcove's curtain. Beyond it, and deep-shadowed at the end of an otherwise empty recess, was a great iron box. The keys for the box were found in a pocket of Pierre Duco's gaudy uniform. The locks were snapped open, and the lid was lifted on an emperor's fortune. Calvé's men stared in an awed silence. The gems were so bright in the shadowed alcove that it seemed as if they generated their own dazzling light. Sharpe edged past a grenadier and gazed down at the splendor. "It all belongs to the Emperor," Calvé warned. "I know, but Duco's mine." "Well, you can have him." Calvé stooped to pick up a handful of pearls. He let them trickle through his stubby fingers so that they glittered like scraps of starlight. "Sir?" Patrick Harper's voice was oddly subdued. He hadn't gone to see the treasure, but had instead cleared a passage through the barricade, and now stood on the terrace staring southwards. "Sir?" he called more loudly. "I think there's something you should see here, sir." Calvé crossed to the terrace with Sharpe. "Merde," Calvé said. A battalion of infantry was approaching the villa. Behind them, and still shadowed by a stand of trees, was a squadron of cavalry. The head of the small column was half a mile away, still on the coastal plain, but only a few minutes from the hill on which the captured villa stood. The battalion's shadows stretched towards the sea, and the dawn's clear light showed that its marching was a shambles, its demeanour unprepossessing, but it was nevertheless a complete battalion of infantry with at least 600 muskets, and its arrival explained why the Cardinal had given Calvé his free rein. Because Calvé and Sharpe had done the Cardinal's dirty work, and now the Neapolitans had arrived to reap the work's reward. "Merde," Sharpe said. Duco overcame his pain to crow a vengeful triumph. His friends had come to rescue him, he said, and Sharpe and Calvé would now suffer for their temerity. Harper slapped him to silence. "We can escape," Calvé said glumly, "but not with the fortune." "We can take a good deal of it," Sharpe suggested. "The Emperor wants it all." Calvé scowled at the Neapolitan battalion, which now spread itself into a line of 3 ranks at the foot of the villa's hill. The cavalrymen behind the battalion spurred their horses past the infantry. Clearly the Neapolitans planned to surround the hill. There'd be a few minutes before that manoeuvre was completed, and Calvé had rightly guessed that those moments would just be sufficient for his small band to scramble northwards into the hills. But they'd be forced to travel light, and they would doubtless be pursued mercilessly through all the long hot day. They'd be weighed down by the treasure they carried, by their wounded, and by their prisoner. The battalion of Neapolitan infantry waited on the parched grass. So far they'd ignored the small village where Calvé's 3 men should be guarding a boat, but that didn't signify, for the Italian infantry now lay between the villa and Calvé's sea-borne escape. 3 of the Neapolitan officers stood their horses a few yards in front of the resting infantry, and Sharpe guessed that an envoy would soon be sent up the hill to demand the surrender of the villa's occupants. "Ignore the bastards." Calvé, seeing no solution, turned away and ordered his men to fill their packs, cushion covers, and any other receptacle they could find with the Emperor's treasure. Harper joined the Frenchman and marvelled at the slew of rubies, emeralds, diamonds, and pearls. There were a few bags of gold heaped at one end of the iron chest, and a tangle of candlesticks at the other, but most of the great box was bright with gems. They lay a foot deep in the box, which was itself 3 feet high, suggesting that much of the treasure had already been squandered. "How much did you waste?" Calvé snapped at Duco, but the thin-faced Frenchman said nothing. He was waiting for his salvation. Which salvation appeared to be in the hands of the 3 Neapolitan officers who spurred their horses up the hill's steep southern flank. Dust drifted from their hooves towards the sea. "Bloody hell!" Harper had rejoined Sharpe on the terrace. "The boggers look as if they were going to their first communion." The Irishman spat over the balustrade. His disgust was at the uniforms that the officers wore. Neither he nor Sharpe had ever seen uniforms so splendid or so impractical. All three officers were in pristine and dazzling white. Their elegant cutaway coats were faced with cloth of brightest gold, while their cuffs and epaulettes were similarly arrayed with gold cloth that was dangling with gold chain. They wore black riding boots topped with gold turnovers, and on their heads were tall snow-white bearskins with gold chains looped from the crests to the blood-red plumes. "What are we supposed to do?" Harper said. "Fight the boggers, or kiss them?" Sharpe did not reply. Instead, he limped to that part of the balustrade closest to the approaching officers. All three were sweating because of the weight and constriction of their white fur hats. Their leader, whose rank Sharpe couldn't recognize, curbed his horse and gave the rifleman a curt nod. "Are you French?" the man asked in that language. "My name is Richard Sharpe, and I'm a major in His Britannic Majesty's Army," Sharpe said in English. "My name is Colonel Panizzi." Panizzi must have understood Sharpe's reply, though he still spoke in French. He waited, as though expecting Sharpe to offer him a salute, but the filthy, blood-stained Englishman didn't move. Panizzi sighed. "And what is an English officer doing in the Kingdom of Naples? Visiting a friend." Panizzi was a slim, handsome man. He wore a razor-thin moustache that curled up into sharp, waxed tips. Gold tassels hung from his bearskin's plume, while a tiny gold and silver cuirass hung beneath the high, stiff lapels of his white and gold coat. He momentarily closed his eyes in apparent exasperation at Sharpe's insolent answer. "Is General Calvé with you?" "I am General Calvé. Who the devil are you?" Panizzi bowed in his saddle towards the stocky Frenchman, who now stumped onto the terrace. "My name is Colonel Panizzi." "Good morning, Colonel, and goodbye." Calvé had clearly decided that defiance was the best course of action. Panizzi touched a white-gloved finger to a tip of his moustache. His two companions, both much younger, sat with impassive faces. Panizzi quietened his horse that jarred away from an insistent fly. "You are trespassing upon the property of a prince of the church." "I couldn't give a bucket of cow shit whose house it is," Calvé said. "The house and all its contents," Panizzi went on with remarkable equanimity, "are hereby placed under the protection of the Kingdom of Naples, whose warrant I hold. I therefore request that you leave the villa immediately." "And if I don't?" Calvé challenged. Panizzi shrugged. "I shall be forced to arrest you, which will cause me extreme pain. The bravery of General Calvé is legendary." The flowery compliment plainly pleased Calvé, but could not persuade him. There was a fortune at stake, and even if Calvé himself didn't receive a groat of the treasure, he was determined that his master would be denied none of it. "To arrest me," he said, "you will have to fight me. Not many men have lived to say that they fought General Calvé." Panizzi gave a flicker of a smile. He drew his sword, but very slowly, so as to demonstrate that he meant no threat. He pointed the shining blade down the hill to where his men sat slumped on the grass, then sheathed the blade again. The gesture was eloquent. Panizzi controlled 600 bayonets, and must have known that Calvé had scarcely more than a dozen. "Your bravery, as I said, is legendary." Panizzi was hoping to flatter Calvé into surrender. Calvé glanced at the Neapolitan battalion. Their colours had been unfurled, though the wind was not strong enough to lift the heavy fringed silk. Beneath the two flags the men appeared dispirited and flaccid. "You have the stomach for a fight, Colonel?" Calvé challenged Panizzi. "I have the orders for a fight, General, and I am a soldier." "A good answer." Calvé scowled down the hill. He knew better than anyone how hopeless this fight was. Yet he was a soldier too, and he also had his orders. "And if we surrender to you now?" he asked with evident distaste for the question. Panizzi looked shocked. "My dear General, there is no question of your surrendering. You are invited to be the guests of the Cardinal, the most honored guests. Consider my regiment to be nothing more than an escort sent to conduct you with due honor into the city." Calvé had the grace to smile at the outrageous description. "And if we choose not to be the Cardinal's guests?" "You are free to leave the kingdom, all of you." "Free?" Calvé probed. Panizzi nodded. "Entirely free, and you may take with you your uniforms and personal weapons." He paused. "But nothing more." The threat was in those last 3 words. Parisi knew what treasure lay in the villa, and he didn't care what became of Calvé, Sharpe, or their men, so long as the treasure became his. Calvé turned abruptly to stare north. The Neapolitan horsemen had cut off that escape route. He turned back. "You will give us 15 minutes to consider our position, Colonel." "10," Parisi said, then drew his sword again. He saluted Calvé with the shining blade. "And you will do the honor of breakfasting with my officers, Sir General?" "Only if you have bacon," Calvé said. "I have great liking for fat bacon." Parisi smiled. "Bacon will be found for you, General. You have 10 minutes to anticipate its taste." The Neapolitan colonel sheathed his sword, nodded a summons to his two companions, then galloped back down the hill. "Merde! Merde! Merde!" Calvé said. "Lime!" Calvé snarled at Sharpe. "I had you trapped in a fort, and you escaped with powdered lime, so tell me what foul trick you have this time." Sharpe didn't reply immediately. He was staring downhill at the dispirited Neapolitan infantrymen, who, in anticipation of the 10 minutes expiry, were being ordered to their feet. "Will they fight?" "Of course they'll bloody fight," Calvé said. "That bastard Parisi is telling them that there's a battalion of hordes and a king's ransom in this place. Any minute now, and they'll be raring to fight. They smell plunder." "So give it to them," Sharpe said abruptly. "What?" "Give them the damn gold. It weighs too much anyway. Take the stones and give them the bags of gold." Calvé stared at the rifleman. "You're mad." "On the contrary, General, we haven't got lime, but we can blind them with gold. Showers of gold. Gold dropping from the heavens." Sharpe was suddenly enthusiastic. "For God's sake, General, how much is this treasure worth to you? Would you rather crawl back to your Emperor with nothing, or would you rather buy your way out of this trap with a little gold?" Calvé turned to look at the somnolent battalion. "So, what do I do, Englishman? Go down there and haggle like a shoemaker? Don't be a fool. If we offer a little gold, they'll want it all, and once they have it all, they want the stones, and once they have the stones, we have nothing." "We don't offer it to them," Sharpe said, "but we give it." "How good do you think their discipline is?" Calvé snorted. "Pooh, they're a shambles. I've seen them in reeking with drink who made a better show than that." "So we test their discipline by appealing to their greed." Sharpe grinned at Harper. "I want the grasshopper, and some powder." Harper carried the brass gun, a powder keg, and a bag of quick-fuse onto the terrace. Sharpe placed the weapon butt down, balanced by its bent rear legs, so that it could fire high into the air like a mortar. Sharpe didn't want to blow a swathe of death through the Neapolitan battalion, which waited a quarter-mile away. He only wanted to swamp it with greed, and so he would literally make the gold of heaven rain from the sky. Two of Calvé's men fetched the bags of gold coins, while Sharpe ladled a minuscule amount of powder into the gun. He tamped it down. He dared not charge the gun fully, or else the coins would be blasted across empty miles of countryside. He poured a small fortune of gold into the brass barrel, then pushed a length of quick-fuse into the touch-hole. "General?" Calvé had been sulking at the prospect of losing even a small amount of his master's treasure, but now he brightened at the prospect of firing the first golden volley. The gun was aimed so that the golden shower would fall to the east, away from the sea. Before he fired, Calvé glanced to make certain that his men were ready to make their bid for escape. Harper was supporting the still-dazed Frederickson, and had Duco tied to a length of rope. It cut the Frenchman's ankles free, so Duco could run. Calvé's men, all but for the two wounded grenadiers, were laden with their bags and packs of gems. The prisoners, all but Duco, would be abandoned. "We're ready," Calvé said, then gleefully touched the glowing end of a cheroot to the stub of quick-fuse. There was a brief hiss, a coughing, dull explosion, and a spew of dark smoke. The gun jarred backwards, then toppled, as Sharpe had an impression, nothing more, of a gouting of bright gold that glittered almost straight into the air through the acrid billow of smoke. Then, a second later, it seemed that a patch of the sky twinkled as though fragments of the sun itself were shattering in the upper air. Sharpe knew he watched the coins at the top of their arcing flight, but then they disappeared. He waited, and suddenly Harper whooped as the shards of light bounced and scattered and winked on the ground just beyond the Neapolitan battalion's right flank. Sharpe righted the fallen gun, ladled in another scoop of powder, then rammed yet more coins onto the charge. He glanced downhill and saw the movement as men turned in the infantry's ranks. He rammed another length of quick fuse home, then touched Calvé's cheroot to its tip. Another shower of gold sparkled high, then fell to earth in a glitter of greed. "They're trying to hold the buggers," Harper reported gleefully. A third charge, then a fourth, and now Sharpe was adding a half-ounce to the charge, so that the gold was spreading itself in a bright swathe that led away from the sea. He touched the cheroot onto the fifth charge, and this time, as the gold shattered the dawn sky into 1,000 bright sparks, the battalion below broke their ranks, cheered, and stormed the empty fields to make their fortunes. The 3 Neapolitan ranks had dissolved like men hit by canister. Their sergeants and officers couldn't hold them, and the men scattered like a chaotic mob to the countryside. They threw away their packs, muskets, and shakos as they fought and scrambled for the coins. They plucked the golden harvest and constantly watched the sky for yet more of the wonderful goldfall. Sharpe gave them a last heavy blast of gold, this one from a barrel almost fully charged, so that the thick coins glittered a full half-mile inland as they fell. For the last time he watched the brightness tumble, then he turned and hobbled after Calvé's men. It was a race now. The infantry had been taken from the equation, but there was still the cavalry, and Panizzi's mounted officers. Calvé's men, weighed with their prize of precious gems and their 2 wounded comrades, stumbled down the steep hill. Harper forced Duco on, while Sharpe helped Frederickson. "I'm all right," Frederickson protested, but as soon as Sharpe let him go, he stumbled as if drunk. "We're left," Harper warned. Panizzi and 3 officers were spurring to cut off their retreat. Sharpe dropped to one knee, aimed, and put a bullet across their path. The crack of the Baker rifle sounded very purposeful, and the spurt of dust in front of Panizzi's small group was more than enough to check their ardour. Sharpe ran on. One of Calvé's men was watching the right flank, from where the cavalry might appear. But the hill had hidden those horsemen from the fall of gold, and they were still ignorant of what happened to their south. Far off to Sharpe's left, a rabble of infantrymen still rooted through the grass, olive groves, and stubble. Some officers and sergeants tried to whip the men back to their duty, but the lure of the gold had turned the battalion into a mob. Some of the lucky Neapolitans were finding more money in 5 minutes than they could have expected to make in a lifetime. Sharpe stumbled through a dry watercourse, scrambled up its far bank, and half-carried Frederickson through patches of tall, thick-leaved plants that had saw-like edges. The village lay to their left, its harbour just beyond. Lieutenant Hergé, who had led Calvé's small band down to the harbour, jumped up and down on the quay. The cavalry had still not appeared, and Panizzi's infantry was scattered to uselessness. Sharpe was limping badly, but Frederickson, his one good eye almost closed by the swelling dark bruise, found new strength. Harper kicked Duco on. Calvé was suddenly enjoying himself. He whooped his men through the village, past the barking dogs and onto the sharp, flinty quay. They ran past drying nets and wicker pots, down to where Hergé guarded a bright-painted boat, on which 2 disconsolate crewmen cowered beneath his men's 2 guns. "Cavalry!" Calvé's man warned, but the cavalry was too late. They burst over the hill's shoulder, they drew their swords, they spread out in fine array, but Calvé's men were already aboard the fishing boat. Harper was slashing at the stern line with his bayonet, and the dirty sail was already catching the dawn's land breeze to drive the high-prowed craft out into the bay. Duco, with his hands still tied, was pushed to the bottom of the fish-hold. He stared myopic hatred at Sharpe, but then Sharpe closed the hatch to leave his enemy in a stinking darkness. The grenadiers were laughing with the pleasure of victory. It might not have been Jena or Wagram or Austerlitz, but it was still a victory for an emperor who all the world thought was past winning victories. Calvé embraced Harper, then the foully bruised Frederickson, and lastly Sharpe. "I forgive you the lime, Englishman, and I will say that, for a man who is not French, you fight with a reasonable skill." Sharpe laughed. "Be glad, General, that you will never have to fight me again." "Who knows?" Calvé's voice was mischievous. "If I can bring the Emperor enough gold, then perhaps he can raise an army again." The mischievous remark reminded Sharpe of Major General Nairn's wistful dream of one last great battle, one climactic killing, in which the Emperor would be arrayed against the world. But Nairn was dead, his old bones flensing in a French grave. Sharpe smiled. "No, General, there'll be no more battles." "You're right." Calvé sounded miserable as he made the admission. "You and I are finished, my friend. The world's at peace, and we're useless now. We're the hunting dogs, but the rabbits rule the earth now. Calvé turned to watch the Neapolitan cavalry curb their horses on the far quay. But I tell you, my friend, that within a year you and I will be wishing for battle again. I won't, Sharpe said fervently. You wait. Calvé turned away from the land and stared out to sea where two sails showed on the hazy horizon. So, what will you do now, my friend? He asked Sharpe. Take Duco to Paris and present him to Wellington. After that, he'll be given to the authorities. Which authorities? The ones who will execute him for the murder of Henri Lasson. Calvé offered Sharpe a mocking smile. That small crime worries you? It worries Madame Castinot. Calvé still smiled. And why should Madame Castinot's concerns be of any interest to you? Sharpe turned away because one of the Neapolitan cavalrymen had fired a carbine at the fishing boat. The ball splashed uselessly 100 yards astern. None of the boat's occupants even bothered to raise a weapon in reply. Calvé fished in his pouch and brought out a handful of gems. He sorted through them with a grimy finger, then selected one flawless blood-red ruby. Give that to Madame Castinot. For, even if unwittingly, by writing her letter, she did a great service for France. Sharpe hesitantly took the jewel. For France, General, or for Elba? Napoleon is France, my friend. If you tied him in chains and dropped him to the ocean's deepest pit, he would still be France. Calvé folded Sharpe's hand over the precious jewel. I will give you nothing more, Englishman. And does that hurt, that you must go empty-handed from a fight where we filled the morning sky with gold? I lived, Sharpe said simply. And you left empty-handed. Calvé smiled. So, you see, Englishman, the French won after all. Vive l'Empereur, mon général. Vive l'Empereur, mon ami. An hour later they accosted a Piedmontese merchant ship, which, for a handful of imperial gold, and under the threat of a dozen muskets, agreed to take the soldiers on board. Calvé would go to Elba, and Sharpe, with his prisoner, would seek a royal naval ship. Thereafter they would be unwanted hounds in a kingdom of rabbits. But they had lived, when so many had died, and that at least was something. Thus, in their separate ways, they sailed towards peace. Epilogue. Pierre Duco died in a fortress ditch, shot by a firing squad from France's royalist army. No one mourned him, not even those soldiers in the firing squad who were still secretly loyal to the exiled emperor. Duco had betrayed Napoleon just as he had betrayed France, and thus he was shot like a dog and buried like a suicide in an unmarked grave beyond the fortress glacis. In London, an aide-de-camp to the Prince Regent heard of Duco's death, and, as a result, suffered sleepless nights. The Frenchman's execution was a triumph for a rifleman who had come from ignominy to regain his reputation, and any day now that man would cross the Channel. Lord Rossendale contemplated flight to the remnants of his family's Irish estates, but his pride forced him to stay and show a bravado he did not feel. Each morning he went to a fencing master in Bond Street, and each afternoon he shot with long-barreled dueling pistols at targets in the yard of Clarence House. He claimed he was just honing his military skills, but all society knew he was practicing for the ordeal of grass before breakfast. "He's left Paris," Rossendale told Jane one autumn morning. Jane didn't need to be told who he was. Well, how do you know? "A courier came from the embassy yesterday. All three of them rode for Calais." Jane shivered. Beyond the window rain swept in grey curtains across the park. "What will happen?" she asked, though she well knew the answer. Rossendale smiled. "Well, it's called grass before breakfast." "No," Jane protested. "He'll call me out, I'll choose the weapons, and we'll fight." Rossendale shrugged. "I imagine I shall lose." "No!" Jane remembered the terrible arguments that had preceded Sharpe's duel with Bampfylde. She had lost those arguments, but now she would lose the man she had come to love. "I'm not a swordsman," Rossendale said ruefully, "and I'm a rotten shot with a pistol." "Then don't fight," Jane said fiercely. He smiled. "Well, there's no choice, my love, none. It's called honour." "Then I'll go to him," Jane said defiantly. "I'll plead with him." "Well, and where's the honour in that?" Rossendale shook his head. "You can't cheat honour," he added, though he had done little else for months, which only proved that honour could be cheated, but that the price of it would still have to be paid before breakfast one wet, drab morning. Thus Lord Rossendale and Jane could only wait, for honour would not let them run away, while the man for whom they waited came to Calais. Sharpe and Frederickson had been reinstated, then reassured that their honour was still bright and their ranks inviolate. Apologies had been made, and now in Calais they breakfasted in the private room of a harbour tavern. Their plates were heaped with mutton chops, eggs, garlic sausage, and black bread. "You'll go to London first, of course?" Frederickson poured coffee. "Well, will I?" Sharpe asked. "Unfinished business," Frederickson said grimly. "Or shouldn't I mention it?" "You mean Lord Rossendale?" Sharpe sipped the newly poured coffee. "I'm to kill him?" "Oh, stop being obtuse. Of course you're to kill him. I'll be a second, if you'll let me have that honour. Naturally, the duel will have to be secret. We both have our careers to think of now." Frederickson smiled. His face was still darkened by the bruise, though the swelling had long subsided. "I assume you're no longer contemplating a Dorset retirement?" Sharpe leant back in his chair. Through the window he could see the packet-boat loading by the quay. The ship would leave on the tide in 2 hours' time, and, if he chose, it would take him to the foul mess of an unfaithful wife and pistols at dawn. "And Jane?" he asked Frederickson. "What am I to do with Jane?" "Give her a damn good thrashing, of course, then cast her off. If you can't bear to face her, then I'll gladly tell her myself. You can give her a pittance, if you must, but don't be too generous. She can become a governess or a companion." "Or a whore," Sharpe thought sadly, but he didn't say as much. "You're very kind, William." Frederickson shrugged away the compliment, then mopped up his egg yolk with a hunk of bread. "Well, you're surely not still thinking of retiring to Dorset, are you?" "The countryside has a certain appeal." "Oh, for God's sake, Sharpe, you heard the Duke. There's restitution to be made. My God, man, you could have a battalion." "In peacetime?" Frederickson grimaced. "Oh, we don't have much choice, do we? We can hardly order another war for our own convenience." "No." And indeed the Duke of Wellington was going from his Paris embassy to a great congress at Vienna to ensure that there would not be another war. The Duke, Sharpe allowed, had been kindness itself in Paris. Even after his embassy had been invaded by 3 fugitive riflemen bearing the bruised and terrified Pierre Duco, the French royalist authorities had been perturbed that General Calvet had taken a fortune to Elba, and the Neapolitan embassy had made a stiff protest about uniformed thieves disturbing their kingdom's peace. But the Duke had scornfully ridden down such diplomatic carping. All was forgiven. There was even an implicit promise of promotion for Sharpe and Frederickson, though it was difficult to see how such a promise was to be kept, with no battles to create vacancies. "So, London first." Frederickson planned their joint future with relish. "Then we'll demand a battalion of our own. You'll be in command, of course, though I shall be senior major, and can assure you I'll be demanding a spate of leave just as soon as we're settled." "Leave?" Sharpe smiled. "So soon?" Frederickson looked very coy. "Oh, you know very well why I want to leave. You might be despairing of marriage, but I haven't abandoned all hope. Far from it. I'll establish myself first, of course. Promotion, perhaps, a spot of money and a new uniform." He smiled as though the accretion of those things would guarantee the success of his courtship. "I know you're not fond of Madame Castaneau, but in many ways she's ideal for me. A widow, you see, so I don't suppose she'd expect too much from marriage, and once I can persuade her to live in England, I'm sure she'll be very happy. Mind you, I can't say I'm averse to her property. That'll be worth a tidy sum in the future." "No," Sharpe said brutally. Frederickson frowned. "No?" "No," Sharpe said again. He'd somehow persuaded himself that Frederickson had abandoned his hopes of Madame Castaneau in the excitement of these last days. But instead his friend was betraying these hopeless dreams, which would now have to be cruelly shattered. It was time for Sharpe to say the thing that should have been said weeks before. It was time to break a friendship, and Sharpe flinched from the deed, but knew he could not hold back. "I'm not going to England." Sharpe looked up at his friend. "Patrick took my luggage off the boat an hour ago. I'm only here to see you safe on your way, William. But I'm not going with you. I'm staying here." "In Calais? Well, that's a very bleak choice, if you'll forgive me." Frederickson frowned suddenly. "My God, it's your damn pride, isn't it? You fear to go to England because of Jane and that wretched man. You think you'll be mocked because you've been cuckolded." Frederickson scorned the fear with a dismissive flick of his napkin. "My dear Sharpe, kill the man in a duel and no one will dare mock you." "No." Sharpe hated saying it, but it had to be said. "It's nothing to do with Jane, and I'm not staying in Calais. I'm going back to Normandy." Frederickson stared at Sharpe for a long, long time. And for a long, long time he said nothing. But then, and as though it took a great effort, he finally found his voice. "To Lucille?" "To Lucille," Sharpe confirmed. "And she—" Frederickson hesitated. There was real pain on his bruised face, evidence of just how hard his dreams were breaking into misery. "And she will consent to your arrival at the chateau?" "I believe she will." Frederickson briefly closed his one eye. "May I ask whether you have grounds for this belief?" "Yes." Sharpe spoke very quietly. "I do." "Oh, God." Now it seemed there was nothing but hatred in Frederickson's gaze, or else he felt a pain so deep that it could only show on his face as hatred. Sharpe tried to explain. He heard himself stammering as he told the old story, of how a dislike of the woman had turned into a friendship, and then how the friendship had turned into love. And he remembered, but did not tell Frederickson, how on that black night of sky-breaking thunder, he and Lucille had met in the passageway, and not a word had been said, but she had come to his room, and afterwards, as she slept, and as Sharpe had listened to the rain pouring from the gutters, he had thought that never before had he known such peace. "Well, I should have told you weeks ago," he said miserably, but somehow— Frederickson broke Sharpe's words off by abruptly standing and turning away. He walked to the fireplace and stared down at the coal fire, which sputtered damply in the grate. "I don't want to hear any more." "I didn't want to hurt you," Sharpe said lamely. "Oh, God damn you!" Frederickson turned on Sharpe in a sudden blind fury. "I'm sorry." "I don't need your bloody pity, God damn you! How many damn women do you want? William, damn you, damn you, damn you! I hope she breaks your bloody heart like the last one did." Frederickson was still holding his napkin, which in petulant anger he threw toward Sharpe. Then, saying nothing more, he snatched up his greatcoat and sword, then stormed from the room. Sharpe stooped, retrieved the crumpled napkin, and smoothed it on the table. He thought of following Frederickson outside, but he knew it would do no good. Instead he sat for a long time, empty-eyed, watching the sea. Harper came very quietly into the room, looked at Sharpe, then held his hands towards the feeble fire. "So, you told him, sir?" "I told him." "God save Ireland," Harper said of nothing in particular. Then he stooped and shoved at the coals with a poker made from an old French bayonet. "I wouldn't have worked, of course," he said after a while, "but I suppose he'd never been convinced of that." "What wouldn't have worked, Patrick?" "Master Frederickson and Madam. He doesn't like the women, you see. I mean, he likes them well enough, but he'd never make a woman into a friend now, would he? It isn't enough to take them to your bed. You have to actually like them, too." Sharpe smiled. "Is that so, Mr. Harper?" "It is Mr. Harper now, isn't it?" Harper laughed. In his pocket the Irishman had his discharge papers signed by the Duke of Wellington himself. Mr. Harper was a free man now, going to England where he'd catch a fast ship for Spain, after which, with Isabella and the baby, he'd go home to Ireland. Home for good, he said, home to where the rain fell on thin fields from which a poor people scratched their daily bread. Sharpe stood and led the Irishman out to the quayside. There was no sign of Frederickson on the packet's deck, though his luggage, along with Harper's heavy pack, lay stacked beside an open hatchway. Sharpe turned away from the gangplank and walked with Harper to where the packet-boat's bowsprit reared tar-black against the sullen clouds. "I don't know what to say, Patrick." "Nor me, sir." Harper spoke softly. "But we've had some good times, sir, so we have." "We've had some bloody terrible ones, too," Sharpe laughed. "You remember that day you fought me in the snow?" "You cheated, sir, or else I'd have split your skull wide open." "I'd never have beaten you without cheating." They fell silent. A slew of gulls shrieked and tumbled above the fish quay. Rain fell in a sharp, stinging slant. "Well, if you're ever in Normandy," Sharpe suggested. "Of course, sir. And if you ever take yourself to Donegal, then you'll know there's a rare welcome for you. Go to Derry, keep going west, and someone will know where the big fellow back from the wars will be." "Of course I'll come. You know I'll come." Harper thrust his hand deep into the pocket of his fine civilian greatcoat. "You're all right for the money, are you now?" "You know I am." Sharpe had pocketed some of the gold coins as he had loaded the small grasshopper gun, just as Harper had filched a few handfuls of gems from the big strongbox. "I owe you money anyway," Sharpe said. "Pay it when you come to Ireland," Harper said. The packet's boatswain shouted for the last passengers. A headsail was already being hoisted, and it was time for Harper to leave. He looked at Sharpe, and neither man could find anything to say. They'd marched all the soldiers miles together, and now their ways parted. They'd promised reunion, but such promises were so rarely kept. Sharpe tried to say what he felt, but it wouldn't come, so he gave his friend an embrace instead. "Look after yourself, Patrick." "I'll do that." Harper paused. "Is it the right thing you're doing, sir?" "Not for Mr. Frederickson, it isn't." Sharpe shook his head. "I don't know, Patrick. I wish I did." Going back to Normandy was like the roll of a dice or the whim of an action in battle. There was no rationality to it, but life didn't yield to reason, only to instinct. "I think it's the right thing. I want it very much, if that's any answer. And I'm not certain I want to live in England. They'll never accept me there. To them I'm just a bastard upstart who can use a sword, but in peacetime they'll spit me out like a speck of rotten meat." "And if they want your sword again?" Harper asked. Sharpe shrugged. "We'll see." Then the boatswain bellowed his impatient summons again, and the last passengers broke from their farewell embraces and hurried towards the gangplank. Sharpe gripped Harper's hands. "I'll miss you, Patrick. You're an awkward bugger, but by God I'll miss you." "Hey." Harper could not find the proper words either, so he just shrugged. "God bless you, sir." Sharpe smiled. "God save Ireland." Harper laughed at Sharpe's mimicry. "I'll come and find you, sir, if you don't come and find me. I hope you do. Maybe we'll meet halfway." Harper turned and walked away. Sharpe watched the Irishman board the packet. He waved once, but then Sharpe turned away so that the parting would not be prolonged. He heard the flogging sound of the wind catching the great mainsail as it was hoisted. Sharpe hurried back to the inn and paid his bill. He strapped the saddlebags onto his new horse, paid the ostler, and swung himself into the saddle. He wore a coat of brown homespun over black breeches, but at his side there hung a long trooper's sword, and on his back there hung a rifle. He touched the spurs on his new plain boots to the animal's flanks. The packet-boat was clearing the harbour, but Sharpe didn't turn back to watch. He rode away from the sea, away from England, going into the enemy's country to where a woman watched an empty road. It was there, Sharpe decided, that his future lay. Not in Dorset, not in a peacetime army, but with work on a Norman farm. And perhaps one day there'd be a French-speaking son to whom he and Lucille would bequeath an old English sword and a ruby stolen from an emperor. He clicked his tongue and urged the horse into a trot. He felt dazed. There was no more war, no more soldiers, no more fear, no more emperor, no more Harper, no more gunsmoke skeined above a field of blood, no more closing of ranks, no more miles of pain, no more skirmish chain, no more cavalry in the dawn, and no more pickets in the dusk. There was only Lucille, and what Sharpe thought was a love sufficient for both their lives. He rode on into France, his back turned on all he had fought for now it was all gone. The wars, a marriage, a friendship, and an enemy. All gone in Sharpe's revenge. Historical note. Napoleon's baggage was lost, though not in Bordeaux. The loss of that baggage was just a small part of the chaos that engulfed France after the Emperor's surrender. The Battle of Toulouse was fought after that surrender, but such was the speed of travel that the news didn't reach Wellington till 2 days after he'd trounced Soult. The battle happened much as described in the novel. Today it's chiefly remembered for the tragic Spanish assault, which, launched early and unsupported, was bloodily repulsed. The battlefield is now entirely built over, just an anonymous part of the city's sprawl. In northern and southern France, the imperial armies were disbanded, ejecting onto the roads of Europe a startling number of vagabonds and highwaymen. The era of the soldiers, it seemed, was over, for the long, long war was finished. Wellington's army, perhaps the best that Britain has ever possessed, had won the Peninsular Campaign, and now in the spring of 1814 that army was no longer wanted. Its men were dispersed about the globe, while its women, who had so loyally supported their men, were callously sent home to Spain or Portugal. The fate of those abandoned women is accurately recorded here. They disappear from the history books, and their anguish can only be surmised. A few British soldiers did successfully evade the provosts to go back to Spain with their wives, but they were very few.